Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How you feeling?
Ayandaba. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Since I was born and now that I am getting old, whatever that means, I'm sure it's all good tidings. It's all good tidings, and the tidings get better every time you come to the session. We had that explosive session with Ijele Speaks yesterday, which I'm still getting DMs on my Instagram handle. But a man of equal weight, a big masquerade from the East, Mr. Money Njenje himself, the one of the Southeast. So don't tell you, I only bring you the topmost of the elite, of course. And here he is again. He joins us. We've known him for a very long time. We've been trying to persuade him to make an appearance. We finally strong-armed him. Late into the night in Nigeria, he joins us. So we applaud the effort. Of course, there is none other, the majestic Mazi Ezeoke. Of course, you all know him. So here he is. Very grateful to have you join us, Mazi. At last, we have you on the one-man platform.
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. It's a good sound. Yes, it's great.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be on your platform today.
So brilliant. Good to have you. a lot of things to talk about, so we would not labor the preambles too much. We almost certainly want to launch into it. But before we launch into anything, are you in any way related to Chiamaka Ezeafe, the first Anambra governor that just recently passed away?
No.
I saw you putting our condolences on social media towards him.
No, I am not related to him by blood, but he is next, the next community to mine. He's from Ibuku. I am from Ezinefitagwata. So, and he's a man I respect so much, a man I have had series of one-on-one deep conversations, both in private and in public. You know, a man that he was an intellectual juggernaut, a man that spoke truth to power. And most times, people wouldn't like what he says, but he really did speak truth to power. And he stayed true to himself and recognizing who he is. And, till death. He's a man I admire so much. So it was a very, very sad, day to hear that he's no more with us. And we will respect him. He was the first since the, I think that was since the creation of Anambra State, the first civilian governor of Anambra State. So obviously, and was a former political advisor to a former president. So, and he's a man who I would call a friend and a mentor and a father. So you could understand when, we feel the way we feel having lost him.
Oh, all right. Sorry about the loss. It's always we're losing a lot of the greats in Nigeria now because they're now getting to that age where they have to move to a better place.
Yeah.
Sorry about the loss. So important, controversial matters to discuss. Hopefully, we'll elegantly guide through it. But before we get to that, let me start it off on a soft note. I feel that the world is coming into a Nigerian age, and everywhere we go, our culture seems to supersede and dominate. And anytime that anybody marries into the Nigerian culture, they come into our culture rather than us going into theirs. So when I saw this clip that I'm about to show you, it just reaffirms that thing, that belief that I've always had. So watch this, Mazi, and give us a little reaction to it. Mazi, the richness and the depth of our culture is superseded by none.
On a lighter note, I would have thought that some of them walking across were dancing a different song from what was being sung in there. But
Yes.
anyway, I think you aptly captured it. There is something here is, the more culturally aware individuals are, understanding where they come from, the more it is, very, very acceptable by others. I recall I think I will use the opportunity to tell this story on your platform. I recall as a young student in Germany, we have been asked to introduce ourselves. Then, not being so conscious of myself, I said that my name is Mr. Tochukwu. And the German then asked, how do you refer Mr. in your language? And it struck me because, you know, to say Mr. in German, you say Herr. To say woman or, you know, a woman that's basically married or of age, you say Frau. And we had Koreans, Japanese, you know, various parts of the world, people who've come to study, but before you start your studies, you have to learn the language. From then on, the moment I said Maze Tochukwu as okay, until I left that university, they stuck. And that's how, you know, eventually began to be known by that appendage. Now, and the cultural renaissance then happened afterwards, that one became very conscious and aware of the environment and what you stand for. Therefore, transcending into whenever you want to identify yourself, especially, you know, an Igbo man, we have the red cap, and which is when you've done some certain come of age and you have the also title, then you are adorned that, not those who do that for fun. Just opposing the story that I've just told you now to this, what I can tell you is that you have a set of people, from what I see, that's not only done by Igbos, in certain areas in Brazil and in certain, even in London, one of the weddings I've attended in London 2 years ago, a very family friend and close friend of mine, Mr. Adewale Kunle, is the wedding of the daughter. Now, this is a female, married to a Jamaican, but every single thing done in that wedding is of the Yoruba culture, the same way you're looking at it here. You know, the guy had to, you know, bowed, you know, basically lie down, you know, toile exactly, multiple times. You know, multiple times he has to, at some point, it was kind of, I mean, it was breathtaking. Why is it that way? It is because we have a rich culture, irrespective of which part of the African or Nigerian that is coming from. Something that is not too known to the world, hence it is that exotic for people to behold. Because, I mean, we all know, everybody knows white wedding, we wear suits, we wear tie, you know, that's it. But like myself, when I even had my, what they call wedding then in Germany, I never wore a suit. And even the priest, everybody was wow, because I wore my traditional attire with my, you know, red cap. I didn't, you know, want to come, you know, be to that convention. So to your question, it is because the, you know, the Africans are becoming more aware. The Africans are now knowing that they have things to export and show the world. The song being sung there is nothing new. It's a normal song being sung in a church. But in this case, these couple have decided that that will be sung in their local language. That's it. You know, that's it. It's just a little thing, but you can see how you know it goes places. There are some you can see. You even all the bridal train, all the men, you know, where everybody will be adorned with either Isiago or adorned with the, you know, Yoruba buba or you know, the tie and dye. Do you understand? So, and people love it because it's something they don't know. It's something that is new to them, something not too common. And it's one of the renaissance and the things that project us as a people that are becoming aware of where they come from and who they are.
Thank you, Mazi. I certainly contribute my quota to that. During the summers, I only ever wear Nigerian attires. But thank you, Mazi, for that. So Mazi, plenty to go through within the Nigerian political space. A lot has been happening, and of course, we'd like your opinion on that. So Let me kick you off with the Fubara Wike situation, which seems to have somewhat coming to somewhat of a resolution today. What are you making of that space? What are you making of the power play? And do you think it can be resolved without an actual winner or loser?
Well, I don't know what you're referencing that has been kind of coming to an end. I know that as we speak, about an hour ago, the camps were meeting the head of state, basically. They were meeting Chief Tinubu. And in this sense, they are trying to resolve things politically. You know, there is something my late dad normally alive that, and he says this in Igbo this way. That means when you, after judgment, do not appeal, because when you appeal, you begin to dismember truths. In this case, bringing it to what your question, it will be very, very difficult for me to see that without compromise, serious compromises that may hurt certain individuals or they may hurt the interests of the state, that there's going to be peace. Because this is a clear case without knowing the greater details, but I think this has been in the public sphere enough for us to understand the trajectory and where that is headed to. This is a clear case of greed, if you ask me, because it is only greed that can get, this set of individuals behaving in an abnormal way, because it's going to hurt them. Now, they are trying to use, in Nigerian parlance, political solutions to basically cover the excrete so that the smell will stop oozing out. Understand? So I believe by the interjection of Chief Tinubu today, and by the intervention of other people who are coming up to interfere, the elders, the River State elders are also intervening. By those acts, I think we might have a truce, but would that then cure the whole thing? I do not think so. That's my honest take. I do not think so.
Are we back to Chief Tinubu again? I thought you guys had waved the white flag of surrender. Are we back to? I thought you've waved the white flag for the next 4 years. It'd be a real chore if you continue Chief Tinubu for 4 years.
No, is he not a chief? I mean, he's a chief.
I think his preeminence is a president. I think that is what the Nigerian state conferred on him.
Well, there was a reason why Premium Times and I believe Vanguard decided for the 8 years of Buhari or thereabout that they never referred to him as president, but General Muhammadu Buhari. But that doesn't take anything away from him. And, I don't want us to get into the nitty-gritties of that, but let's stay with that. And, election is being won in the manner it has been won. And everyone agrees now, we've moved on, but that doesn't take away that he remains a chief. And the respect that ought to accord him, that is not being accorded. But, I'm also a chief, so if you don't mind, you cannot go call me a chief. So, I don't take offense with that.
All right, the Jagaban of Nigeria. So there it is, the Jagaban of Nigeria. All right. Let me take you to more serious. I'll still loop round back to the Wike narrative because let me actually give you this. Maybe you may not be up to speed, but meetings have been held. River State crisis resolution. All matter. So these are the bullet points from the what was resolved to ceasefire. All matters in court to be withdrawn immediately. Impeachment proceedings to be dropped immediately. Leadership of the RSHA, that would be the
of Assembly.
Right. So leadership of the RSHA, led by Martin, I won't attempt his last name, to recognize 27 members who resigned from the PDP. Remunerations and benefits of all members of the RSHA and staff to be reinstated. with no more interference with the funding of the RSHA by the governor. RSHA to choose where to sit and conduct legislative business without interference / hindrance from the executive. Governor Fubara to represent state budgets to properly constituted RSHA. Names of all commissioners who resigned to be resubmitted to the House of Assembly for approval. No caretaker committee for local government in Rivers State. A dissolution of local government administration is null and void. So there was a meeting took place over the course of today. Odili was there, Fubara was there, Yemson Wike turned up, and that is what emerged from that. So it's sort of like a ceasefire rather than shake hands and be friends.
Now, of course, you know, like I said to you, it's what you can see there is a case of covering the excrete with sand in order for the smell and the ooze to stop. You know, let me take you one by one to the ones I can remember. When I read that, I thought to myself, do you know what it means? It's saying those who have decamped by the new electoral law, you're saying you accept that they've moved from PDP to APC. Therefore, by this, what you've read out, their seats remain. They come back, you know, yeah, they never decamped, nothing ever happened. You start paying them remunerations, that means nothing ever happened. The only thing that is in favor of the governor is when you say stop impeachment process. But even if you impeach, as long as there is a substituting cause case, then in that case, it's an illegal house. So it's a, for me, it's a 28, in fact, it's an 80-20 game. That agreement favored Wike more than it favored Fubara. The question is, Fubara is the man who is on the saddle. Fubara is the man who wields the big stake in terms of the financial, you know, who has the financial control of the state. And you know, in Nigeria, it is a tendency to say that where the tap is rushing, that is where they put bucket. And in this case, that tap, they in front of Fubara's house. So people are more likely to go put bucket there in order to fetch water. So, but if you look at it, interestingly enough, it's quite interesting to see that Odili suddenly appears in the mix. Before now was the former governor before Odili, who, you know, tried to intervene. I think you haven't watched one of his interviews on Channels TV and trying to, you know, obviously telling them that there ought to be an amicable way of resolving this. But even in that amicable way of resolving it, suddenly you will hear your good friend who is now the FCT minister, the landlord of Abuja, according to, you know, he will go out online and basically spew certain things that may take them back again and they come back to square one. But as it is, I would not, you know, be in a position to say if that's going to be accepted. The test of the pudding isn't the eating. Let's just keep quiet. Let's watch and let's see what is going to happen. Do you think actually that they will just accept this and, you know, or that we can, if the real deal, because at the end of the day, this is, for me, this is screening, this is plaster. I do not think that they've gone back to the real issue. And that real issue has to, in my view, has to do with money. And as long as that is not resolved, all these things we are seeing is nothing but smoke screen. And if that real issue is not resolved, I don't think we'll probably get anywhere with what is happening. But, well, I don't know. Let's watch and see.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Still plenty to talk to you about that one, but for time management, let me move you to another space. So now, it was the anticipation of this platform that Nnamdi Kanu will be released before Christmas, because the political expediency releases him. The cycle of this year has ended with the Supreme Court verdict, But the disquiet, especially within the Southeast, is still very much at a high octane. If Tinubu had released Nnamdi Kanu to the Southeast, then the narrative would have moved from that Obi space, and it would have moved to Nnamdi Kanu to reignite whatever it is that his narrative is. But the verdict came in, and to spend Christmas in custody. So let's bring in. So there's a lot to go through in there, but give us your first reaction to that Supreme Court verdict. Nnamdi Kanu, not at this time, the Supreme Court said.
Well, you know, I honestly do not think that the Supreme Court verdict was, as some observers and commentators and analysts will say, that is something of a tragedy. I do not think so. You know why? Why I do not think so is that Supreme Court judgment had three cardinal issues that it brought to bear. One is that the invasion of his house should not have happened, that was illegal. The extraordinary rendition that happened from Kenya shouldn't have happened, that was illegal. And when you look at it, you know, when someone's house was invaded in that manner that it was invaded, and renditioned in the manner that, you know, the individual was, and basically the third point as well, when you look at these things, you begin to accept and see that the Supreme Court actually has, by that judgment, agreed there was some level of injustice done to the individual in question. And should that be the case? However, we are not going to grant what the lower court has said, but you need to go back to retrial. What many people may not know is why the retrial. Recall that before, quote unquote, that he jumped bail, which has now become an act of illegality, DSS had a series of count charges they had against him. These count charges were premised on these things Supreme Court have inadvertently called illegal, but the DSS, or the state prosecutor in this case, is now saying, we have these charges that are not yet attended to or conclusively, therefore, we apply that these charges, you know, that you grant us time to go ahead to. So now, if were that to be the charges of 2017 or thereabouts, then the case would have just basically, you know, as they say in French, finito, or Italian, basically. But because that is not the case, they are now going back to try on the new charges that were brought to him. I believe that was 2020, 2021. Okay? So, but be that as it may, the thing is that many people believe, myself included, to be honest with you, because I have spoken to a lot of top Igbo leaders. I have the ears to the ground. I speak to the opinion molders, and I speak to the grassroots as well. 3 weeks ago, on my way coming back in a public bus to my location, and I entered, you know, what I call the senior brother of Keke shuttle bus. And in this shuttle bus, an argument or a conversation ensued with the passengers in that bus. They were of the opinion that the insecurity in the Southeast will cease immediately if he is released. And one jumped in and said, okay, if you then say that, that means they are the ones causing the insecurity. But one young man there made a brilliant case. That's, you know, I don't think anyone can fault such cool-headed argument. The young man said, well, why we do not know who engages in these criminalities. However, don't you think it will now be much easier for the people to rally around, not saying or it is as a result of his incarceration, that if Tinubu would release him, that they will now know that anybody who comes and tell you that this crime is being committed in the name of XYZ, that person will be dealt with. Well, it's neither here nor there. Bottom line is, His Excellency Chief Chukwuemeka Ezife, late now, once made a passionate plea before he died. And I want to say this. Four prominent Igbo have made a passionate plea to Tinubu. And 4 of them have left this earth within the last couple of months. And yet their pleas were not granted. I recall vividly when
they made those pleas equally to Buhari.
Yes. But they were still alive. So this is where the whole thing is quite different. If you look at Professor Ben Mwabweza, he said, please, my last wish is for you to do this before I go to my grave. Now, if you want to think about it without becoming emotional about it, it's something deep. Sadly, that wish was not granted and he died. Ezife made similar thing, and obviously it didn't also happen. And what's it called again? Mbazulika Amechi, the boy is good, made the same plea. The former Hanese president, Professor George Obiozo, also in the same light, made such. So, I think if you ask me, I think mistakes has been made, even by individuals, but I think in the interest of nation building, some concessions ought to, be looked into in order to, pursue peace. If you go back, it appears many of us don't know this. If you recall, and I believe you know this, when Mohammed Yusuf, the founder of Boko Haram, was killed during the time of Yaradua. Now, Boko Haram took that as an argument for why they went ballistic. The man was captured alive. Eventually, he was shot in a police custody, and he died on a police custody. Now, his member now said that the reason why they've moved away from these preachers of Islamic ideology to an extremist group of bunch of people now looking for who to behead is the reason why they've done that. I'm not saying that is the case in the Southeast, but there is. I don't think we have to learn from the mistake of others. We won't live that long to learn from our mistakes alone. So, looking at that, I would think, Tinubu will know that he's very, very unpopular president. By alone, the number of votes he used in winning the election makes him unpopular. Nigeria is a country about 220 million. And you basically won the election with about 8 million. It doesn't really cost that much, So therefore...
It got the most of the votes cast.
No, of course. There is no argument of that. But if you go back to 1979 election, that's basically... 79 election is over 40 years ago. That's the amount of votes 40 years later that somebody imagines.
Yeah, but the electoral process has been sanitized. I think we have to consider that 2023 is effectively ground zero because technology has... The electoral process was being sanitized, but that does not change that you have over 78 or 82 million registered voters. Come on, look at that. For you to pool about 10% of... Anyway, let's not get into... No. If we can stay within that space for a moment, traditionally, the Nigerian voter, the apathy is usually 30-35%. No matter however many people register to vote, the votes the people that are actually active voters are usually around about the 30-35%. And then if you look at the extenuating circumstances of this particular election, the Naira squeeze, the oil squeeze, the threat, all of that environment, the circumstances are such that the turnout reflects those circumstances. And the people that turned out, everybody got low votes, by the way, not Tinubu, cascading through the whole pyramid, everybody got low votes relative to the amount of registered voters. So, but he got the most vote, which essentially is what declares a winner. So I think it's clutching at straw. It's as clutching at straw somewhat. Yeah.
One man, in our conversation, I promise not to go into some of these things, but let's not push it.
All right.
Its election has been declared. A winner has been announced. Now, let us see the magic that was promised to Nigerians. That's all I have.
All right, I'll take you into governance at the moment. People are so slowly assembling in the studio, and I'm sure they're eager to engage with you. So I'm not going to hog you to myself for too long, but just a few more things. Who do you think would have popped the biggest bottle of celebratory champagne as to Nnamdi Kanu's continued incarceration? So who do you think would have celebrated it the most? Peter Obi or Simon Ekpa? Which one of them would have been most gladdened that Nnamdi Kanu was not released?
I think both will be happy that he will, he's released, but both have different characteristics in terms of the more. I will put it this way. Have you ever seen Peter Obi dance? It's not in his nature to engage in certain level of, quote unquote, frivolity. But, the other young gentleman, is more or less an apostle of Nnamdi Kanu. So, and he has his own wings of the IPOP people. So therefore, it's given, obviously. It's given. It's just like asking when Iboho was released, if this guy running Koiki Media will be happier than Wole Soyinka or happier than Obasanjo. Of course, Obasanjo and Wole Soyinka are happy that Iboho is released because of the engagement that they had behind the scene. But would an Obasanjo go and pop champagne or a Wole Soyinka go and open a bottle of red wine celebrating that Iboho has been released? No, he wouldn't do that. But would the Koiki Media guy open and bottles of champagnes and declaring that, or rather flying even to Germany the next day to go see him? Who do you think would do that? I mean, I think the question is very obvious.
All right. A lot of people actually argue that Peter Obi and Simon Ekpa, they do not actually want they don't want Nnamdi Kanu released because it threatens their space. A lot of the obedient space, there's a lot of transmission from the IPOBian narrative into the obedient space. We saw it happen in real time because we do this. So we know who they are, and we saw how they transmuted into the obedient space. So if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, there will be that skittish movement back to their natural birthing place, which is the Biafran narrative. So that threatens somewhat the Obi, the space that, and also the space and tone that Obi occupies in the southeast. It is threatened by an Nnamdi Kanu release. And Simon Ekpa, of course, is like a Nnamdi Kanu mini-me. He's declared himself a prime minister. So if Nnamdi Kanu is released and he asks for his boots back, then they'll have to duke it out for the alpha male in the southeast. So there'll be a three-way fight for alpha male in the southeast if Nnamdi Kanu is released. Yeah.
Now, these are three individuals operating on two different planks. Three individuals operating on two different planks. And these planks does not cross and they do not meet. One is a people arguing and telling you that democratically you should declare a state of Biafra or give them referendum. Now, this is an argument. This is their belief. The other is an individual who says, okay, we have our forefathers, we have our founding fathers. This nation ought to be one. This nation is one. This nation is founded on equity, quote unquote. Now, to govern this space, you need a certain level of integrity, arguing that the process through which you come to power must be equally oozing of integrity, conveying a message of hope for every single individual that is within this space. Now, there has never been a time Obi has told anyone, both in private and in public, quite unlike what some other people have done when it suited them most, to say that Nigeria is not one, Nigeria is not going to work, and that they do not believe in Nigeria, as it were. But eventually, the rest is history. But if you're trying to, I think that would be very disingenuous, trying to match these two. If Nnamdi Kanu comes out today, I believe these individuals will still find their way. Let me take someone else. He's been an apostle and he is an Nnamdi Kanu follower. He's holding forth for him. I honestly and sincerely believe that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, they may have one or two places of understanding, but I believe if they speak to one another, they might have to, or they might find a way to resolve it. But if they fail to, I honestly also see where you have like a different version and a different a different faction, where the more how do I say that? The more, I wouldn't say authentic, but the more older one may, at the long run, take over the vacuum that has been created. A smart person will know how to yield and for them to work together. But that is between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Bringing Obi into the mix is trying to reduce Obi to an ethnic conversation. Obi is a national, is a national figure, right? He's not asking you to declare a Southeast state, or to declare a Southeast and South state, or to declare a state of Biafra. He's telling you, selling a message of hope to 220 million Nigerians, telling them, had you elected me as your president, or if you elect me as your president, as he was telling them during the election, I will make sure that we will stop waste. If you do this, I will make sure that this will happen. So, and those things he promised Nigerians that he would do, with timelines attached to it, as x-rayed in his manifesto. Nigerians have now seen that they're missing, because when you look at some of the squandermania that you hear, how do you, one, explain some of the expenditure or spending that you hear happening? But again, it is also good that sometimes, when a child, I don't know, many people watching from the diaspora may not understand what a lantern is. Sometimes when a child is wanting to go to the brightness of the lantern, the parents would always go back and call the child back. But when you've done that once, twice, and you're fed up, you allow the child to go touch the top of the lantern. Now the lantern go tell the child, say, I dey born. So Nigerians have tested, they've seen what the difference between the foot of a cow and the letter B. I believe the difference is clear in terms of output. So in summary here, my good brother, I do not think it is a good comparison to say that these individuals will juggle for space. The spaces are well cut out, and these spaces do not really meet.
All right, let me ask you one more political question, and then we go into governance. Let's go to 2027. A lot of people feel that Peter Obi or any other Southern candidate, that 2023 was a one-shot deal for them. So there is no window for a Southern candidate in 2027. Because, of course, if a Southern candidate replaces Tinubu in 2027, then he has the full complement of our ATS constitutionally. So do you concede that 2023, it was a one-shot deal for Peter Obi, and the cycle of Nigerian politics as we understand it tells us then that for a Southern president to come again, it will take the good part of 16 years, and those years Peter Obi does not have. So was it just one lottery ticket that Peter Obi bought, and his numbers did not come in? So 2027, Peter Obi should even bother?
Well, you see, the government is barely 9 months in office, and Nigerians are already crying. I do not know if they will still be alive by 2027, but if they are, I think they may, if this trajectory continues the way it is, they may be so angry that no one cares about South or North, and they throw away the government out. You know, it's before now, it is also not a Nigerian convention to have a Muslim ticket, but it happened. So 2027, nothing says that the convention will not change. But again, as Peter Obi had said once before, that in this game, like when he gave his last after the Supreme Court, he gave the press statement. He said that this election has finished, and now officially he is going to go into the opposition proper, right? Therefore, meaning that 2027 is still game on, and this government will make a mile. But from the way the government has started, and from what they have plunged Nigeria into, I believe by that time Nigerians, all their eyes would have been cleared. Because when you look at it, I mean, it's just a couple of weeks back that we are still buying dollars at 480 something, 488, 485, and suddenly it's now 1,200. I mean, that's 3x. So who does that?
Why were you buying dollars at 400 and something? Why was that?
Why?
Was it the strength of the economy that made that exchange rate possible, the 400 and whatever?
Well, whatever the reason was, when someone is hungry and all the individual wants is to eat, right? So the individuals want to eat. The other things you're talking about is the things you promised you would do, to strengthen the Naira and to do XYZ. So let's not get into the argument of, because when we get into this argument, it will rubbish the APC without redemption, because these are the same set of people who told Nigerians that they were going to continue on the good works of Sai Baba. That is, when he promised Nigeria that was going to take them from top to bottom, and people didn't thought it was a misspoke, and he did. He took them from top to bottom. Now, if you're going to continue from that trajectory of taking Nigeria from top to bottom, and suddenly you have now become the president, you are indeed continuing in that trajectory. So let's not drag into that point. Do you think rubbish the APC?
Do you think Nigeria should continue to artificially support its currency?
Well, that is an IMF-induced decision, policy. If you look at it, actually, while I expect that we should, liberalize the market, but the approach could have been managed differently, just like the issue of, petroleum, where you had the former president and the Senate and the National Assembly have a bill and a payment till June, which is June 30th, which is the end of Q2, right? And someone comes into May 29th and immediately, up leap, that statement was made. No one ever asked this question. Until today, I'm still asking. That money that was already appropriated for that fourth subsidy, that 1 month of fund, where is that money today? We don't know. Because obviously in that chaos, everybody was scrambling right, left, and center. But the bottom line remains, I would think that market forces should be, should be allowed to play a role. However, bear in mind also that Nigeria is not an economy that is like every developed in a place where you are, every developed economy. There are some level of government intervention that ought to ask yourself, how come we didn't all die during the time of Abacha? For a very long time, Abacha was able to hold this. You see, the thing here is, when, like under Buhari, I say this and I would say it multiple times, when a man takes some positions that he or she does not understand, and people be doing a lot of illegalities under that he doesn't also not know. You are the Minister of Petroleum, yet there were a lot of crime committed against the Nigerian state under your watch. You never fought and tried to bring in transparency to this sector. Why we are in the mess is because we have individuals commingling with our.
Do you think the mess Nigeria is in? Do you think it's as a result of the Buhari administration? Do you think it's a result of the failings of the Tinubu administration, or do you think it is checks from decades back that are being cashed now? Do you think it's historical days?
Some minute percentages are from the checks from the past. However, if they drew a line and made things, let me tell you guys, do you know when we lost Buhari administration? Less than 6 months into the administration. I made a video before I talked about it. The moment you campaigned for election and said, I am going to declare my assets publicly and ensure that every other person that I appoint or that works with me must declare theirs publicly. And the moment you began to find reasons why that was not done, that was it. You did it. There was no difference between what you did and than what Namadi Sambo and Goodluck Jonathan did. Yemi Osibanjo, obviously, statutorily, everyone did theirs. Had Buhari done that twice, there is no way now, 9 months later, everyone is asking question, when is Tinubu going to declare his assets? There is no way. So you see, if we had done these things rightly, the bills of the past that we have now, the checks uncashed that we had before, were fast-tracked by Buhari's incompetence and failure. Now, moving forward, it also appears that the same, for want of words, I would say that the same baggage is being carried over, because as long as we are, putting a lot of things not put up in the public, there is no way people will know what's happening. And as long as people don't know, Take, for instance, in this country, we were here, we were told that the Zionist stole us Iraq. He raped Nigerians for 80 years. Yet the same country that was anchored on anti-corruption could not institute a case of extradition of the Zionist Madeke. We were told that people returned money in this country. Yet the lying machine of the nation told Nigerians that there is a reason why they cannot publish. As long as we are not ready to really fight and say these things from today must stop. And now we are being told by Ribadu that the reason why we are in economic mess. Now we are not talking about PDP, at least 8 years. 8 years. You know, from the smell of the fat, you can have an idea how the shit would taste. Ribadu is telling you that 8 years that these people mismanaged the economy to the way, to the level that that is going to take them a hell of a time. For me, that is a bloody excuse they are given. Get to work. When a group of people are working hard, you will see it. I tell you, you work in a developed country. When you put in the effort, over time you will see it. But when you come in to consume, and sadly, this is what this government has come. Before we had a government of rubber stamp. Now we have a government. You can fill in the gap. Obviously, the first thing you do is to buy cars in a time of hunger, and you're telling everybody to tighten their seatbelt. It's not even my anger. It's not even that they buy 180 million naira worth of SUVs each. It's that they have the audacity to tell Nigerians, oh, the reason why we're buying this is because the roads are bad. What arrant nonsense and madness is that? If the roads are bad, you in the National Assembly declare a state of emergency. If you declare a state of emergency, then fix the roads. But rather than do that, we are buying. The other on the part of the executive, we are all the arguments now by Baya Nonuga. Oh, the former government ordered the yacht, suddenly presidential yacht, and we are now being told, oh no, it's not a presidential yacht, it's the military yacht. I beg. The whole thing just makes one.
All right. Let me ask you two more questions. I start to let people in. If you were president, would you have left the arbitrage in the foreign exchange? Would you let it subsist? And if not, then what would you have done? And similarly, the fuel subsidy.
The fuel subsidy. Like Peter B said, the fuel subsidy would have to go, but you can still sequence it, right? In sequencing, it means, first of all, we have slippages. We have, people stealing money. When you show confidence, we are all in this country. When under Baba Fashola in Lagos State, I'm a living witness. People began to pay tax on their own because they saw where their monies were going in. Without pursuing people go to tax office because they want to pay their tax. They felt they were part of the system. Here, you haven't done anything. There is humongous criminalities. Before the Buhari administration left, we saw the exposés done by Tumbolo and his group, where our oils are going into. So there are things you would have done before you get to that point, Then even if that someone tells you, oh, in the UK they don't have fuel subsidy, they do, but the person will forget to tell you that in the UK where you are, that they have subsidy and they have energy cap. But in Nigeria, not even, because the energy cap and heating gas subsidy is not even about the rich, poor, and it's for everybody. So, and again, this is an oil-producing nation that if the Buhari administration did not mess and destroy the economy, we would not be there, because he was a man who ought to have worked in the petroleum industry, that ought to understand that you need to have your own refinery, refining your product. And someone is telling me the reason why we should hike the price is because, our neighboring country, our neighbors are stealing our oil. Tankers are selling oil to our neighboring countries. Isn't that a case of internal security failure, that we cannot man our borders? Now, on the issue of Forex, like I said, there are mechanisms that we could have used in trying to get these things better. For instance, we could have brought in where the critical components and elements of industrialization, industries where, if these machineries are imported, who can raise that government, rather than give the importer or the company money directly, will have to pay the company. We can pay the companies and get these things done, but rather, we created a system of front tripping. I'll go and get money today. You see, what we keep doing is punishing everybody for this, by the sins of very few individuals, rather than really stepping the foot down to say, guys, we need to change this. We see, okay, these guys, why would I even import if I know that you give me dollars as 450,000 naira, then I can sell it at 850. If you give me dollars 450, I sell it at 850 by doing nothing, staying in my house. If I now go and import and come back, what is the essence? So these things were done, mistakes were made. Let's hope that the first mistake of, the first 6 months mistakes that this government have learned, and they are going to correct. But all they know, all I have to say that Nigerians are running out of patience. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are angry, and they are running out of patience.
All right, brilliant. Let me ask you one last question and let people in. Can I ask the people waiting, as many of you as possible, have your cameras on. If you are able to have your cameras on where you are, have them on. But finally, Mazi, so 6 months in, as you said, what is your assessment of the Tinubu administration? A categorical failure, a qualified failure, a qualified success, or a success? How would you assess it?
If you ask me, I wouldn't, let me be fair. The government have failed in more areas than they have succeeded. Tinubu's government have failed in more areas than they have succeeded. The only success I have seen in this government, I make bold to say it, is the Interior Ministry. The guy in charge of the passport procurement. And this is what people demand. You set up a timeline, you work, you achieve this timeline. This is the only man that I have seen set up target and timeline saying that first 3 months, I'm going to clear all the backlogs. He delivered before time, cleared all the backlogs, that you can go online now, you apply for your passport, you pay. I tried it myself. I went online, 70,064 pages, passport. I paid. I decided even if it's going to take 10 years, I can travel around the world still with my expired passport. I'm willing to fight anybody, because why would I pay someone? Now, 70,000 paid remitter, 2,900 naira. And within the time frame, less than a month, the passport came out. I went there. Obviously, everybody will be looking at it to give money, but it's I did it. Instead, as opposed to 125,000 that people collect for that, right? The normal 24 pages is 32,000. Now, if you go to the airport now, if you go to the airport today, you would also see that there are a lot of improvements. So what am I saying? If you ask me about this government, that Interior Ministry is the only glimpse of, something basically of value coming out of this government. You're muted.
Yeah, of course. I do that all the time. I don't know. And I've been doing this long enough. You thought I'd have the hang of it by now. So brilliant. Let me start to let people in. Thomas joins us. Good to have you, Thomas. Ekene joins us. Good to have you, Ekene. So Joel of Nashville is here. Good to have you, Joel. And King Emeka is here as well. So good to have you, Emekus. I'm going to kick it off with Ekene. So unmute yourself, introduce yourself to Mazi, and put a position to it. Ekene, you're up first.
Yeah, one man.
Sorry, can I, if you don't mind, let me see the faces. I mean, I'm not hiding my face. Let me see the faces of who I'm speaking to.
Yes, Mazi would like you to.
I would have loved him to see the face, but Nigeria now, I open up Nigeria light, you know, the one man. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can the people that can have their cameras on have them on? I think Mazi wants it for the optics.
Well, let me try and know if I can use my this thing.
All right. Once you are sorting that out, then let's go to Joel of Nashville, who does have his camera on. Joel, let's hear from you. You have to unmute now, Joel. Wait, which one be this one now?
I did the same thing you normally do. I did fine. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nashville. Good. I don't know where you are, Ogamazi, but good day.
I am at the ground zero as always. I am within the Great Igbo Nation.
Oh, okay. So good evening. So nice seeing you on this show. Nice having you here. I've listened to you, and you've been apt on many of the things you've said. But I would like to shed some light on the issue of the Southeast, insecurity in the Southeast. And how do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu would help, reduce drastically the issues of insecurity in the Southeast? That is one. What role do you think that Hope Uzodinma of Imo State played in all of this? Also giving him, cutting him some slack, because there was, if you could remember, there was a prison break at the time, I think 2-3 years ago, under the Buhari administration. And since that jailbreak, the Southeast has not been the same. But again, we have also seen that there are some political, there's some political line to it. So, what do you think that Hope Uzodinma, what part do you think that Hope Uzodinma played in the insecurity of the Southeast? Thank you.
Honestly, I'm not a soothsayer. I wouldn't know the part he played in the insecurity of the Southeast. But you have basically answered your question. Imo State was a state where you had a prison break, and since then, Imo had not recovered from the prison break. What people may not know in governance, governance is not a child's play. No state would want any individual or group of individuals to turn their vicinity into a killing field. Recall that during the EndSARS, or immediately after the EndSARS was truncated, that River State became an interesting place, especially Obigbo. When security operatives were killed and their rifles taken, and the governor went berserk in trying to find those rifles. There are certain things that, individuals may take different approach in handling. But in Imo State, I think maybe, and this is my candid opinion, maybe the way and manner Hope Uzodinma handled the security situation exacerbated the the whole thing. But another school of thought would then argue, my dear brother, what would he have done? When your state is overrun, you're looking for help right, left, and center. What would he have done? Did his actions increase the level of insecurity in the Southeast or in Imo? We will never know. This is inaction. Do. Some in private conversation will tell you that actually he was slow in taking action, that if he had tackled it head on. Now, he who wears the shoes knows where he pinches. I'm not in his shoes. We can only be as observers, as analysts. It could be that at that point, one might be thinking, okay, let them use dialogue and see if it's something that might work. So I think it's a tall order for me to really speak to the issue of if his manner of handling the thing is exacerbated it, because we will never know. Now we are looking at it from hindsight. As of the time decisions are being made, it's just like when a car is, when you're driving a car and the brake fails, all your mind is doing at that point is to see how you can maneuver and control that car. You may knock other, one or two things off the road, but it may be very difficult for someone to say, oh, in that point as your mind is, because I don't believe no one, comes into office expecting such humongous challenge to appear immediately. In the case of the analogy with the car, the things you may do may work, it may not work. And in that time, nobody would have actually predicted what will happen. And to your first question, I believe that honestly, the release of Nnamdi Kanu would have brought calm or more calmness to the Southeast. The Southeast is calm. The Southeast, move around here. People are, going about their businesses, taking things to their feet, just being aware of your environment. And, the Southeast, no matter what you read and hear from the social media, remains a very peaceful and a calm place. I mean, all of us are here. We haven't run away now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Mazi, with your permission, I'm not sure that every single one of them is able to have their cameras on. They are all in various states of comfort and discomfort.
I understand that some of them are in the other room. So
yes, you know that there are certain things we do not want to see on the screen. So do you have another question for Mazi, or shall we go to King Emeka?
One more thing. The government of Nigeria, because sometimes last year I was in Nigeria around December, and I came up on this show and I told people, how bad it was in Nigeria. That was, prior to the election. But the likes of one man and Thomas here and some of them here wouldn't agree with me, and we played politics with it. But I asked this question on this show, and I want to ask you, since you're in Nigeria, how do Nigerians survive in this economic hardship? How do they go about it? Because what we are seeing from the social media and from family members, it's not looking or sounding good. So I'm just putting that question to you, since you are in Nigeria. How do Nigerians survive?
Well,
Thank you.
The honest truth is that things are very difficult in Nigeria, but depending on your location, especially those within the hinterlands, the good thing about being in your place and the place of your birth is majority of Nigerians own where they live. And I've have a taste of the two. I don't know where you are. Let's say you are in the US. Your monthly outgoing for your house, you know, for a moderate house, may be about $1,000 or $1,500, and this is something you have to pay every month. But most Nigerians, even if it's one bed house, in some cases, they own it, so they don't have that monthly, you know, bulk money going out except those renting. So, and Nigerians, someone will tell you that Nigerians survive by the grace of God. Nigerians are, that's why you are in the diaspora. They can always call you and beckon on you to help, to send money. They can always call one man to help us.
You know, the diaspora is the new fuel subsidy. It's the new fuel. You know, the diaspora is the new fuel subsidy.
Exactly. You know, so it does happen that people really depend on family members. They, you know, they do all manner of things, both legal and illegal, to survive. And that's why you see crime is increasing across board, not only Southeast. And everybody is living in a jungle of survival of the fittest. So asking how they survive, an average Nigerian will tell you they survive by the grace of God. And indeed, the grace of God is leading them. They have to survive.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But if you want to help us to survive better, we can arrange.
You know, Mazi, we're actually doing we're doing a charity drive to parachute money to needy people in Nigeria. We've no, you are a needy man. If you're a needy man, then we're all in trouble. But we've almost reached our target, so we may well contact you to help us with identifying potential beneficiaries once we've hit our target. But King Emeka, you're up next. Emekus.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you, woman. My apologies, Mazi.
I'll come to you after. I thought you were adjusting to have your cameras on, but let me go to Emeka, then I'll come to you after. Stay muted, Ekene. Yeah.
Thank you, woman. My apologies, Mazi Izioka, for not turning on my cameras. Actually, I'm working at the moment. I just decided to join in. But I've been, you know, I saw your face. I was wondering, where do I know you from? And then I saw your publication. I said, okay, that's it. You're such a popular man. And congratulations on what you do. May God continue to empower you strongly. I have four questions for you, actually. 3 political questions and 1 economic question.
Hey, wait, would this night be sufficient?
It will, don't worry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my first question, do you think the Southeast is politically matured and ready for national leadership? Why do I ask this question is, you know, in view of the uprising insecurity and tension going on in the Southeast, as well as the infuriating statements, remarks, and comments being said by prominent leaders of the Southeast, do you think the rest of Nigerians would trust the Southeast being in leadership position or being the main driver of the Nigeria trucking business? That's the first one. If you want me to take the other 3, I would go ahead. But if you want to take them in between, please feel free.
Go ahead.
The second question is, I listened to what you said. You know, you made your wonderful remark and comment about the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to ask, do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu will result to peace in the Southeast? And also, likewise, do you also, not like factually, but do you, you know, have a suspicion that the prominent leaders in the Southeast are responsible for the insecurities going on in the region? If you think it's not true, my follow-up question would be, why have the leaders not condemned the insecurities in the Southeast, or as well as condemned the atrocities of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, and Samuel Ekpa? And I know you have spoken very well of Peter Obi, and I would also add him into that context of him publicly or privately, never calling out these people individually or the organization as a whole of the atrocities going on in the Southeast. Peter Obi has also, he's largely known of going out of the Southeast region to condemn what is going on in Nigeria, but completely ignores what is going on in his home, the killings and the insecurities. And I find that very hypocritical of him. So my third question, sorry. My third question, sorry. Do you have any idea?
That was the third question. You are now on your fourth.
That's a follow-up question because he mentioned Peter Obi. That's why I added it to him. The third question is: do you have any idea what it costs the Southeast economically with this sit-at-home directives from IPOB? As well as, do you think you have a figure what that amount looks like in comparison to the opportunity cost that it is costing the Southeast to sit at home every Monday? And then my follow-up question to that is:
give us the mentioned
because that's the fourth one. The fourth one is coming.
All right, give us the fourth one because you might overwhelm the guests.
Four questions already.
Ask one more question and then let the man.
So you said the country didn't adopt certain mechanisms to address FX issues, right? So the mechanism you gave, sorry, I didn't listen very well, but they sounded vague. So I also want to ask: do you know the top 10 imports into Nigeria?
All right, Mazi. I'm not sure if you need a recap, but if you want to just address them in one monologue.
No, it's fine. I think you started by talking about the political maturity of the Southeast. You know, I would put it this way. When we make such statement in terms of the political maturity of a region, I believe we are speaking to individuals. It will make me ask, and I asked this question to a professor friend of mine who contested for the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I was having a conversation with him before the election. He said that the Yorubas have not had the presidency of Nigeria. I said, why? But who is Abiola? Or who was Abiola? He said, no, sorry, Obasanjo. I thought Obasanjo was, no, don't say that. Yorubas never voted for Obasanjo. Obasanjo is not our candidate. When Tinubu, by the Supreme Court, was declared, I asked him a question again. Now that Tinubu has been affirmed as the president of Nigeria, is Tinubu now the candidate of the Yorubas? That question has not been answered today. If I bring that back to your question, the political maturity of the Southeast, then I ask, what is political maturity? You made you inferred by the statement. And I think at this point, I want to stop here before we misunderstand one another as to the point where I want to drive this to. And I want to bring you back to say, can you tell me those statements made by Southeast leaders that will make others not to vote for them? Can you please? So that before I go on.
Thank you. I really appreciate you bringing me back to provide more context to my question. I do not want to answer your question with a question. I think it would be very disrespectful. But I would mention one, Nnamdi Kanu, except you don't consider him a leader in the Southeast. But he seems to hold a huge influence.
Hold on. I think you've answered my question. You see, this is where we make mistakes. In the political contest, why would you consider an opinion of someone who is not in a political contest to overrule political contention. If we take Sunday Boho, there was a time he said the things he said. Would it make any iota of sense for someone to say, I'm not going to vote for a Yoruba person who has come out for presidency because the Yorubas are politically mature by the statement of someone who is not contesting for any political office? Watch the words of those and watch the actions of those who are contesting to lead a nation of 220 million, irrespective of the region they come from. I hope you are in this country when Bayo Nonoga, even when positioned, MC Omolo or Oluomo, we all know position that he held with the previous and this government, made certain statements. They are from a Nigerian context and nomenclature, from certain ethnic background. Would it be fair in any way, shape, or form to form an opinion by individuals that do not and are not contesting for any political post, say that because of this statement so made that these individuals or this region is not fit to occupy the highest office in the land? I believe, in my way of speaking, I believe I've done justice today. So I do not think, this is a cliche.
Would you allow me to interject? I just want you to flow, yeah. Okay. Now, my question was not just only the infuriating statement. I called one individual, right? And many might not agree that he's the leader of the Southeast. Many would say he is one. It depends on the influence and power that he wages. And I will consider him to be one of the leaders in the Southeast. And he has made political statements that are infuriating. Now, another leader again is Iwayanwo Emmanuel, the president of Ohanese. He has also made infuriating statements. Not only comments, I also said the uprising, insecurity, and tension in the Southeast, in conjunction with the statements. Now, my first question was, do you think we, the Southeast, are politically matured? We're having problems back home. We can't organize ourselves back home. We can't even choose our leaders. We don't probably have someone or a few people who can represent us on the national forefront.
Okay.
And then,
no, thank you.
So that was
all right. Let Mazi address it, and then after he addresses it, we go on to another contributor.
I think, my brother, I think, with all due respect, I think, you are trying to throw up certain narrative that does not sit well with me. When you say that, you in just a couple of seconds, you made a lot of, statements that are not factual. One, you said that they can't even choose their leaders. Oh, Ghana, wow, for this country. Who chose? Nationally, please. I watch my statement very properly.
Mazi, did you ask for backup? I didn't know you came bearing arms.
Which backup? How?
Your brother now.
No, hold on.
All right. I see what is going on here, but I carry a Mazi.
No, I don't. No, I don't. But guys, what I'm saying is, please, I don't like engaging in narratives that are not backed up. It is wrong.
Sorry, Mazi, I beg your pardon, but can I push you a little bit on where Emeka has you? There's a sense that there's somewhat of a naivety with the sort of politics being played in the Southeast. And that is why Emeka is asking, because the Nigerian politics is often negotiated politics. Nigerian politics is based on power blocks that negotiate then how power is administered. But the sort of politics that we saw come out of the Southeast under the banner of Peter Obi, there was an element of naivety to it. almost trying to bullhorn. I think what's it called, Charles Soludo, who I'm going to take your thoughts on Charles Soludo after we've done the rounds with everybody, who Charles Soludo almost nail on the health described as somewhat of an unzobo sort of politics, trying to bullhorn where finesse was needed. And I think that is where Emeka was inviting you to go.
Now,
yeah.
let me
to also add to it, it's not just with Obi alone, right? This political behavior has been ongoing for quite a while.
Hold on, Emeka. When I say hold on, I think Mazi has the thrust of what you mean. So let him address it.
Let me yield for Emeka, because I want, when I address this holistically, having understood his mind. Emeka, you said not only Peter. Who else has contested for the highest office of this, in the land, and have taken the approach alluded to by one man and his friend, Professor Chukwuma Charles?
Okay, why I said I'm not looking at Peter Obi. I'm looking holistically, because I'm from the Southeast and I'm really concerned about that region. Ekweme himself too. Ekweme, very well respected, right? And the way he was pushed out for Obasanjo, he really fought for the formation of PDP. Yes, collectively we didn't do our homework properly, and he was sidelined and Obasanjo became president. We have Okorocha too. We also have what's his name from Ebonyi State, who didn't get enough delegates to even put him up front to contest for the APC presidential candidate. So collectively, I'm not talking about P2B. I'm saying in-house, we're not doing our homework properly.
Now, I think I've gotten your drift. Now, let me take you on. It is a narrative pushed, sold to you. Sadly, you're buying it. Let me take one by one. You talked about Ekweme. 3 weeks ago, incidentally, I was having an argument with someone who said that because Ndibo did not support Ekweme, that's why he didn't win. I said, bullshit. That's what you've been told. You know why? The delegates from the Southeast, had they all voted for Ekweme without exception, he would still not have won. The military architecture as of 1998-99 that decided that it was Obasanjo using Abu Salami Abubakar would not have let that play, right? So you see, when you just sit back and, I'm talking, when I say we, I'm putting it collectively. When we sit back and just basically begin to look at these things from the narrative of a third party, without really looking into details, why this thing happened. What you've just basically said is like when you will sit back, someone say, if they give power to Igbo, they will be removing themselves. They removed the Pius Evans and they brought Chubo Kadibo, and from Chubo Kadibo, they brought Pius Anyim. Now you ask yourself again, one must not be daft. What happens in a state, in an assembly within the Senate where you have 108 or 8 or 9 senators, 15 from the Southeast, minors, 90-something from elsewhere? If there is a gang up against you, who betide you, you will never succeed. You have only 15. Again, it is a national decision. Before now, there is a narrative that Ndibo cannot give Nigeria one. Why was it that everybody, when he gets to Iboton, everybody is contesting? Why must you, listen to such nonsensical crap?
When I'm not listening. It's not a narrative.
Emeka, hold on for the guest.
Now, I'm talking now. Now, when in parentheses, it was zoned to the north, nobody had the issue that Yaradua from Katsina was contesting. Buhari from Katsina was contesting. Atiku from Northeast, Adamawa, a lot of Northerners contested, including Kwankwaso and Shakarao. But here you have a Peter Obi from Anambra State, the most prominent of them all, and the other one from Anambra, from APCA, whom one man went to the most friend, Governor Soludo, in his own party, did not support, but is willing to tell Nigerians about another person and in their party, right? Yet he had a presidential candidate. Not for one day did he campaign for it, for the individual. Not for one day did he speak in favor of the party, his own party. So in essence, I think someone wrote here that the question about political maturity...
sorry, Mazi, why do you think that was? Why do you think Charles Soludo did not campaign for the APGA presidential candidate?
I do not speak for Soludo, and I don't know. I think...
Do you want to speculate?
No. I do not think for Soludo. I think that is... I'm not willing and interested in speculating. But what I'm trying to tell you guys is, here, I stand to tell you that the first question, do not be boxed into. Let no one think for you. Ndibo has played national politics from time immemorial, and Peter Obi played the smartest politics by becoming a Nigerian president. A Nigerian president. Today, people refer to him as the president they never had. People refer to him as Mr. President. Yesterday on the Twitter Spaces or the X Space, go and see how many people that were there. You have a president that when he's speaking, people will turn off their television or begin to watch something else. Some will better to watch Telemundo than to watch the so-called president, the one you've elected. But that's not the bone of contention. Now, let's not dwell too much on the first question. I think your first question, if Ndibo, political maturity...
We will not agree on the first question, but you can move on to the second.
So hold on. The first question that about the political maturity of the Southeast, I think it's like asking if your father, whether are you sure you are really matured to have me? Because this is, if you want to put it in context, tell me across the regions who have played a better and a smarter politics.
Hold
on, people. No, please. Sorry. Tell me that in 1999, even when Ekweme lost, with all high hopes, Ndibo came in together, stood with Olusegun Obasanjo, voted for him. In 2003, Ndibo stood with Olusegun Obasanjo, voted for him. It was Olusegun Obasanjo from Anambra. In 2007, a man from Katsina State, a Fulani man for that matter, contested the election. Ndibo stood behind him, gave him the bulk vote. In 2010, Goodluck Ebere Jonathan, Ijoma, Ndibo gave him the vote. Even against when people don't understand this, that Ndibo can look and say, Oga Ojukwu, when you contested with Yaradua, we don't want you. Your time has gone. We do not want you. And Ndibo rejected him. Voted for a Northerner against their son. Right? And that was...
Mazi, you are strawmanning a little bit. You are strawmanning.
No, I am not. No, I'm not. It's okay. About political... No, the question is about the political maturity of the Southeast now. There is a way, somebody said here that the question is condescending. I don't want to think that the question is condescending. However, I want to take it in a way that we will all live here, knowing that this thing about political maturity, it is a narrative. And not in my generation would I stand and look and, accept that people will keep pushing this narrative, just like what happened in the last election. Somebody will tell you that we are, if we are going to be one federation, why do you then have to tell me, go back to the Southeast and vote? Yet, when it comes to census, you now want to tell me, oh, stay here. We are one Nigeria. Let everybody be counted.
So, would you pardon me to push?
No. After, let the guest speak.
Don't worry. I'm bringing it the way they hot. Don't worry. Now, let me leave that one. If the political maturity is what is an issue here. Now, the question of the release of Nnamdi Kanu, would it lead to or result to peace? Like I don't know if you listened when I was speaking, I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Damages here. And when I was driving through his community a couple of weeks ago while he was in Nigeria, and I had that conversation, I followed that conversation in a shuttle bus coming from Onitsha to Nnobi. And it was a very striking conversation, because sometimes, this is what I do. I take the public transport, tuck myself somewhere and listen to conversations, feel the pulse of the people, understand the thinking of the people. And this is what the people were saying, that in as much as there are skirmishes of insecurity here and there, and by the way, those who think that all of us in the Southeast are already dead, Dr. Damages fleeing from America, stayed here, went back. We are not dead, we all are alive now. And one of them said, and I repeat again, that if Nnamdi Kanu is released, it will bring down tension. And I believe, honestly, that he must have learned one or two lessons in terms of, creating narrative and manner of speech. And that, within this period of time, all the visits and intervention he have had, that things might be different. That's me now speculating, hold me to that. Now, to the third question, you say, are the political leaders behind the insecurity in the Southeast, and why are they not speaking up? Again, that is another narrative that is not right. Man says, okay, if you consider that people can be leaders without having any elective post, pardon me to squeeze myself into somewhere of leadership within the South. We have been speaking up. Professor Biozo of blessed memory spoke up against all the injustice, all the killings in the Southeast. Dr. Nyamodo spoke up against and still speak up against the killings in the Southeast. Ma says, okay. On so many forums, I've called the sit at home pure madness, no apologies. It is insanity. And I have seen so many people call for it. The governor of Enugu State, I hope you don't call him a leader too. Not only that he has spoken up against it, he has worked to ensure that there is security in Enugu every single Monday and every other day. How else do you want people to speak up? So what we are talking about is that the people.
Woman, I have to push back. I have
no, Emeka, you have to, no, Emeka, you have to wait.
I will let it.
Sorry, apologies, Emeka. I've sent you to the back. You have to let the guest speak. Mazi is 12:40 where he is. He's had a long day, but it's really just out of love for the nation that is doing this. So let's just give regard to that. So let the guest speak. Carry on, Mazi.
So now what I'm saying is that, if we talk about the political leaders being behind, honestly, I don't think it is the case. There might be one or two individuals who may have their political issues. But to say that the whole region is being sank because political leaders want, my analogy has always been, and it has never changed. You cannot go back to your kinsman meeting and you have an argument with your kinsman. You go back home to your family, lock them up in your cellar or lock them up in your storage room without feeding them. Lock them up because you had an argument. That is insanity. So I do not believe so. If somebody has contrary, opinion, please do bring it on. Now, again, you say the sit-at-home impact and the cost. I recall that there was a time Soludo made an allusion that sit-at-home cost Anambra alone then about 1.98, but roughly 2 billion, either per month.
Trillion, he said.
No. I said Anambra alone, not Southeast. I thought Soludo's, something slightly below 2 billion per month or thereabout. So just suppose that multiple months, multiple states, 5. So by now, we may be talking about trillions, right? And you can see also that the people are already also fed up. But they are telling you, I'm telling you what I hear on the street. If whether it is right or not is not mine, but that they say, well, if Tinubu releases him, and they might actually, these things might actually stop. So I do not know. To your last point, the top 10 most imported items in Nigeria, sadly, I had it saved somewhere in a note, but I'm using my phone to, I have so many things to cram, but
that's understandable. That's understandable, because you said you will adopt certain mechanisms, and you gave an example, right? And why I say I need to push back, I don't want your narrative to begin to appear like it makes sense. And maybe when I have the time to ask you more questions, I will go back to these 4 questions and hit you properly where it matters. Now, you said you adopt mechanisms, and the mechanism you gave were vague. And I asked you, what are the top 10 imports in Nigeria? To know whether your mechanism apply, because it falls flatter on the ground. The mechanism you were talking about do not sound like they were things you can implement. If you know the top 10 imports Nigeria imports into the country, then you will know that the president is addressing the problem. But okay, you don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now let me take you on this, Emeka. When I answered, you said it's vague. I used one item, which is machineries. Now, when we import luxury items, we import, wine.
I beg to differ. If you know,
Emeka, no, you can't do this. We have a guest. Mazi is an important man. He's come here to share the vastness of his knowledge. So let him share it. Mazi.
So Emeka, please, with all due, honestly, let's remain on this. The question that I was asked and what I said, I still maintain that in terms of this Forex thing, that there were measures, there were how we could do this. If you're taking out, there are certain areas that I believe to leapfrog the economy. If these areas were having direct payment, because the crux of the matter, if you listen to Lamido Saneso, former Emir of Kano, when he talked about round tripping, it wasn't my concept. It's not my language. I'm quoting someone who is also, in the words of Dino Melai, an intellectual, mobile, sagacious entity, right? So if I quote him, what he's saying is, you go buy dollar, you sell. And I'm saying, rather than come and slam everything with a sledgehammer, can we look at where we have loopholes and start ourselves, start working it up from there? The same thing with fuel subsidy. If the reason, part of the reason, so given by the government, is that our neighbors sell fuel cheaper and there is people buy our fuel and go sell it to the other person, I say, well, that your neighbor is, coming to your house to steal your yam, is because you are incapable of keeping watch over your fence or your gate. But you cannot, because your neighbor somehow finds way to come and take stuff from your house. You decide to bring it down in this sense, literally. That's not I think the smartest thing to have done. But by the way, we are now where we are. These decisions are no longer reversible. Decisions has been taken. Nigerians are looking at the government to do the right thing, to push that we get there. Sadly, and I can say that for the umpteenth time, that the government has failed flat in delivering these things because they haven't shown goodwill. And I enumerated them by the expenditure, by the way we have seen, even in the appropriation bill that is before the National Assembly, there if in terms of the budget and the allocations, and you look at even from the National Assembly, the expenditures there. This is across board, including Labour Party, PDP, APC, SDP, YPP, and all of that. Tell me how it makes sense that when Nigerians are hurting, nobody rejected 140 million SUVs. And even when asked, the Senate president of a particular party will tell you, that they cannot buy smaller cars because they do not have roads to drive on. You know what that means? You know the consequences of that? If that was done by in the United Kingdom, don't you think that the people would have been on the street? Or if that was done in America, that people tell you that this is the way it's it just basically you're not giving confidence that you want to cut costs. There is no confidence that you're going to do. There is no even, it appears that everything is just, let's just grab whatever we can, snatch it, and probably run with it. And we are seeing before our own according to Chief Secretary Okoribono, that they are snatching.
Alias 430, you forgot alias 430. Yes. Mazi, I want to have a detailed and involved, nuanced conversation with you about Peter Obi and Charles Soludo. But maybe next time you come, I'll just have I'll have a close session with you next time. But thank you, Mazi. Let's go on to Ekene, who I think is ready for you now. So Ekene, I want it to be short and to the point now, because
can we no longer make the questions because some of you are, the questions mustn't be too long, please.
Yes, that's exactly what I was just about to say. So be concise and to the point. You can push back only once or twice, and then we move the conversation on. So Ekene, you are up next. Ekene.
Yeah, one man, thank you very much. Yesterday you brought an antagonist. Today you brought a real man.
What do you mean? Ijele speaks. He's listening. No, it's going to come in a minute.
If he wants to listen, let him listen now.
What are you trying to say, Kenneth? Because I'm quiet, I'll let it. First time I'm saying Njenje. Anyway, respect to you, Mr. Njenje. I'll be hearing your name from 1 month.
I don't respect him anymore. I don't respect him at all. He's not have the right to tell you.
All right. Let's not do
keep that to yourself. You can respect him. I don't care. After all,
1 month, please.
No,
hold on.
We have a guest now.
I know. I'm talking to the guest, and I'm trying to tell the Kenyan to behave himself. We are not here to sell spare parts.
No. I think.
No, for real, now, 1 man. Let's call it spade.
That's my opinion.
Okay, everybody mute. It's my role to moderate, but thank you for the thank you for that. But Ekene, short and to the point. Put your position to the guest, so that we can move the conversation on. So. And by the way, Ijele will still be back because I've booked him in for round 2. But can I introduce yourself to Mazi and put a position to him?
Mazi, good evening, sir. I'm Ekene. I'm from Lagos, and I'm from Anambra State, Oba precisely. So, and thank you very much for the great enlightenment you have given. In fact, I'm happy that I waited for somebody like Emeka to have put in his position and the narrative, the explanation he have gave. It's just almost the same thing in my mind, especially the politics in the political space in the Southeast. The way people think that we don't know what we do in terms of politics, when they don't know where they have cheated us in terms of politics. But I'm very sorry for people like them not understanding that even Nigerian space has made it difficult for even a Southeasterner to become a candidate of the big political parties. So I thank you for that explanation. And the only thing I have to say, and the only thing I have to ask you, is about Peter Obi, because I need a clear explanation, because it's a man I love so much. So whenever I see people that also buy to his narrative, I put out this question to them so that they will soften the land for him. We make more clear road for him. We explain more things to people that don't understand him. So that man, in terms of what I understand in his governance, in Anambra State, what he did in Human Development Index wows me a lot.
All right, Kenneth, to the question.
So, what more do you have to say about Peter Obi's performance as a governor of Anambra State? Did he really impress the people of Anambra State, or did he really let us down? If he did, just give an explanation of that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
I mean, that question, thank you, my brother. That question sounds like a campaign, but campaign is over, though. I think, during the campaign period, Peter Obi, I believe, was able to tell Nigerians, and the facts are there, the things he did. He's no genius and he's no saint. Everybody is bound to make mistakes. But one cardinal area that's become a reference point and cannot be disputed is when you take office, your state was in a position A. You say, give me XYZ time. I will take it to position B. And for those of you who think I hate APC, I hate Tinubu, I hate anything about them, I said, no. What we want in Nigeria is good governance. On this platform, when one man asked about the performance of Tinubu, I said, well, not entirely impressed. However, there is one area I pinpointed. I've never spoken to the minister in question. If I see him now, I don't know who he is. But again, I don't know. I don't need to know him. By the target he set for himself, he smashed it. I'm looking at, because these are things I like doing, holding people to account. He said he's going to do this. Okay, let's put it down. Peter said he was going to improve education in Anambra State. Did he improve it? Of course he did. The whole Nigerian saw it. Moving from 16th position or 17th position to #1 and stayed there consistently.
Atiku was responsible for that, by the way, but carry on.
Oh, man. Okay, Atiku was responsible for that.
Yes.
He wasn't able to do the same magic in Adamawa, right? But Atiku was, listen, there's something we must learn. The UBEC. For you to, if you want to do structures, improve education, there is what they call counterpart funding. It could be that states in a year could claim 2 to 3 billion. But for you to unlock that 2 to 3 billion, you must keep an equivalent of that money down. Anambra State had always, in that period of time, been the state that first goes in, drop the counterpart fund in order to unlock. So what it means is, instead of investing 3 billion in education, you invest 6. So, with it, coupled with other things is done, because when we talk about Human Development Index, that's why you see on WAEC, on JAMB, year in, year out, at least the first 2, 3, you see them there. This is next, where if there are other areas he may not have done excellently well, but are also in terms of managing people's resources as though it is his, not commingling public resources, managing it diligently. If, this ideology and policy of, if I'm not going to spend 1 million naira of my personal money, why would I spend it because it's states? So diligently managing stuff, that led to the humongous amount of money he left, not borrowed, but left, because they will spend what they will spend, but certain percentages will be left to be saved for next generation. Many, again, even on this platform, where have arguments as to whether it was the best thing to have done at that point. But imagine that they didn't ask us. Imagine that millions of dollars was left intact today. Imagine the humongous amount of money we'll be swimming in, because you see where our FX exchange is now. So my brother, like I said, this is not campaign period, and is not in my place to begin to enumerate. You already said it yourself, the things he did, and I believe these things are more he did, and that's why you probably just want to hear it from me to say these things again. But here we are. Thank you very much for your question, brother.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So I'm going to go Ajan Lekoko, then Rudolph, then World Peace, and then Maurice comes in. But before we do that, Mazi, do you know what an ambulance chaser is? When they say somebody is an ambulance chaser, do you know what that is?
I don't know now. Translate that in Igbo.
No, it's usually lawyers. There are certain type of lawyers that they go very quickly to accident incident scenes in order then to get that brief of whatever the situation is. So Peter Obi stands accused of somewhat being somewhat of an ambulance chaser. Whenever there is a disaster, very quickly he's there for the photo opportunities. We saw him in Benue State, knee-deep in our waters, during the electoral campaign, carrying a baby, so cliche. And now he's in Kaduna trying to pretend as though he cares. So the campaign is over. Why is Peter Obi still chasing ambulances?
Well, I think then it means you do not know him. Before maybe it might be people, with all due respect, you probably may appear to be those who just known him because of the 2023 election. But before then, here you had a man who, as the state's, governor, anywhere there was a disaster, he believes, there is a way one becomes humble and sympathetic too. I recall one time having a conversation with him. He said something that struck me, that he prefers, rather than attend weddings, to attend funerals. I said, why? He said, because this is when people are vulnerable the most, and this is when they need a shoulder to cry on. That statement is deep. Because the Nigerian people and citizens have been abused by bad leadership and a carryover and hangover of military dictatorship, we do not know what it feels to be shown love. I give you an analogy that is very, very explicit in this. You live in this place, many of you watching me this late have light to do because you live in white man's land, quote unquote. You tell a woman you are in love, how do you express that love? Your colleagues in the office will buy flowers, but do the same to your woman. They'll probably tell you, na flower I go chop. Why don't you wire me some asa? Because the mind, we grew up not understanding and knowing that when somebody is hurting, that just giving an individual a hug can do 1 million things to that individual. Because our mind has been abused over decades, that there is an incident. If you recall, during the Ikeja bombing, Obasanjo in anger said, I was not supposed to be here. I'm actually doing you a favor. That is the mentality. Now, we are now finding fault when something like this happens. A man who has spent considerable amount of time in the diaspora, who understand how life and what emotion is, begin to show empathy. We do not query those that we have elected. We have yielded our sovereignty to them to say, if this happens, we expect you to be there for us. We don't question them, but we'll question someone who, out of emotion, will visit to console and to lend little help that he can. We question why he's doing that, to say he's an ambulance chaser. I think, honestly, like I said, the election is over, and such statement, it may not, by whoever, pushes that, is not necessarily palatable. But let your work speaks. I recall that one of the greatest problems I had, in fact, when I lost hope with Buhari in total, was when there was this incident in Plateau, in Jos. In Plateau. And Buhari flew into Plateau, stopped he did not visit the home place where this incident happened? Will you call Pastor Professor Yemi Osibanjo also an ambulance chaser? That man is a man I have seen with so much empathy and love. That is what we need. Everything is, governance is also about giving people hope. I saw Osibanjo as someone who can sell hope, who can show empathy when things go wrong, that you sit down there, that you listen, that you touch, that you feel. It heals, as opposed to, concern me, after all, they've given me the distance. So I don't think it's, I consider that not necessarily the case here. But hey, people have their opinion, but that's the way I take it anyway.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Ijele Koko, with your permission, let me go to Rudolph, who I think is about to run away. But I come to you, Rudolph, only really to announce that this might well be news to you as well, Rudolph. So you're almost certainly going to be our guest for Thursday. So you may not know that now, but now you do. But good to see you, Rudolph. I didn't know you were slumming it with the poor people, but there it is. Rudolph, good to see you.
Hi, nice to be here. I just I had to run. I just wanted to show my face to support cross-platform conversations, which I think is important. We have a lot of assumptions we make when we stay in our own corner of the world and think in our own way. I think I admire someone like Mazi, okay, because he's right there on the ground, and there are a lot of things that we who are abroad, we stay outside and we imagine things and we think we understand what's going on there. When I came down, I had a different perspective about the situation at home. I don't think anybody who is not going home frequently should be talking the way we talk authoritatively about what is going on there. I think if you're a commentator, if you're involved in this conversation, you should get home and talk to people on the ground. So I really have a lot of respect for what's Mazi.
What shocked you the most when you got to Nigeria? What was the one thing? Sorry, and what impressed you the most as well? So what shocked you the most and what impressed you the most?
You said I'm a guest on Thursday.
Yes.
It on Thursday. Actually, I have to run because I have to teach tomorrow. So that's why. It's not that I don't enjoy this conversation. I really want to stay and listen to you guys. I always do, and sometimes you don't know that I'm around listening. But thank you guys. I will see you if Thursday works. I have to check my schedule, but I think we may be able to do that. But thank you so much for the work you do, and stay safe. I will see you guys.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Rudolph Okonkwo, who you heard publicly say is going to be on Thursday. So we'll find out on Thursday if he's a man of his words, but certainly a man of his words, Mazi.
One man, we give Rudolph another. Well, Mazi, good evening. How are you, my brother? This is Thomas speaking. Let's give Rudolph maybe we give him the Jagaban of New York. We have to give him some title.
No, there's only one Jagaban on this platform, and it's Ekene. Ekene is the only Jagaban we have. But Ijele Koko, you're up next. Introduce yourself to Mazi, put a position to him. Ijele Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi, for coming to have conversation with us this evening. I'm in the United States, and I've watched you on several videos before Nnamdi Kanu was got into trouble. I think I followed you on several I follow you online. So with Dele Momodu and this thing, I know there was one kind of engagement that you guys were doing together. And that was how I got to know you. So it's nice to have you here. So my first question, you're from Abia State, right? Am I right?
I'm from Anambra State.
Anambra State, okay. Yeah. Your governor, the governor of Abia State is a Labour Party man. This is a man with a record, a man that bankrupted 2 banks in the past, but yet your party that was portrayed as the party to save Nigeria before the last election gave him ticket to represent you. Now this man delivered a budget a week ago. The budget for last year was 100 billion plus, but what the budget he announced this year, I mean for next year rather, is going to be 400 billion plus, and 70% for the funding going to come from through
borrowing.
Through borrowing. Thank you, man. That's the right word. Through borrowing. Don't you think? And already that state is swimming in debt. So don't you think this man is on the move to bankrupt that state the way he did, bankrupted 2 banks in the past? That is number 1 question. The number 2 question is, are you satisfied with the role of opposition that your party, Labour Party, is playing at the national level right now, particularly at the National Assembly? Like I said earlier, the party that portrayed to save Nigeria, we saw them colluded with those parties, senators and members of assembly of those parties that you people describe as a party that fit for no purpose, to take 160 billion for vehicle, 140 billion, and that senator 40 billion. I mean 140 million, 160 billion for vehicle. So what is the role of opposition? Are you people playing effective role, or have your representative join them in accordance to this phraseology that if you can't beat them, you join them? So have they joined them, and are we the people? What do you have for the people? What role are you playing for the interest of the people as at now? I'm not hearing from any one of your leaders, neither have I heard from Peter Obi, taking a leadership role in that respect to play a very strong opposition, the role of opposition party to checkmate this ruling party that we have in Nigeria today. I believe you are satisfied with what the ruling party have done, the way they've governed so far, but you guys in the opposition, including your leader, Peter Obi, are not doing anything for the interest of Nigerian people. So let us know what
I think thank you very much, my dear brother. I think I'll start from your last question. Again, you ended your question with a cliche that is very, very simplistic to say, what is he doing? And you added, he's not doing anything. Basically, answer the question. It is not true that he's not doing anything. Since the Supreme Court's judgment, he has taken the government to task on critical issues. If you are in doubt, visit his X account, that is formerly known as Twitter, page. You will see where on the 2023 appropriation bill before the National Assembly, that is the budget to the National Assembly, he took a position. In that position, he made clear, this is what the government is planning to do. This is what he himself would have done if he sat on that seat. So for a man who has been consistent, taking government to account, saying this, presenting a contrary view and a contrary position, maybe in Nigerian parlance, maybe we are used to, if someone doesn't go to national TV, to be insulting everybody, to be calling people's name, it appears they are not doing anything. If somebody doesn't do the military, you know, sometimes that, without sounding this, but I keep saying it, it appears that sometimes the military, you know, we have a lot of military hangover. He has done this, he's basically gone. Again, I'll refer you to that to say, go in here, you will see the positions taken so far. Now, on the reps of Labour Party, I do not have any position in Labour Party, but I think I have also, as an independent mind and as a thinker of mind, as a man, you know, as a free thinker, I have said, I am somewhat disappointed with the Labour Party members at the National Assembly. And I said this, some of them that I speak to, I've told them privately. Let me tell you, I'm a very practical person. When the argument was made that 140 million vehicles were something statutorily for their job, and I've asked, is it not possible to say, I am not going to take a 140 million vehicle? Is it possible to buy me a made-in-Nigerian vehicle, may cost 25, 28, 30 million, and can the, you know, 110 or whatever, the differential be channeled into constituency project within my constituency? Was I to be a member of the National Assembly, God bears me witness, that is what I will do. In a case where, and bear in mind, I say a made-in-Nigerian vehicle. There are so many made-in-Nigerian vehicles. We have NORD, that is Nord, produced in Ogun State. We have Peugeot, assembled in Kaduna. We have innocent vehicle manufacturing IVM produced in Anambra State. It does not matter. The other day before at the airport, I saw a vehicle called Shangan, I think, in conjunction with Meccano. Very solid car. There is no way that car or that SUV, for that matter, if the craze is for SUV, there's no way that SUV will be over 30, 35 million as opposed to 140 million. That's, I mean, that's the figures alone. It just makes your head want to go gaga. So, you know, on that, I stick to that and I say this is what would have been done. Did they get it right there? In my view, no. However, if you come to the budget of Abia State, there is something there is something that I must tell all of us. If you look at the budgets in the Southeast, they've increased. And there is the increase for a reason, because the people in the Southeast are becoming restive. People like me have argued that if we must fix Nigeria, fix the state, we must put more focus on the state and the local government. Because down the Southeast, we are putting their feet to fire. They've gone back now to begin to increase their budget. Do you know that within the Southeast now, the average budget for the first time since any of the state inception, since democracy returned to Nigeria, budget has capital expenditure of over 83%. Capital expenditure.
Sorry, Mazi, what's that a consequence of?
No, that's what the consequence of that is. You don't have so much, you're not overburdened with so much overhead.
Sorry, let me just say this. Where I was leading you to was is a throwback to pull forward. The allocations to the states has quadrupled as a result of the fuel subsidy being removed, because the fuel subsidy was accounting for 40% of the country's revenue. So the allocations to the states have quadrupled to the point that the states cannot be a bit more ambitious in their budgeting.
Well, I see where you're just trying to put that because of the fuel subsidy. However, now that's if the figures escape me, I think there was a figure put up by Statisent on X as to the margin of increment. We can review that later. But where I'm headed to is, if you look at this increment, my dear, you cannot, even when let's put it this way. If you want to argue that it is as a result of this the allocation increasing, I would say no, it's not. Because if you take states like Lagos, for instance, that has about 2.246 trillion, right? And Lagos, apparently, in some places, people will argue and tell you Lagos is dragging both local government-wise and population-wise with Kano. Yet, Kano has about 360 billion in terms of their their proposed budget. If your argument is right, what then, or why then did Kano propose such, juxtaposing it to Lagos, an abysmal projection? It doesn't tally. However, the point here that I want to make is on OT. OT, the budget is about 83% on capital project. Very ambitious. And that is across board. I think Imo State is slightly something close to 84% on capital allocation, right? Or capital, capex. So what I'm saying here is his mechanism of a state that is in debt of 108 billion, shooting it off with an extra borrowing of 400 billion. Now, the argument posited there, which again is left for, like I keep saying, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. The argument is that the critical infrastructure needed for leapfrog was to use these funds to kickstart it. These projects, so be done with these funds, would now generate funds to pay for this money. Now, this is where I beckon everybody from the Southeast, and especially those in Abia State, to basically take your pen, take your paper, and be at alert. Governance is a collective. Those in the states that have put up these humongous propositions, when so approved and it becomes law, we collectively must hold them to account. Those funds, wherever the project goes, citizens, we must do our job to ensure that no one 419. But again, just like as federal government have done, we have to give them benefit of doubt as to where they want to put their money. While we do that within the federal government, I also urge us so that we'll go back to the states and do not sleep on these matters. And that is what, how much I think I can, talk about.
How what the infrastructure that you are saying is you want to use that loan to build will generate so much to repay the loan.
Yeah, but do you know how the payment is structured? What is the validity and the length of the loan, right? So until you see the what personally up to now I have seen is the highlight, honestly. And let me tell you the truth, I have interest in the projections and what has been put forward by Abia State and Imo State. So I think it might and not necessarily be too wise without really looking, because the devil is in the detail, looking at the granular as to what is in these details. And that's where I believe collectively we should. So sorry, one man, I can't go to my WhatsApp. I think if I do, it would obviously disconnect, or rather take me off. But honestly, I've been here for 2.5 hours. I'm getting slightly, it's getting hot in here.
All right. That was my question to you on WhatsApp. How much longer are you able to? Are you able to take about at least 3 more people, and then
let me take 2 more people, and I'll call it a day. It's,
all right. The personality we had on yesterday, Ijele Speaks, he rejoins us only really because he's engaged by what you have to say. So with the permission of everyone, let me give Ijele the opportunity to put a question to Mazi, and then we'll round it off with and then we'll round it off with the next contributor. So Ijele, good to see you. Sorry about yesterday. The system broke down and then we couldn't get you back, but you phoned in. So Ijele, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. From Abuja, good morning to everyone, including our guest. Sorry, I couldn't.
Ijele, good morning. I've been meaning to see you in Abuja.
You know Ijele? Okay, good.
Of course, Ijele, I've been meaning to see you in Abuja.
It's 1 a.m. So, yes. So my brother, welcome. So, my brother, please let me ask you a question. With the cash crunch and this incessant borrowing, it's not peculiar to Abia State alone. Mm-hmm. Because my own state, I'm from Imo State, but I was born in Anambra, and I kind of know Anambra better than Imo State. So I wouldn't exonerate any state, but in Abia State, my problem with basically, I don't think there is an ideological political party in Nigeria. It's a kind of, if you are lucky to get a man who wants to focus on building his state.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So, because in Abia State now, for instance, there is this ecological fund that they didn't talk about. In fact, one of the reasons I don't respect any Nayabaribe is that this man will be posturing as a fighter for his own people, that is at the federal level fighting for his own people. Meanwhile, in his state level, this ecological fund, $56 million. And that was a grant, not as if it was a loan they were going to pay back. We all know that there is no free money. That thing they call grant, those people that brought the money, I'm sure they got some of the oil wells or access to mining sites in Abia State, but that's a story for that day.
Hold on, I'm interested in it. So what happened to it, I beg?
That is why I'm saying now, Obinni Chita, what made him popular was raising ruckus over that money. But since Alex, since Okezie Ikpeazu, whom I hate very well, I don't like him. I don't think he treated his state kindly. But since Okezie Ikpeazu left, I've not heard Obinni Chita say anything about the money. And don't you think to show that with, now this is the question, don't you think that to show a difference between what's now in Abia State, because at the end of the day, we have to see it to believe it. I don't take any politician at face value until I see them deliver. Don't you think that Governor Alex Oti should at least focus on that money and find out how they disbursed it? Because one thing I've come to realize in the politics of the Southeast is that they hardly investigate those that they succeeded. The primary reason being that they themselves may have collected a portion of the money too. So if Alex Oti doesn't have anything in mind like to loot his own or to let this man free because he wants to do another round on the people, don't you think he should be investigating that money right now, especially that Okezie Bazu freshly left office, of which that money will go a long way in helping Abia State? What do you think about that, sir?
Honestly, Ijele, you said something that is very true, and it's not only within the Southeast. Politicians don't normally want to probe those behind, that they took over from. That, by the way, that's why during the time of Udwaram, Delta State money was missing, and the government of Delta State wrote a letter that their money was not missing until the money came back, and they're saying, give us our money. And the argument was that, but no money was missing. But my take is, I agree with you, because $56 million, according to you, I'm not aware of this, is a humongous amount to ignore. Now, should OT not look into it? Listen, what we must do and intentionally do is, irrespective of party, irrespective of state within the Southeast, even across Nigeria, we citizens must shout whenever we have a lead. And on this, I guarantee you, we must begin to ask questions. We can share my numbers afterwards. Let's ask questions. I don't know anything about this, but it's something that is noteworthy. Where is this money? Has this money been shared? If it has not been shared, which project was it used for? Because I recall there was a time, a couple of years back, 2-3 years ago, I went, going to Isukwato using Uturu. That's the Abia State. That road from Uturu to Isukwato, some of them that head to Igbere or Item uses that road sometimes, and that road is already cut off. That is ecological site. So such monies could actually put that road to use. So, to your question, honestly, my honest answer is I believe the governor should look for where that money is. It's a grant to the state. He must and should give Ndabia answers to this. And you and I, collectively, all of us here, we must demand that happens. That we will have to know where this money is. If we, just the same way I said about the budgets, telling us billions, trillions, what is being done with this? It is time. The reason why we have what is happening now, you can see crime everywhere, is because people have lost hope. Previously, budgets, we didn't care much. But now we have platforms. Now people can say, oh, until I go to Arise or AIT. But here we are talking about these things, discussing this on our own, because we are the people that has been hurt. If there is any money anywhere, we must collectively, I believe, and ask questions and demand for answers. What would they do? Nobody gives us food. They don't feed you. They don't feed me. Our job is, because this is our region, we have to ask these questions. And it's not an option. If they have or if they will, they must give us answers, or we'll keep pressing their necks. So I think I would do more research on this. My note says Obin Ichita and the Ecological Fund of $56 million, Then Alex.
Obin Ichita was the State House of Assembly member that revealed it, went live about it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the one that revealed it. I heard it first from him. As far back as 2020.
But Ijele, hold on. You run your platform. Have you tried inviting Obini Chita to throw more light. If not, I can take it up as well. Maybe beginning of
I have tried to speak with him. We spoke. Then when I told him I wanted to interview him, never heard back from him again. So, and I'm a kind of person that whenever I ask someone, we speak like that, and he gets to speak, making it public. He doesn't want to, I kind of say maybe this one is from the other side, or he doesn't want to tell us the entire truth. I've spoken with him.
All right.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Mazi, with your permission, I'm happy to give Ijele your number off screen if you're happy for me to do that.
No, yes, my number is out there. Please share. I would want to connect with him too. Please share.
All right. So, Ijele, I'll pass Mazi's question on. Mazi, he's eager to go to bed, but we're not going to let him go to bed until Prince Daddy asks him a question, one, and then he promises us to come back. So, Prince Daddy, you have the final question.
One man, why are you skipping me? What's all this going on?
All right.
One man, and I've been waiting here since, quietly.
Okay,
one man, I'll pass.
No.
Thank you.
It's, Maurice, it's funny because sometimes when one man does certain things, it's ridiculous and obvious. You called my name, you called 3 people's name, and you turn back, you brought Ijele's fine, you turn back calling Prince Daddy. It's Prince Daddy better
all right, settle down.
Everybody love Mazi.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's only because Mazi, it's only because Mazi actually looks physically tired. I would have bullied him to stay longer, but
honestly,
yes.
Warp is going. Maurice, I'm not. If I ask Mazi a question, I'll be biased because I'm already pissed off. I'll use the floor to you. But what I'm just going to say that he's not saying anything new that the common man that can lay his hand on newspaper doesn't know on the street. But I expect him to come and tell me. Don't answer me now. You can take it to Maurice. I expect you to come and tell me the cause of the insecurity in the Southeast, the solution to the insecurity in the Southeast, what the present government are not doing right, and what you think the Southeast can grab hold on, counter that, to use that against them 2027 so they can get to power. But you are here preaching what any common man knows. So I don't understand what you're talking about. But Maurice, I use the floor to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Sorry, I can only answer questions asked.
Thank you.
So
yes,
Mazi.
Everybody hold. So Mazi, hold that question in abeyance. It's too big a space to open up now. Maurice, you have with the final interaction, and then Mazi will leave us with closing words. Maurice.
Mazi, good morning. This is Maurice, Imo State, and I'm watching you now from Norway. Okay, but I'm from Imo State. Now, my brother, I want to ask three short and direct, very short and direct question. Number one, what do you think that this government, Tinubu's government, is putting, in economics, what they call scale of preference? That means arranging things in order of importance. If you look at the budget, and do you think that there's enough attention on infrastructural development, that instead of frivolities like allocating funds for parties and the First Lady office and all those things? Secondly, why do you think that Labour, like me, I'm extremely disappointed with Labour Party representative? Why do you think they become so numb that they do not, I don't even hear their voice? And that is heart-wrenching, because all of us, we are rooting, and we know how we rooted and fought, and for them to get in there. A lot of them didn't even campaign. But why did they become so numb? And why is P2B not like, I'm not saying he's going to be like a headmaster, but at the same time, why is he not like being that kind of showing that leadership something by calling them together and giving them instruction what to do? Why is he like a bit nonchalant and leaving them, and they are doing nothing and nobody says nothing? Don't you think it's very disappointing to all the obedience, who did everything, rain, shine to vote for them. And then they go in there and they become silent, not even one person. And the only man who said something was that Moye. And why did he say that? Because it's something that covers their own interest, not because of public interest, because of committee, who is leading this committee or this and that. No, it's something that concerns them, not the public. So why is P2B not calling them to orders? Why are the whole level quiet and numb? And thirdly, short and direct, please, sir. I'm sorry that I'm making it too long. Do you think in a clean society, decent society, where there is law and order, no impunity and all this kind of system we have, do you think that someone like Tinubu stand the chance to win any election against someone like P2B? Thank you very much.
All right, Mazi.
I think I think the last question is subjective. Like I said at the beginning, elections are over. Whether Tinubu will win or not win, you know, it's we are where we are already. But I'll put it this way: a former London mayor who incidentally and eventually became the Prime Minister of Britain, that's Boris Johnson, on LBC radio, he had an interview, and I think Nick Livingston, former mayor, there was this interview, and he accused Boris Johnson of not paying the appropriate tax. Now, in Nigeria, this is no crime. In fact, it's not an issue, actually. I mean, we didn't concern anybody. But that election, Boris Johnson almost lost that election because of that accusation on a lift. That same evening, not tomorrow, he had to publish all his consulting work, the amount of money earned, the tax paid. You said on a normal country where things work. On a normal country where things work, nobody in the National Assembly should be running your parents, your mother, your father, my father, your sisters, running them off the road with their nonsense blaring sirens. None of them should have this fleet of cars that they do, V8 engines. But here, obviously, question, you said I make it simple. I said no, because this is what we have. Now, why is P2B keeping quiet? And why is he not speaking? Why is he not calling them like a school principal, scolding them? You know, when he said that, I laughed. He didn't buy phone for them. He's not weekend. So
no, I didn't say he should scold them, at least to give them like advice. Because the obedience are also working.
Listen.
All right.
There are conversations. On that note, there are conversations happening that I'm aware of, that these things are. But at the end of the day, you see, I can't remember who. I don't know if it was Ijele. Somebody said here, there are no political ideologies. Let's not forget that until June this year, 6 months ago, until June last year, over a year ago, just roughly 18 months, when Peter moved into Labour Party. Labour Party was like every other party, right? Within the space of 9 months, 8 months, 9 months to the election, was that enough to have built a lot of ideologies that were going, they stand up? Like Ijele said, we still depend on individual goodwill to do what is right and just. And this is sadly, we can all get angry, but that's what it is. And the conversations that Obi has with these individuals, you may never know. But does he have that? I can guarantee you, yes, he does, right? So, I mean, honestly, it's I don't think you may be pained as I am, because sometimes I feel like, using Koboko. That's just a feeling. But that's where we are. But nothing will stop us from speaking and talking and demanding for good governance, for demanding for what is right. Okay? So, and then the last one is, well,
priorities. Putting priorities first.
Yeah, that one is a very short one. No, they're not getting it right on terms of priority. They're getting it wrong. So it's basically what it is. They're not getting the priority.
Mazi, please, please.
Sorry.
Follow up. One man, just a minute.
Hold on, Maurice.
Follow up.
Hold on. Mazi will come and visit us again, but it's had a long day, and let him just let him address what you've said, and then he'll give us a final speech, and then he'll promise us to come back.
No, I think I've addressed that. One man, you see, let me put it on record that I'm on your platform for 3 hours. Now is 2 hours, 45 minutes. So let me give you 15 minutes more. I won't die.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
Yeah,
all right, brilliant.
One man, let me do the follow-up, please.
Okay, do the follow-up then.
Brief, so that we'll accommodate more.
One man, Mazi, do you think that tribalism is one of the main reasons we never had a very good president, someone who thinks about the country instead of being regionally minded? Do you think that we are so polarized? So the country is so tribalized that it's extremely difficult for us to have one person that thinks about the whole country. And if somebody comes out to say, I want to think about the whole country, that because of the tribalism, how divided we are, that other areas will never believe. Do you think that, please?
I mean, your question is self-evident. Of course, tribalism plays a role, even when good men come out. Sometimes, not necessarily in all cases, but tribalism plays a very huge role. And when we talk about tribe, it's especially it's sometimes benumbing. Sometimes benumbing to think that we think of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and we forget over 200 and something other ethnic groups, even not 300, that they can actually come out, right? And because of the way we've subconsciously structured Nigeria with these three quasi-tripod, every other person does not count. I am from one of the so-called bigger tribes, but when I sit back and reflect, it hurts me. And sometimes I wish there is a way, this nation could basically restructure in order to ensure that those even with lesser votes and in the smaller tribes can actually make it, more that inclusivity can eventually work. There are people who have posited and argued and presented positions like the way you have it in the Schweiz, that is the Switzerland, where you can have a head of state, a president, then you can have a couple of vice presidents in order to rotate, eventually, go around. Some have also advocated for a single tenure of 5 or 6 years. However it is, tribalism has been a thing that have held Nigeria backwards. But again, most times you don't blame the people because unconsciously, or rather consciously, people know themselves from their tribes before they become Nigeria. Because Nigeria, quote unquote, is an artificial entity, right? Therefore, if anything happens to you, where do you find succor? It is very easy for you to find succor in your tribe as opposed to the super state or the superstructure called Nigeria. If there are places where, like in the case of America, where something happens to you and you see a Superman coming out saying, yes, this is my boy. In cases where we have people stranded abroad, you hear, oh, Benue Association brought the person back. Anambra Association brought the person back. Not the Nigeria Association brought the person back, but their tribe, sort of. And people would then, as a result of the actions, not only spoken, but this is what they live with every day. They see it, they touch it, they feel it. These things give them that, mindset to pander towards tribe. Rwanda is a case in point. A people that have taken calculated decision to make sure that tribe goes down and the spirit of nationalism basically springs up. So if Nigeria must transcend beyond where we are today, we have to be intentional about the actions, the policies, and things that are done in order to create an inclusive and equitable and egalitarian society. Thank you very much. Next question.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince Daddy. Prince.
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. Hello, everyone. Hello to Mazi.
Is it okay?
Mazi, is it okay? Yes, hello, welcome. I didn't jump from the beginning, but I know we have a few minutes left, so I was gonna kind of ask a question to follow up on Ijele's extended question earlier. In terms of Peter B's, I guess I won't call it ideology, but whatever Peter B stands for, I think Ijele was trying to prod you to give us some examples, perhaps, and you referred him to X, former Twitter. Not everyone is conversant with Peter B or his Twitter or X page. And you being Peter B's apologist, why don't you do us a favor? Why don't you do us a favor by telling us if Peter B has ideology or what opposition politics does it play, or is it just real politics as usual?
You've asked a question, but you kind of ended it with a set notion of where you want to go by the statement referring me to a P2B apologist who has to go and come and tell you. Now, by that statement, by that use of word, no matter what I say, will definitely mean nothing, to you, without due respect, because I don't think if you already have the mindset of me being an apologist of P2B, then probably my reference, honestly, humbly so, to X, stands that in many occasions he have played and have asked. For instance, if you want, let me just draw one example. When some of these, when the issue of budget came up, he made an argument that some of these funds budgeted for repair of these presidential lodge in Lagos and do these to the other one, that you can actually match them all together and plunge that into education, because that's where he has passion for. Okay, and the figures, I do not have a full recollection of it now. Obviously, reading a couple of things daily. So I think the figures are there. That's the reason why, so that I do not stand misquoted. That the figures, as the way he presented it, are there. That if you go, we can, if I had 2 phones, while we were talking, I would have put it out and given you the figure. But sadly, it's only one of this phone that is charged up, and I can't touch it while I'm talking to you hands-free.
Sorry, Mazi. Sorry, what I meant was that tell us like an overarching policy or Peter B's ideology. And by the way, I may have my own position on matters, but you or anyone with a superior argument should be able to convince me otherwise. So it's not true that my mind is made up. If you have something superior than I do, absolutely, okay, I'll listen to you.
I think I've given you the most critical part of the component, which is cost saving. right? Maybe I didn't use that word, I didn't call it that word, cost saving, where you have, instead of going into frivolities, at this point in time, is it a good time to begin to go spending billions renovating a VP house, spending billions to build new one, go into Lagos to renovate presidential lodge or vice presidential lodge? Is it something that is needed at this point? Could we do better using these funds to shore up our educational budget, for instance? Again, the cardinal point of what he keeps preaching is, run a lean government, make people more accountable, and at the same time, make sure that cost stays down. But I think these key areas that he has actually spoken at is not the forte of this government in question.
All right, Thomas. Thomas.
Yes. Good afternoon again from Victoria in Melbourne, in Australia. My brother, I'm not happy you are leaving. I will not deceive you because I know people still have many things to ask you. I would just employ, yes, I'll just employ you. Just take this as
one man started this program earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the one thing that kills us is the timing. Yeah, but
yeah, just take this as introduction to us. My brother, I have a lot to ask you. People have a lot to ask you because you've been an enigma on matters of Nigeria. I'll just tell you, may God bless you. That's a vote of thanks. May God bless you and your family. Yeah, thank you so much. Dadu, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Mazi, parting words.
Honestly, one thing I have to tell us is, people, it hurts most times to note that a great nation like Nigeria will still be dwelling on the premise and the plank of potentials. Many of us born in the 70s and those before us in the 60s and 50s would now still be looking at Nigeria and still hearing about potentials. And I say, we can also become a great nation. We can become a great people by loving one another, by please showing down. No one says you have to dislike your ethnic nationality. Of course, Nigeria is a state made of various ethnic nationals. However, in liking and showing up and holding your ethnic nationals responsible, please, let's not hate one another. Let's just please, I beg, know that no matter what, we are within and we are still within one family of the black race, the cradle of human civilization. Therefore, I think it's been a great opportunity and a great privilege to be on this platform, interacting with every one of us. I do not say for 1 second that I know it all, willing to learn. However, let's meddle down on narratives that may haunt generations that we may want to peddle. No matter what we do today, we may think it has got no impact, but please, let's always think about tomorrow. People, I love you all from my heart of heart. It is now about some minutes to 2 o'clock in the morning, and I still have a long way to go tomorrow. But I really enjoyed every bit here. One man, thank you very much for really, really staying on course to get me to do this. To do this, I had to get Elon Musk internet because in this part of the world, it's almost Christmas, total infrastructure collapse. Most times there is no network. So the reason why this hasn't blinked a bit is because one has moved into using satellite connectivity. But again, it's one of those places that we can still do better as a nation, where we must demand from all our leaders, because our state governors are now telling us, everyone hold the federal government account. I say, no, we must hold you guys to account because they have no excuses. Hold them to account. Why are they not building railroads? because now rail building is no longer the in the exclusive list, is now in the current list. Why can't they build power plants? There is no reason. The sky is our limit. So let's hold them to account. Let's demand for better government. You and I, south, east, west, north. We can be governed better, but let's do it democratically. Guys, thank you. Love you all. Good night.
Thank you very much, Mazi, for doing this. Excellent, a real delight. A veritable gentleman, of course. We know him no other than as he presents. A real delightful company. We're sad to let him go, but of course, it's 2 a.m. in the morning and he still has a day. So, Mazi, thank you for being in our company today. And hopefully, we'll call on you next time and you will come and join us again. So, that's the excellent Mazi Ezeoke in Njenje Media. I'll put a link to his platform if you want a more expansive narrative of his politics, then please go join him. So thank you, Mazi, for doing this. I'll call you during the day. Thank you. Sleep well.
Thank you very much, bros. Thank you. Enjoy the winter. I wish the way I sweat now, I wish I'm
no. So Ijele, Mazi leaves, but you're still here. So you carry on then as the guest of the session. So Ijele, acknowledge you're still there. Ijele speaks.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. I'd rather stay as a floor member anyway.
All right. Okay.
I want to say something about what Njenje TV said. I think it was before his final word. You see, the issue of Igbo presidency in Nigeria, I've stopped taking seriously anyone whose political conversation is centered around that issue, because obviously it seems they don't understand what we've missed. And there's something Mazi said, which I want to correct. He said the issue of tribalism, that we need to get past it. No, we got past it before. Nnamdi Azikiwe defeated Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe defeated Chief Obafemi Awolowo in the Western region in an election. A Fulani man, I think it was either from Sokoto or where, was the mayor of Enugu when we had a mayoral seat in Enugu, was the mayor of Enugu around, I think it was either 56 or 58. So it's not as if we are moving, we have not, it's that we are going to grow into it. No, we've gone past it before until people decided to infuse tribalism into our politics. Then he made mention of when people said 5 years rotational presidency, but it's like he didn't have enough time to explain it better. The people that were against, very vociferous against the 1995 constitution, which they termed the Abacha constitution, number one were people from the Southeast. And what did the constitution say? Rotation is impossible for an Igbo man to have become either the president or the VP. Yet, the same group of people who torpedoed that idea are still in charge of leadership in the Southeast. You see why I tell people that it's a very long haul to fix the political predicament of the Southeast. And one more thing about the rotational presidency is this. They ran a heavy propaganda that so many people were turned off, especially in the Southeast and the South-South. The Southwest, not so much. Even though Abacha had his people in the Southeast, but the core political machines were against him. And that disdain built on hatred is exactly what is keeping Igbo where we are today in politics. So let's just try and educate ourselves on the politics of Nigeria and why people found themselves here. And Somebody contacted me today. This is like going back to what said yesterday. He said that some people are saying by faith that what I said about this generation, this and that. I want them to understand that whatever this generation is passing through, I'm focusing on the Southeast now, which is the same thing in other regions, is a product of the activities, the actions and inactions of the leaders of the past from at least 1970 to date. I will be deceiving myself if I'm coming here to just give you hope. I hate selling hope to people because I believe that every societal problem has a root somewhere. If you have not gotten to the root and solve it, you can't. Okay, you see how. So anyway, let me just pause here because I didn't want to speak about the guest because it's no longer a probably waiting.
Let me ask you this. Just it's still in the rounds of the conversations that we're having. So we're talking about ethnicity. Do you think ethnicity was especially amplified in the course of this particular election, this 23? Do you think it was especially amplified? And if you do you think it was because it was a Wazobia election and it was an inevitability that ethnicity will come into play?
It's not necessarily about Wazobia. If you notice, politics has been morphing into different things in different regions. The division you have in the Southeast today is because of the dirty politics that people adopted from 1999. And this 2023 election, you just saw the manifestation of the IPOB destructive propaganda. It all came to a head in the past election. I'm not saying that the Southeast is the only place people play tribal politics, but the Southeast is the only place that such politics takes preeminence. No, most people from the region are either denying it or they are not seeing it. Apart from tribalism, they infuse religion into it, of which they were projecting the political reality of the Southeast on the whole of Nigeria. If you notice, it turned so many people off and continues to turn them off. I'm always
Ijele, I would like to interject, please.
All right.
When you say that Southeast IPOB this and that, and also introduce religion into it. Now, were you still in the country? Were you still in the country, or did you hear what the narrative coming out from Lagos State, Ananoga, and all those people that said that everybody who is not Yoruba or Igbo should not come out to vote? Did you hear that, or you were completely deaf to that?
Please use your choice of mind, your choice of words. Like I said, you IPOB people, I don't like how most of you speak, and actually I don't have respect for most of you. Maybe we'll pass the question to someone else. Meanwhile, I will start from what I was saying. So now, in the Southeast, the anti-Fulani hatred they were selling, if you check from 2015, the hit on the Yorubas soft pedal after and days leading to the 2019 general election. And when I look around social media on political platforms, I know where the tribal and ethnic politics takes hold, and is the Southeast and the South-South. Almost every propaganda spread against President Ashwadu Bola Ahmed came from just one broadcast, one IPOB broadcast by Nnamdi Kanu himself. Whether a drug deal or certificate or age or where he's from or he's Guinean and all those things. you find out that that evil seed permeated the consciousness of so many people, and they started reflecting it. It's on their tweets, it's on their broadcast, and that thing has moved Ndigo further back, whether people want to accept this or not. So many things. It was within Nnamdi Kanu's fake reign in the minds of people who can't think for themselves, that we saw that a man was taken before one of these fake deities. Is their juju nonsense they are doing? Of course, that one is not only in the southeast; there are most places in the south. The man was made to swear before that deity that he had no hand in selling a land to a northerner. What? Have you gone to Kaduna? Have you gone to Kano? Have you gone to Sokoto? Have you gone to Zamfara? Have you gone to Kebbi? Name any place in the north that you go to the state capital and you don't see Ndigbo overwhelmingly dominating all the middle class areas, all the nice places. Of course, they invested their own money there. No one gave them. You don't begrudge them. But how do you square a group of people being the most scattered in the country, and at the same time being the same place someone was made to swear and oath that he had no hand in selling land to a foreigner? Many people have not understood the damage these people did on the southeast. Believe me, you see, if not all those things, I understand when DDP people gathered and didn't zone that their ticket to the southeast, but I believe they should have just left it in the south. But the reason they can't risk a southeasterner is that any political party that failed, I said it before the election, this is not something in fact I have other posts. I even wrote it in a book that I published, but I'm not selling it yet. Before the election, I wrote it, I said, any party that feels an Igbo man will never get 1% of the vote in any state in the northeast and the northwest. These are two regions you must win if you want to be the president of Nigeria. At the end of the election, no autopsy was done. And we are back to, oh, they are marginalizing us. They don't want an Igbo man to be president. No one stops an Igbo man from running for the presidency, but we just have to learn how to coexist with people and play good, sound politics. There is no clean politics in Nigeria, but all this blatant propaganda, spreading of falsehood, insulting people who never did you anything, that will stop. If not, nothing will change. Thank you, bro.
All right, brilliant. Who wants to come into the conversation? So it's an open floor session now, so anybody can just come in.
Let me go. First, let me thank Ijele for, I think Ijele answered my first question. And also, let me also appreciate Mazi, the guest. He's an eloquent speaker.
Mazi is okay.
Mazi is okay. He's an eloquent speaker. He's someone who would do very well in Nigerian politics. He knows
you know, I have ambitions for him to be Anambra State governor, and I think he might well be. I might well have that ambition as well.
Oh,
maybe he doesn't.
He would do well, you know. But you know, he can't. He's someone who can convince the average Nigerians to see his point of view. But Woman, while I would applaud his him coming to the platform, I want him to come more often, right? To discuss and interact with us. But I'm not happy with you. You know, I've actually expressed my displeasure, right? You know, you always ask us to come prepared, and I came prepared with my questions. I know from my interaction with him, I know that's why he came out with the narrative you're painting. I wasn't painting a narrative. These are practical things, and Ijele has spoken on it. He spoke about it yesterday, and he has highlighted it again today with examples. So I just wanted his own opinion, being that he is a seller of P2B, the product called P2B. I wanted to know. And, my interjection was to guide him properly to my question to answer. When he was talking about leaders of the Southeast who were not painting that, who were not speaking on the narrative. And I called names, though you saved him. I was not trying to be, I wasn't even antagonizing him. I was just can I interject so that I can correct him properly or guide him to my question. And then he spoke about his mechanism, FX mechanisms, that was vague to me. And I said, do you know the term imports, the top imports that Nigeria bring into the country? Yes, we import a lot of things, but the ones that take a lot of our efforts out of that country, do you know them? Yes, I do not expect him to know because of what he said initially. So, yes, we all learn too, and he has acknowledged he learned, and I respect him and I respect his views. If he knows the term, and the 7 of those items or 6 of those items are petroleum or oil and gas related products. Even to Nigeria, I hope to Nigeria is listening because I told to Nigeria to go and Google it. 6 or 7 of those items are petroleum related items: polyethylene, fuel, jet oil, diesel. Which of them again? They are petroleum related products or byproducts of petrol or crude oil rather. And then with the Dangote refinery coming in, jet oil is out, diesel is out, PMS is going to be out very soon in the 2nd or 3rd quarter of next year. Polyethylene is a byproduct. Fertilizer is a byproduct. Those are the things that consume our FX and deplete our foreign reserve. So when he's talking about those mechanisms, if you know the idea of what that Dangote or why Buhari administration decided to help ensure we have at least a refinery that is working, it is to address these issues. Then the other most important import is wheat. The Minister of Agriculture now is rallying around with northern farmers to see how we can produce more wheat. They are looking for lands. Now, if you've been able to address the 10 top importation that depletes our foreign reserve and is a direct result of why our naira is going down, what do you think would happen? It's not about going to go and give people money to do machine. I appreciate his answer, but it's not the right answer. But again, one man, my vexation is with you and not with him. We need people to interject. He's a very eloquent speaker. He's someone who looks at a question and pivots or dances around the question and give you another answer, and you would think he's saying the right thing. No, but if you listen attentively, you'll be able to pinpoint and name what he's saying, that it is not right. But once again, I appreciate him coming around. It's not everybody who would come up here to speak. And I understand what you were doing, one man. You were trying to protect the guests. It's understandably so. And you also wanted other
yes, it was more that than trying to protect the guest. Mazi is okay. He's robust enough a personality to take on anything. But,
no, I know. I wasn't going to. It's not like I was trying to go to like, hey, no, no. I will politely allow him to speak. That's why I politely said, can I interject? Is it okay for me to interject?
Emeka, but Emeka, please. Tinubu is not responsible for Dangote refinery, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't call Tinubu. I said Buhari. You see, that's another thing. You understand? When you don't listen properly, because I try to listen.
No, but we are talking about Buhari. We are talking about Tinubu administration. We are talking.
Tinubu.
No,
Tinubu
was talking about Tinubu's administration. You said the things he has done. That is the point. I was here. I listened to everything. We were not talking about Buhari administration.
I wasn't talking about administration. I asked the question. No, you are pinpointing administration. I think you're taking things out of context. I understand where you are going to, but that's not what I was saying.
Hello, Maury.
I just wanted to ask him those questions so that, because again, it's not like you will say the government is not doing something. the government is doing something. The government has
Emeka.
acknowledged the problem and they are trying to do something.
Hello.
I'm
Yeah,
landing. Don't worry, I'm
of
almost
course, they're
landing.
doing something. They're buying
Emeka, please, can I interject minutes?
SUV cars
Yeah,
and going on 1,400
once again,
contingency to
let me
Dubai.
also
They're doing
appreciate
something.
let me also
Okay.
appreciate one man who is giving us back-to-back good, interesting section that it is also being streamed on Dr. Damage's platform, which is good, encouraging. The only problem, one man, that every positive must come with negative. One man, please come early. Today you came early and I was happy. Come much earlier. I know your timing is a bit different, but come much earlier because this platform is the best, in my opinion. It's the very
Hello,
best.
Emeka.
Yeah, you say that to all the girls, I'm sure. But look at this guy. He wants to be. I used to use that line when I was 17. That you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And then the next one comes along. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Hello, Morris. Hello, Morris.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. One of the major points people attack Tinubu for is the fact that he has to carry the cross of the previous administration under the guise that it was an APC government. Now, Emeka is establishing a roadmap to success, and you're trying to detach Tinubu from
No,
it.
you did not. What you're saying is in total contradiction with what I talked about.
No. I heard you clearly.
Yes, but let me tell you why.
Hold on, please, Morris. Please, let me just
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Morris just established the fact that one of the major consumers of the forex in Nigeria are petroleum products.
Right.
And in an attempt to save the situation, Buhari took the other route, not trying to fix the Nigeria refineries, but through a private sector trying to fix it, inevitably solving this problem at a reasonable, to a reasonable extent in a very short time. However, when people want to condemn Tinubu that is less than a year in government, they bring the sins of Buhari. But now that there is a success ahead, you want to detach him also from the Buhari regime. Don't you think it's a bit cynical?
Okay, I'm glad you asked me that question. Number one, I never compare one to the other. I never compared Buhari's administration to Tinubu's administration. I never compare. I make my own assertion and decision, whatever I take and whatever I said is solely on the present. Because we can say whatever we want to say about Buhari, he's gone. But we are looking at the person in charge now. Since he came in, what has he been doing? Even you, the way are they putting is he putting priority? Because if I remember, and you also may recall, in a very short not so long ago, he said on numerous campaign trips, listen, that he will cut down governance, save money, do away with frivolities, and very prudent, financially prudent. That's what a lot of the things he said. I'm coming.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying now has nothing to do with Buhari. Buhari has come and gone. The person that is in charge now is Tinubu. Then what is he doing? What is he doing now?
Okay, Morris. Okay, thank you for the question. What is he doing? Let me start like
one
this.
Man.
Okay,
sorry,
what?
I thought it was one man speaking. One man, I would like to add to what Emeka said after our brother is done.
Okay, Ijele. Okay, during the cacophony of the campaign, we ended up not listening to people. Over time, I've studied Obi's economic philosophy. It's more of let's continue to.
But by the way, who is talking, please? I can't see very clearly.
All right. I want to let me pivot the conversation a little bit.
Please, can I just drop this before? I think let me just drop. This is important. Tinubu's economic philosophy is let us expand the sources of income. Why Obi was more of let us just manage what we have.
So
in what way? In what way, Tinubu has?
That was how we administered Anambra State as well.
But
Saving
how?
money
In what way? Okay, now since Tinubu came in, is there any? He's been going around, traveling around the whole world. Did you see one single foreign investor coming in? One. I'm not even saying two, but rather the ones here are living. The ones here are living.
Let me explain one thing. Like legacy.
Tell me one thing. How you measure success in this now?
Okay,
so
wait.
Far.
Legacy that goes beyond one term takes time. You can, it's not like the cosmetic one, like, oh, let's just make it and people think we're doing something. It takes proper planning. For those that have done project management, they understand it takes proper planning to get sometimes you spend more time on planning, anticipating possible problems than even execution. Yeah, you plan properly, it takes shorter time to execute. That is why I will give him 2 years to look at what he's trying to do.
But financially, do you think they are planning properly? The way where they are allocating money, the kind of things they are allocating billions and billions and billions to.
My brother,
do you think those things are not?
All right, thank you.
You can take over, please.
All right, thank you. Let me pivot the conversation. Akulata, are you there?
I am
My
here.
brother, please, I said I want to add something to what Emeka said. Please.
Ijele. Come in, Ijele, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My brother, I apologize. The person I'm taking his space. You see, I don't involve myself in people that always want to talk about problem without talking about, because when you focus on solution, you will see changes. GSK was the pharmaceutical company that left Nigeria and went to Kenya, right? Now, not just them. So many of them that thought their plans for Nigeria has worked are gradually moving in now. And Emeka laid down a point that so many people have not grasped it very well. It's not just jet fuel, A1, and diesel with PMS. It's pharmaceuticals. The byproduct of crude with modern technology can give you
a solvent. Thank you.
An array of things. You know this leather. You're wearing some shoes. Oh, my fine leather shoes. You bring it, you don't know the difference between that leather and the real leather. It's a synthetic. That's a product of petroleum products. Crude, especially. You see medicine, modern medicine is also a byproduct of crude oil. You see cotton for cloth making. All these clothing materials, you can get them from there too. Now, with the establishment of that refinery, of which the federal government invested 20%, they own 20% of the entire investment. You have created new industries. You can't tell me that it's just by happenstance that the pharmaceutical company is coming back. Instead of focusing on how we should position ourselves, not investments in name only. The Bank of Industry should be tapped, and you don't give them the money. Let them identify places that factories will be set. Industries, factories, companies will be set to manage any of these things. Oh, we are building a medicine production plants in so place. Oh, we are building them in 3 different zones in Nigeria, especially where we have access to professionals who can man those things. You pay directly to the construction companies. Don't even need to go through the ministry or any government parastatal. One factory alone, manufacturing drugs, do you know by how much it will reduce the cost of drugs? And once you reduce the cost of drugs, you have killed fake drugs. The person cannot manufacture it and sell at almost the same price. There's no gain in it. Meanwhile, you are creating a large industry that has the capacity to take over the entire West Africa. Check our neighbors, import almost everything. Now, by the establishment of this refinery and other refineries that are going to go live very soon, I give you within the first half of next year, I'm speaking to you on this particular issue as an insider. Ask anyone that knows. One thing the first thing President Tinubu did after taking over from President Buhari was setting up a committee that will look into the refineries and see why they are not functioning, because those refineries, all of them are supposed to have started since August last year. Do you know what the investigation showed? The people they left in charge, and this is not about political appointees, or no, people in the ministries and their godfathers. The people in charge of our refineries are the people who are importing fuel the most, are benefiting from fuel importation, and the dollar and the FX scam. They are running with it. We give him credit for that first. That this Dangote refinery is coming. Do you see how fast he resolved the NNPC nonsense some people were trying to put? Who do you think were the people trying to stop and make it difficult for them to access crude? The same people that rely on fuel importation. We talked about medicine. We've not talked about textiles. Textiles is a byproduct of crude. With modern technology, most people can't even take time to do research on advancement in any part of life. Like they are existing in a civilization that has changed, but they are not aware. Then they will start focusing on problems, and when you see them, they will never be happy. Never. That's why I block out the bad energy. I don't talk with them. Once I sense just one small atom of that character in you, I just lock up. You go your way, I go my way. Because while you are bickering over non-issues, and you know, the level of propaganda, I'm not carrying water for President Tinubu, but I dare anyone to compare Anambra 99 till date and Lagos State 99 till date. You can't. You freaking can't. And the truth will be
Lagos was once federal capital. Lagos was once federal capital.
Please,
remember that?
Please don't wait. Please.
Moban, are we able to because he has had this run yesterday, and you know, today he cannot just come and keep making these previous claims. You know,
please,
can I questions here, and we just say that he's right.
It's an
because so many things that he's saying here that is wrong.
Yeah, no, it's an open conversation, but hopefully a respectful one, so that we don't turn it into. I think Ijele doesn't mind being pushed back. Yeah.
One man went to more. Please hold on, please.
Yes,
I have not insulted anyone yet. In this speech, like I told you, there are people I don't even like having in like a you can't even be on the same table with me. Have I insulted anyone here? And that yesterday, go back and replay the video. I never use any insult on anyone until the person says something, then I go nuclear, because I don't have time to be pushing back and forth with you. I send that small one, I'll give you a big one. Now, this argument that Lagos was once a capital, let's check Lagos State now. Like I said this thing yesterday, maybe people weren't paying attention. Most things that make Lagos tick, we are post 1999 projects in Lagos, all of them. Name the area. So why I didn't want to sound political. I was trying to show people how a society is built. Do you know how many petrochemical plants that refinery will bring alone? You posted something, 20 German companies are coming to invest in Nigeria. Most of them making noise don't see such news because they never get it from their news sources. Go and check how many petrochemical plants that have closed down in Germany between 2000 and February 2022, when the thing in Ukraine started, and August last year, over 1,000 of them. You think you know more than them, and they are not seeing the importance of this factory, this refinery? You think they are not coming here to manufacture drugs? You think they are not coming here to manufacture petrochemical products? And they are going to be sending the money back to Germany. How are we going to cushion it and make sure that our own small-scale industries, medium-scale industries, take part in it? You think Nigeria is crumbling and the USA is building their biggest embassy in Lagos? You think they plan on leaving? You know, my brother, please, let's try to elevate our conversation and stop all this.
Please, one man, let me just say something, please. Petrochemical did not start with Dangote refinery. We've always had petrochemical industries and its allied industry.
No, it's talking about an amplifier. It's talking
what is wrong with these people? Are they not listening? I told you more petrochemical industries will come in, and you're here telling me what? Like,
Mr. Man, he said 2,000. He hasn't even been in Germany before. He said 2,000 petrochemical in Germany.
I didn't say 2,000. I said over 1,000 of them have closed down. Petrochemical companies.
So
both the ones supplying raw materials to them. I did not tell you they went to Nigeria. I did not tell you they came to Nigeria. What is you people are not even paying attention?
I just want to know where you're coming from. You're just here making noise here. I just want to know where you're coming from.
He's just here making noise, rambling.
Hold on. Everybody hold. Let's not degenerate it into don't use language that he will feel the need to push back against you. You can say you disagree without telling him he's making noise, but carry on.
Okay, Mama, this is where I wanted to come from, right? Petrochemical industry and the allied industry did not start today. That we have Dangote today does not mean that if there's any
who said it started today? Like, who said it started today? Who are you referring to when you say it started today? Who said it started today?
Can we have a conversation? Can we act like grown-ups?
This is Ijele now. It's not possible to have a conversation with him.
No, your brain is too low to have a conversation with me.
Your brain is too low. You are too low IQ to have a conversation with me.
Hold on, Joel. Maybe you want to pick it up from where he stopped. What Ijele is saying is that with one of the top 5 largest petrochemical industries being built in Nigeria, it's not saying we don't refineries being built in Nigeria. It's not saying that we don't already have petrochemical industries. It's telling you that the growth will be exponential, and is citing these German companies coming in as people that have already seen the smoke signals and they are already acting as first movers. So that is where he is. He's not saying whatever in Port Harcourt was not there before. It's telling you that this is an amplifier.
Okay, one man, there is no doubt. We have never said so, because all the functions of what we are expecting from Dangote refinery is what we were expecting from our refineries. We all know the role and crude oil plays in our fabrics, in our car dashboards, in shoes. We know these things. Now, one man, we had like what we call like Indorama under Intel. So Indorama was like a sublet under Intel. That was in Port Harcourt, right? I knew the reason. One of the reasons why they were having issues was, Port Harcourt wasn't really up and doing the way they should. I don't know if that company is still there, but I heard that Intel has been rejuvenated. So I think probably they might have supply from the Dangote refinery. Now, one more, please. Tinubu has only been there for 6 months. We all know that the person that put out this stuff we're seeing today, even though the finances were kind of questionable, was Buhari. Right, so before we start giving Tinubu all the praise.
No, it doesn't matter who put it up. What the conversation is actually that the country is about to pivot into an economic better place. So whether even it was Gowon that put it there, it doesn't matter so long as we benefit.
One man. I saw. Hold on, because we had a statement, like a comparison. That was where I started. That was where I was coming from. One man. The issue there is this: the Dangote refinery was a private investment, and it came in through Buhari. Whatever economic benefit that it has depends on how.
Will the economic benefits go to Buhari?
No, one man. It depends on how the federal government manages it. That's where I'm coming from.
Forget all of that. Look, anyway, carry on.
Allow me to learn. I know it's biting you because I'm meeting
there is Nigeria first before there is Tinubu. So all of this trying to just weigh the country down and hold it down just because Tinubu is president. It doesn't serve. It doesn't even serve you.
One man. Nobody's holding the government down.
Whether it is so, they did 160 million something. All of this, all of the time.
One man. One man. Nobody's holding Tinubu down.
No, you are trying to hold the country down. You are always trying to diminish.
I don't have the power to hold the country down.
You are always trying to diminish anything progressive about the country because Peter Obi lost an election.
Well, if I have a problem in Nigeria today as a government, and my first purpose or my first priorities is to buy jeeps for the National Assembly and
get past the jeeps, man.
Hold on now, one man. Hold on now.
The jeeps are, but you've done it.
One man. What he's trying to say
every single time, and tomorrow when you come, you will go back to
happening.
It's like you're stuck. It's like you're stuck in a loop. Every single time, and then they spend 160 million on a jeep. And then tomorrow they spent Tinubu didn't spend 160 million on a jeep. The parliament, who have their own budget, spent it.
One man, what he's trying to say, brother, let me interject, please. One man, what he's trying to say actually, it's not that he's trying to put anyone down. What he's trying to say is so that, they say, because before you know it now, you guys will start attributing Dangote's refinery existence and success to Tinubu. Tomorrow that will start again, but that's why we want to make it clear. Everything came from Buhari. It has to do with Buhari, not to do with Tinubu. That is the point he's trying to make.
Quick interjection.
This month government has committed.
Quick interjection.
He brought Buhari.
Hold on. Let's Prince Daddy come in. Prince.
Yeah, Morris just reiterated what Joel was saying. Again, just like Roman said, it's all in an attempt to diminish whatever Tinubu does. Again, why? Because Peter Obi lost an election. It's quite clear. Many people, they're obedient. They don't care for Nigeria. They only care about if Peter Obi won. Now, if the country goes to hell, let me finish, please. If the country goes to hell, they can care less. I mean, whatever it takes to diminish Nigeria, Tinubu, they're ready for it. Now today, they become champions of Buhari. Buhari did this and that. Well, it was a private enterprise, by the way. It's not really Buhari's ingeniousness, if you guys don't know that. It's Dangote and his business partners. Sure, the Nigerian government has investment in it, and there's nothing strange about that. But to want to give, it's so strange. You want to give all the credit today to Buhari. It's so comical. And it just shows how biased you guys are and unbecoming when it comes to your hatred for Tinubu.
My brother, you're wrong.
You have to go past that and really focus on the country if you genuinely care for Nigeria. And it's quite clear.
My brother, let me tell you something. I don't know who you are. You don't know me. But when you talk of love for that country, I have a lot of love for that country. You understand me?
I don't have to know you. I'm simply going by what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying,
hold on.
Why do you want it to fail?
What I'm saying is that I have love.
I don't need to know you. I'm listening to your analysis and your narrative, and that's all I can go by. I can care less. I don't need to know you, by the way, just like you don't know me neither. But
okay,
but the point
no,
here is
I didn't say it in a bad faith. I didn't. Before you start going up in arms, I didn't say it in a bad faith. What I'm saying, I'm trying to say is that personally, I have love for the country. But what I'm saying to all you Tinubu apologists, we'll come back tomorrow here to say that Tinubu is one responsible for that Dangote refinery. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, Morris. Okay, Morris.
And anyway, one man, where I was even driving at, because you be talking about somebody was going to come, somebody was going to come. When I had the comparison between Lagos State and Anambra, I decided that I think I understand the kind of people I'm discussing with. If for someone that even to come to this show to tell me that Lagos is very, very well developed, tells me the kind of people we are dealing with. So, one man, I yield the floor.
Before you yield the floor,
what I was expecting, but it's okay. One man in the background.
All right. Before you yield the floor, let me ask you a question. Setting Abuja aside, which state in Nigeria is more developed than Lagos?
Abuja is not even more developed than Lagos. Abuja is not even more developed than Lagos.
I have said it clear on this show. I have lived in Lagos State for 36 years. I'm still living there.
Lagos is the best that Nigeria has to offer.
Hold on, one man now. Lagos State is a Nigerian construct. It's not a Tinubu construct. And if you want to tell me why Tinubu built in Lagos State, when we were still in Lagos State, the place where we call Lekki Phase 2, you go there today and you live in abroad. I have asked you, most of you that go to Nigeria, you go to Lekki today and you live in abroad. Tell me what is modern about Lekki, because Lekki is less than 20 years old.
Sorry.
And tell me Tinubu built what? Please,
Joel.
give me a break. Give me a break. So that's why I cannot have argument with people that come to compare Anambra, which was never a former capital, to Lagos State, which is a Nigerian construct.
Joel.
Another state,
okay,
southwest, that's Lagos.
Can I talk?
That's another lazy argument.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Kulata, come in.
Can I talk? Is everybody aware of what happened in Lagos today? They launched something called Fresh Food Hubs. They just launched the first one in Mushi, 6,400 square meters, where they will use this to be making food available, fresh food, even throughout the dry season. They'll be able to store food.
You forgot to mention that it was the military that developed it.
I know. I have to start from somewhere now.
Yeah, the military built it.
So that's today, and that is expanding to Aja. Is going to Agege. Is going to Abule Ado. Nice, right? Everybody familiar with Lagos remembers the so-called Ed Secretariat in Lagos. I think when you're driving from Ikoyi, you're going to VI. Is on the right somewhere. A bunch of dilapidated buildings. Okay, fine. I don't remember the military building any rail. We're going to launch the rail. The red rail is going to get launched. The blue rail is working, right? BRT.
No, Kolata, the military built it.
No. BRT lane.
Is that BP that built it?
I don't know if my
hold on for Kolata.
If my brain is functioning, whether it's military that built BRT. All the tons of new hotels that sprang up at Babangida is probably Babangida's money from behind. All the new.
But Kolata, surely it was Bubamawa that built Banana Island.
Banana Island.
Was it not Bubamawa?
Maybe it did over time. Can I talk now? You guys have been having a
hold on, yeah. Let Kolata carry on. Emeka, you have to let carry on.
You guys have been having at it. Free trade zone. Lekki free trade zone with all these companies springing up. God knows whether it's Abacha that did it behind the scenes. And the new port, the one that's built, that has brought one of the biggest vessels in the world, just berthed on it not that long ago. The one also getting built in Badagry. Man, I don't even know who did that. Whose idea was that? So
That was the colonials. It wasn't even.
It was the colonials. Okay, colonial realm.
Yeah.
So calm down, guy. Calm down. Calm down.
Hold on, Joel.
Just calm
have
down.
to be muting you. Let him speak.
Just calm down. What's it called? The DNA lab that I did not know the Lagos built DNA lab that those kids, the kids burnt those labs during the what's the name of that protest that everybody talks about? NSAS. Yeah. I did not know that Lagos had that lab. They burnt those kids, burnt it down, including the buses. Well, I mean, so when I was in Lagos, late 90s, working very early 2000s, there was this road right beside Bar Beach, and there was this bank that anytime the sea acted up, the bank and that road and everything was under the water. But today, I think Nigerian military, Amadu Bello, I think Nigerian military is helping American embassy build the biggest embassy in the world. And somehow that place just had land, stable land, prime real estate is there. That must have been the military government too, right? Oshodi, military did a lot of work in Oshodi. They transformed Oshodi from 1991. Look at Oshodi now. Even that airport road, how did that transform? I wonder. The entire mainland.
I think the metro.
Metro. So people don't think I'm focusing. Mainland, all these Omole phase 2, Bagada. No, not Bagada, sorry. That's old school. Me, I don't go to Nigeria that often. I started forgetting Lagos. All those new areas and those new buildings. It must have been the Bubamawa economy, or maybe the who built this gather economy. So at some point in time, everybody will realize that keep your prejudice about this Lagos. Nobody is chasing you away from Lagos. It's a Nigerian project. But for you not to acknowledge the rapid development that has happened, that made this state the 5th largest economy in Africa, you have to be blinded with your prejudice not to acknowledge that fact. And it has zero to nothing to do with whether it was a former capital. Otherwise, excuse me. Otherwise, we could have been referring to the magic that happened in Calabar, because Calabar was a capital for a shorter time, but was a capital too. I mean, there should still be some federal presence there, even colonial presence. Same thing with Lokoja. Same with Lokoja, and there was another place. So when you look at the government, look at Warri is a good example. There was some federal presence there to an extent. When the port started not functioning well and insecurity, you could see that city nosedived. It's still going down. Compare that trajectory with Lagos.
Kulata, can I interject?
No.
Please? I want to say
normally I allow interjections.
Hold on, let him land.
Normally I don't mind interjections, but I just need to speak. Look at Warri trajectory, nosediving, right? That's a function of leadership. Look at let me look for a place that kind of has the same political party from inception. Yeah, Delta State. Warri is a good example. PDP all the way. PDP all the way. Excuse me.
Kulata, I do not agree.
Fine, but you have to excuse me. So you look at all these places, and then you open your mouth and say, it's because of federal government, it's because of this, that, it's seaport, it's that, it's this. I will take you to NPA website as we speak to look at containers berthing in Onne port. Containers, I'm not talking about PMS or butane or wheat, because those even berth in Warri port as we speak. Containers going to Onne, has it made Port Harcourt a magical city? Has it moved traffic there? So when you see a difference in governorship, even if you don't like the character, the personality is corrupt, is this, yeah, fine, all those things can be correct. But don't continue with this myopic speak
It's just so easy and convenient to say, Lagos is a federal capital. Lagos' trajectory could have gone worse, like Warri. But did it go worse? It did not. In fact, for the better.
All those seaports now are closed down.
So
They
it's not
closed all of them down.
I will bring the link. I will give one man, and he will share it to you, and you will have to apologize to me.
Okay.
All right. Let me play this clip to what something that Kulata just said there. I'll play this clip, and then Ijele pick it up from there, and then you come in after him, Maurice.
Sylvester Romani is supposed to be 15 years old, by the way, this month, because I've been following up on that case and nothing has been done. And to me, it's as good as dead. And because Sylvester Romani's case had a slap on the wrist, that is why Mohbad's own came to life. And I'm thinking, who's next? Okay, my governor, I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time, but I have to finish. I'm sorry. Please, my governor, you have the power to preside over the affairs of Lagos State, and everything reports to you. Everybody reports to you. Please, I ask you to please take this case as if Mohbad were your son. Because if it were so, everything, everybody that had one contact or the other with this man would have been brought to book in one way or the other. I also want to mention that I know in functional countries, where they have good laws that bind them.
Security is not about emotion. It's serious business. I could remember I met you 3 years ago, like you said, there's no emotion. I'm standing in front of you, there's no emotion. It's not emotional. It's real. People get killed, people get maimed. We see it every day. I don't go to bed until 5 a.m. 3 days ago, I was just complaining. When we had the crash of a vehicle, of a lorry that crashed into the... Nobody needs to video me. Please. We're not joking here. I don't want to get emotional. We'll do the job, we'll do it well. These are police officers. The Mohbad case is still live. They're still treating it. We had to take the forensic out. The forensic that we built, that is the best in sub-Saharan Africa, was burned down during NSAS. We had to take the test out. They've done all their reports. Not until when it comes back that I can tie the two together. There are people that are in detention as we speak. They've not released them. Let's give little credit when it's necessary. Little credit, that's what we're saying. We don't need to come here and want to grandstand and make it look as if we can't speak back. We can. We are also human beings. Man, we're also human beings. We get to do this job with everything that we have. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was the language of fed up right there. And it looks as though these people now, they are now starting to fight back. So Ijele, did you think that Sanwo-Olu had that name to be that vociferous with a member of the public?
Thank you so much. Before I answer that one, let me use 60 seconds to add something to what our brother Kulata said. Judging by the standard of people making argument that Lagos was a state capital, Abuja, the country's capital city, as I'm telling you now, most politicians you see, they can't wait to run to Lagos. All of them. If you come to Abuja, go and check hotels on Saturdays and Sundays. You will think there will be traffic in the hotels. The patronage is supposed to run, just like in every other place. No, that's the day you will even get a 60,000 naira per night hotel for 50 or 45,000. They've all run to Lagos. Why is Abuja not better than Lagos, if that's the case? Now, on this one of the Lagos state governor, you see, there is a limit to where you can push people. I hate people who speak in cliches, and people, why do people speak in cliches? Is because they can't expand their mind. They are incapable of mental growth. You said something about people being in a loop. You see it. Before you know it, all of them on every issue, they will be ubiquitous on it. No difference. Can't think sideways. And they will be using, I know most people in Nigeria don't love getting into arguments. But one thing they fail to realize is that the people that are trying to push hard on them actually are standing on nothing. And the moment you don't start pushing back, they will take that falsehood they premise their whole life on as reality. Judging by how many people that are put off by that and would rather stay away, they would be thinking that they are right and there is nothing you can do to convince them otherwise. What the Lagos state governor said, okay, the DNA lab they are talking about, everybody failed to mention that it was burnt during NSAS. I'm happy you brought it up. Who are the people responsible? Who was on air giving orders for all those places to be burnt down? Who? Like I said, there is a limit to people's patience. If you know anything about Governor Sanwo-Olu, people in Lagos say he's too gentleman to rule Lagos. But look at him. He showed pure emotion. If you see him, he was angry, he was sad. And if you see, the woman was trying to make it a gotcha question. Now you see why smart people don't respect people who are bad faith actors. Because from their question, you know that this person's mind is already made up. You don't have to discuss anything with them other than give them the blunt truth and move your way. It's high time people started thinking deep over what they believe is reality. If you go on every platform and people disdain you, the only place you feel comfortable is where only people that believe on everything 100% with you are. Go check yourself very well. Thank you.
Yeah, one man, he said I'm next, right?
Yes, Morris, you're next.
Okay. One thing I realize is number one, when you ask a group of people, who can I trust here? How do you know who you can trust? All those that raised up their fingers, no, definitely you can't trust them. The one that kept his hand down is likely the one that you may trust. Now, when people say, put it on themselves, they are very smart, that shows you a great deal of daftness in them. You understand? That is number one. Number two, nobody will say that Lagos is not having progress. Anybody that says that, that is a lie. Nobody is saying that Lagos is not developing having a rapid, a continual, because there's a difference. We all know, all of us here educated. There's a big difference between continuously and continually. So it's having a continual progress. That is a fact. Thirdly, Lagos, what I find I'm not comfortable with, when people try to use Lagos as a success story, present it like a success story. We know that most part of Lagos is still ghetto, is still underdeveloped. No good road, no electricity, almost the whole Lagos. It's a generator place just like the rest of the country. Nothing. A lot of places in Lagos. Only the places you will say like now, all the places that are good is say that people who have like middle class and upper class. But if you measure, we all live in an advanced world. If you go from, let's say, from Nottingham City, for instance, and then you're going all the way to Mansfield, you will still have drive on a very good road. When you come to Mansfield, which is a very small town in Nottinghamshire, you will still see the same amenities you have in Nottingham City, you have there. Buses supply, good roads, electricity. That is how you measure development. Now, I'm not saying that Lagos is not, or or whether Tinubu or other governors didn't do anything. The federal government did everything. No, that's not what I'm saying. But the foundation that is laid there make it possible. This foundation being the capital, the foundation laid there made it possible made it easier for any governor, any person to succeed in Lagos, any person that is serious-minded, that has the interest of the state at heart, to succeed, whether it has to do with IGR, whether it has to do with infrastructural development, because you have a means of generating money there. Look at the population of people. Now, when the river Port Harcourt refinery was operational, Calabar was operational, Uno was fully operational. You don't have that time. You didn't have so much population in Lagos, because someone in Aba can always send his goods to port and clear it there. He has no need to come to Lagos. Now, if you talk of international airport, how many international airports is really pronounced in Nigeria? We have so many international airports, Kano, this and that. But how many of them are truly pronounced? When you fly, I've flown from a lot of countries here in Europe. What you see most times is Lagos or Abuja. How many of that international airports are viable? So what I'm trying to say is a systematic, I don't know if it's a grand plan. Everything was closed down the other side. And then if you are in Aba, you order something, you have to, or Calabar, you have to come all the way to Lagos to clear it. And every time you clear that thing, the state gets their own cut from that money. So that pushes a lot of crowd, a lot of people moving into Lagos. And where there is too much crowd, that is where business thrives better. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it's not that Lagos is not having, it's not the governors are not doing their own bit. But what I'm saying is that the foundation that was laid for Lagos State, any governor that has the interest of a state will succeed there. Do you understand? So before somebody with a myopic third class mindset will start, opening their mouth and saying rubbish, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. So I'm not in any way
opening it and saying rubbish, idiot.
Marius, can I interject if we're done?
Okay, more than 1,000 people. Listen. Wait. More than 1,000. Ijele. Ijele, more than 1,000 men. Ijele, more than 1,000 men to Aramagi Meji Morgan.
No. Let's not go nuclear. Prince Daddy, come in.
Yeah, more than 1,000 men to Aramagi.
No.
Okay,
Morris, don't do that.
Yes, by yourself.
Since I can't understand what you're saying anyway.
One man. I think it's not fair. I think it's not fair that you put this other guy or you put him in the background without checking Ijele. Ijele cannot come here.
Who did I put in the background? Who did I put in the background?
Hold on, one man. Ijele cannot come here and refer to somebody's
No, Morris
mom's
is still
coochie,
on. No, Morris
right?
is still
You
on.
cannot refer to somebody's mom's
And you
coochie
did not
on the
hear
one
what
man
he
show.
said. Oh,
And
you
you said
didn't
that
hear
you're
what he
Ijele.
said.
Who the hell is that
Shut
man?
up.
Who the
Shut
hell
up.
All right,
didn't hear what he said.
gentlemen, please. Prince Daddy, rescue us. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up with that with Morris. It's made the same argument before, and I'm not going to describe, use the word to describe what is said, but that argument still don't hold water. I mean, the notion that that Lagos can, if you just replace the leadership in Lagos, everything will just run smoothly because it's already well-oiled machine. It's not a good argument, not at all. Sometimes it doesn't. It takes forever to build something, but it takes very little time to destroy it. See, I mean, the guy in Ijele yesterday, right? It made a good point, which I didn't have the opportunity to interject yesterday about when Tinubu was at loggerhead with Obasanjo, and then the feds refused to give him allocation. He had to be creative and ingenious to find ways to generate the IGR or revenue for Lagos State to sustain the civil servants and everything else. I mean, that in itself is leadership on display. And somebody else would have kowtowed and go bow down and beg on their knees for Obasanjo or the government to help them. But Tinubu was able to be creative and do something for the state. And by the way, in the 90s, maybe Baba or somebody else can talk about it. No, Lagos State was in the dump when it came to, you know, air pollution, garbage on the streets, and it wasn't
and criminality as well. Shino, Rambo, and the rest of them, they were running riot. Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, the whole place was like in shambles, and it took leadership to bring it back to par and exceed what it was before. And, you know, again, that argument doesn't hold water. I remember even in the 90s or so, driving on Allen Avenue was like driving in London, your London on one man. Lagos was that beautiful with street lights and everything, with tarred roads. But again, nobody wants to talk about the influx of the population growth in Lagos as being a problem. See, we all Nigerians. You can go anywhere you want in the country. That is fine. Nobody should be restricted. But to me, at the same time, it's empowering.
It's a pressure on infrastructures, isn't it? It's a pressure on infrastructures.
Absolutely.
But like you said, anybody can live anywhere. But you have to acknowledge, Lagos has doubled in. You know, Lagos is one of the probably 10, 15 mega cities in the world.
Right. See, I'm trying to make a point that, look, I think many of these governors, perhaps from the Southeast, they are having a free lunch, free ride. See, every time somebody comes from other parts of the state into Lagos and enjoy their welfare state, no matter how demeaning you want to make them to be, I think they should send a bill to all these governors for every one of their citizens for come to Lagos, because they all get equal a portion of this. Yes, they all get equal a portion of this federal cake, or the money they get. Okay,
you can't do that now, because then you are making them second-tier members of society.
Oh, see, no, woman.
It's not just Southeast. I think every state. Let's just say
every state. That's what I'm saying. But we know where most of the population are coming, because I grew up in Lagos. Okay, I mean, I was in a classroom where 40-50% of my classes were from Southeast. Okay, so I never had problem with this issue. I don't have problem with Southeasterners. It's just kind of almost funny when people just talk about it, because we all saw ourselves as one Nigerian. Nobody question where you're coming from. You come to school, you go to school, you do everything like everybody else. But again, it's a lazy. Listen, it gives this other governors the opportunity, you know, to have money and not be responsible for their own citizens. Okay, imagine having your own
my
two
brother,
kids.
Can I just say one thing? I let you also interject when you. Can I just say one thing to you, please? I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say, in essence, is that what I was saying is that Ijele, more than 1,000 men and a maggot at two image more than 1,000 men and a maggot.
Keep on crying. Keep on crying.
Let it go.
Maurice,
Let it go,
Maurice,
Maurice. Let it go.
Come on, Maurice.
Let it go, please.
Maurice,
Let it go. It's painful though, but
I
let it
know
go.
Maurice. You know go cry finish. You go. I want make you cry.
One man, can I interject?
Your mama to
Baba
John
can I say something quick?
Let me go next, sir.
One man, can I
Baba,
interject?
let me just go next.
Hold on, everybody. Let Adana Koko come in. He's not spoken at all for a good while.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, one man. I think what the argument we are having today over Lagos State, I think it's a repeated argument. We've had it several times in the past, and particularly recently. So I don't think it's necessary for us to be, having this argument. Lagos is this, Lagos is that, Lagos is capital, is what is responsible for the development of Lagos. So I want to suggest, one man, let us go to another topic, take us through any other topic point that you have in the news, and let us, we have done enough on this Lagos issue. So
can I just say something just a few seconds?
All right. Before you say that, Ijele, I don't understand Igbo, but whatever it is that Maurice said to you, apologies. Maurice can get carried away sometimes.
You don't need to apologize. I said the same thing to him. I said the same thing to him. You don't need to apologize.
All right. Okay. All right. Maurice, hold on. Hold on now. Hold on.
One man. Can I interject real quick?
No. I said hold on, please. And also, Maurice, whatever it is that Ijele said to you, apologies. Yes. All right. Let Akin come in. It's not spoken.
No, I just want to beg the panel. It's not like I want to say something. What I intend to say is, please, we are people with different personalities and different temperaments, right? We know there are certain words we can use just to poke holes. Like now, I at this point in time, being on this platform, I understand the personality of Joel. I also understand the personality of Kolata, likewise Prince Daddy, Baba Janikoko, who comes in to keep the calm, right? So, and even Ijele, I hope he comes on and become one of our panelists too. So we should try as much as possible not to throw words just to poke at other people. We can make our submissions. Even if we disagree, we can be polite with disagreeing. Even if we don't like what the other person says, we can just be polite about it and say it. I'm saying it directly to Joel and Maurice.
Do you think you of all people should be the one saying that? We know you're antecedents here. One of the people. Since when did you become a peacemaker?
I'm trying to be better. That's why I don't dislike Joel. I don't dislike Maurice. I'm trying to be better. Please, I'm just saying, guys, please, just for the audience, right? I don't think the audience really like it. Each time we go rowdy, look at the numbers it drops. So rather than we poking others, please, I'm begging. I promise to be better. Honestly speaking, I promise to be better.
All right. Let me take
one man. Before you, I just want to raise a specter. Is it possible, because I got one link about Nigerian ports that shows we have functioning ports in the South, and I'm just wondering about this narrative. Why hasn't traffic or population moved to that side? I don't know if anybody wants to.
Can I answer the question?
No. Before you answer, let us look through. This is what you sent in. So this is from the Nigerian Ports Authority. And this is a daily shipping schedule, vessels at berth. So this is a vessels berthing. And then, so do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, click on, this site is a bit finicky, so be careful. Click on airports, right?
Where do I see that?
On that daily shipping schedule, vessels are berthed. You'll see Lagos Apapa, Lagos Tinkan, Calabar ports, Warri ports. Click on airport.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, make sure when you click on airport, because I said the site is finicky, make sure it's still showing vessels are berthed. Now, click on page 2. Scroll down. Are you on Onedo? Click on page 2. Okay, scroll up. You will see three. Can you see 3 vessels?
Yes, I can see. I can see 3 vessels.
Okay,
yes.
So the first one is a Maersk vessel. Is a big vessel, 249 meters. That's double the size of 2.5 times the size of a 100-meter dash. It's carrying what? Containers. So container load. The next one is an Andrusa vessel. Same thing, is carrying containers. The third one is called Kota Sempina or whatever. Is carrying containers. So you can clearly see these are container vehicles that are currently berthed. They got through on December 12, December 15, December 14. Container. This is not, if you go to the 3rd page, you'll see the crude. You'll see, if you go to page 3, you'll see more industrial stuff. I think if you go to page 3, it was on page 3, you'll see LNG and bulk urea, things you expect to be there. And see, same, anybody can play around on this side. This is vessels at berth. If you look at vessels that are waiting, vessels that are expected in One, there are 5 vehicles expected, but when you flip over, make sure it's on there, because like I said, it's a finicky. Whoever developed this is a bit
yeah. So where am I going to?
You see, there's vessels at berth at the top. You'll see vessels at berth. You see vessels expected.
I'm there now. Yeah.
Click on vessels expected. Click on airports.
All right, not waiting but expected. Okay.
Vessels expected. You will see 2 containers vessels are expected. One of them is 260 meters, and then you'll see LNG and bulk here. So on airport takes containers. I want this to be the end of that argument that we always have here, that no, it's only crude, it's only petroleum. No, it takes containers. Even Warri Port is taking industrial stuff, but I don't want us to focus on Warri Port. But if you have time, you can look at Warri Port. There's wheat. There's a wheat vessel that's been there for a while, and there's another vessel that was, I don't know, float. One of them is carrying float glass. Another one in ballast. That's in Warri Port, decanted water, PMS. There's oil and gas being shipped into Warri Port. So things are even still being shipped into Warri Port too. So can we just end this argument?
Kulata, we also know there are places, right, that takes no traffic, and I also see that as politics. Because
let me just one man forget it.
One man, can I go now?
Let me just say this now. Hold on.
Land it. Let Ijele come in.
You take it from there.
Okay.
Right. So anyone that is about to leave Nigeria via air goes to Lagos. Majority of the people. So whether you want to make it look like, someone is not making sense or not, that is the fact. And that is a policy. Because here in the United States, I know that international airports, right, like New York, Atlanta, are really, and maybe like Houston and California, they have really major airports, not just one major one. But I'm coming to the United States. I can't catch a flight from Enugu unless I'm getting a connecting flight from Enugu to where I'm going to. But I must go out to Lagos. So if you say that those kind of funds do not help the government of the day, then I will be like, man, guy, you're not being fair. Most of the containers coming into Nigeria comes into Lagos. Now you just put up a page and say, how many vessels? You just mentioned 3. Open up Lagos State. I bet you the first page is going to be 1,000. So what I'm just saying is this. Hold on.
Does the government force traffic? Does the government tell Delta Airlines stop flying to Alabama? I said Alabama, Anambra Airport.
It could be strategy because Delta Airlines.
It is economics. It is economics, demand and supply.
Hold on. Let Ijele come in. But Ijele, do you think, is it the case that the government compels shipping agents to berth their ships at a particular port, or do the shipping agents go to the port that best serves their content?
Thank you so much, my brother. You see, I'm happy we are dealing with statistics here. And I will tie it to the first question you asked before going to the website, which is, why is it that there is so much traffic on one place and not so much traffic on the other? Like I told you, pity anybody that ever turned on his phone, opened his Facebook app, and listened to Nnamdi Kanu for a day. All the garbage you're hearing, this contrived form of thinking you're seeing, came from him. I remember catching flags one day for telling people that Nnamdi Kanu lied when he said there are things you can't ship from there. Because while he was saying that, I was shipping things from Turkey to Nigeria. And there is nothing. In fact, it's cheaper to ship to One, thanks to President Muhammadu Buhari, who gave, I think it was 15 or 20% less, like bonanza. If you are clearing something with 100,000 naira in Lagos, in One and Calabar Port, it is 80,000 naira. To encourage people to go through that place. But see why you cannot remove traffic from Lagos. First off, majority of importers in Nigeria, apart from industrial imports, normal finished goods that people use, majority of the importers are Igbos. Are you telling me that there has been a single Igbo man that was stopped? Let's assume there was a conspiracy against the South, as they're making it to be. Has there been a single person that sent his vessel, his consignment to One or Calabar, and he was stopped from doing so? The population of Lagos is the reason most people go there. 80% of goods that are cleared in Lagos are sold to traders in Lagos first before they ship to other places. How many businesses have you seen moving from Idumota, Balogun, Ereko? Just within that, I know people who don't know Lagos very well call all of them Idumota. How many people have moved their businesses from there to Onitsha, Aba, Benin, Okene, Lokoja, Ibadan, Abuja? And how many people have moved their businesses from all these places I mentioned to that place? And what is bringing people to Lagos? It is infrastructure. Rather than some people trying to check the blueprint of Lagos and what makes Lagos what it is today, they will find any excuse to tie it. For instance, now, what made Lagos what it is today was the creation of the LCDAs. Anybody that was in Lagos, thank you, my brother, that was telling them how all these places were in 1999. And I would know better because I started hustling at 15. I was a bus conductor in Lagos. My parents no. So I moved to places, we took loads to many places. I can categorically give you first-hand account of how Lagos was before year 2000. When you are building these things, you see people, when they come back from Lagos to the village, in the southeast, nobody would deny it. Most boys in the villages will be telling their mother, please, I want to follow this brother to Lagos. When you come back from Lagos to any place in the southeast, name the city, they look at you as somebody from semi-abroad. Everybody knows this. Ask yourself, why a local government chairman, all these appointees, we hardly have local government elections in the southeast. It's rare. But whichever one they made a caretaker chairman, the very first place he will buy house is Lagos. Second place will be Abuja. Why do you think many people are shipping their goods? Because the final consumers are mostly in Lagos. Then the security that Lagos provide for people. The people that used to come from the north to buy things in Onitsha, most of them are now going to Lagos to buy them. The more these people don't want to take responsibility at the state level, is the more Lagos will be receiving visitors. Yes, Lagos is receiving a lot of economic migrants, although they shouldn't be migrants because within the country. The migratory wave into Lagos, if you see an average bus loaded from Lagos going to the southeast, if you see 10 buses, 10% of the passengers may be people that would not return to Lagos. Probably they went to do something and go back. But all of them will come back because that's where their businesses reside. Then check the other way around. Every bus that is leaving any place in the southeast and going to Lagos, you must have people that will never come back. They will stay at least 3 months and above. When someone is saying airport, when you want to go to Enugu, you will do this thing. Check every flight you enter. You have so many Igbo people. Asian route, the UK, mainland Europe, USA, Australia, everywhere. So why is it that all of you are not buying your ticket from Enugu? No one stops you from buying Ethiopia. If it goes there, maybe Ethiopia, if it's in the case of Australia, they may be partnering with Qantas. Why don't you people route your ticket to that place? The more Ethiopian airlines will be getting passengers, then Air France will come. Did anyone force Air France to fly through Port Harcourt? It's because of the passengers they are getting. Almost an average Igbo man who is wealthy knows that you don't force money where it will go. Money knows where it should go. Those who make their money know where their investment, their ROI, this is what people think about first. The infrastructure of Lagos attracts so many people who want comfort. Somebody is shouting most places in Lagos, there's no electricity. Are you kidding me? The number of people using electricity in Lagos, the population, if you bring 4 local government areas alone, is bigger than almost half of some states. Go and check how much electricity bill people pay. Who are the consumers? Are you telling me that they are estimated bills? I mean people, you can meter their electricity consumption. What does that tell you? So many people are pouring in there. Now, rather than them to ask themselves, what is this region getting right that my own region is not getting? They just believe any garbage sold to them. Why can't we have real local government elections in the Southeast? How many local government chairmen in the Southeast, in the whole of Southeast, are not appointed? My own home state of Imo State, all of them are appointees. Abia State, they will never hold any election in Abia State. Enugu, how far? Anambra, only Ebonyi. Only Ebonyi. And look at how Ebonyi is developing. It's only in Ebonyi, in the Southeast, you have a member of House of Reps with a substantive constituency project. Igawure from Afipo, he's a PDP House of Reps member from the PDP. He's not in good terms with Dave Umai. Dave Umai rerouted one road to his place. This man went and built it, extended, took it to many places. Ask anyone from Afipo. Why don't they copy that blueprint and they will be there shouting up and down? No substance, speaking only in cliches, what they hear from people. That's why all of them sound alike. So we really need to wake up and face reality.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant.
Woman.
Yeah.
Can I?
Come in. Yeah, come in, okay.
All right. Thanks, woman. And thanks, panelists. I just have a burning question, especially for the iPods or Maurice. I listened to you talk, and my question to you is Abga, right?
Maurice is no longer with us.
Okay. Anyone from Southeast or maybe an
There's Joy. There's Joy. Joy is here.
I'm here.
If you don't mind, I don't want us to go back to, because we would loop round into some high octane something.
Oh no, no. This is definitely not a tribal, thing. It's a question that is very germane, I believe, which is of course a developmental question. I believe if we all have an open mind, would definitely be able to answer the question, not just because we are IPOB or we are maybe Odudua or wherever we're from in Nigeria. So, but in any case, I will throw the question at Joel, right? So Joel is around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
All right. So, APGA, right? I've been trying to come up with, with an answer. ABGA as a political party in Nigeria, and of course, specifically in Anambra State. Why has it struggled all this while? Okay, to not win election. I mean, it's just because I've been following ABGA. I noticed that every time we have debate, gubernatorial election, presidential election, and and the rest, it's been struggling to spread into neighboring states of the southeastern region. Why has it been like that? And of course, even if it does, have that cloud in other states, why can it not consolidate on that regional political base to actually bring in other political parties, like you find?
I don't understand. Like, can you condense it into a more? It sounds almost convoluted what you're saying. Okay, just condense it into simple language and have somebody.
All right. So this is the question. So what I'm saying is that ABGA has been struggling, right? It has not been able to, win election beyond Anambra State. So why is that?
Okay. See, this is the thing, right? On this show, I have said it that leadership in the Southeast is a huge problem. I have said it on the show. What happened was that ABGA at a time was performing, and that was the Peter Obi time. And then with Odumegwu Ojukwu still alive then, people really followed the party. But again, you see, even though that the South it wanted a party that is there, that should be called theirs, they also wanted to see performance. Now, some governors that won under ABGA, I think Rochas Okorocha, if I'm not mistaken, won under ABGA. He defected. You see, so there were issues of defection after winning the election. They defected on another party. So these are the things that happened within the ABGA circle. Now, if you look at ABGA as a party, after Peter Obi, let's look at Obiano. Obiano did not perform. Right? Then you now move down to Soludo. Soludo is not performing. So it cannot be, it is so much that you can sell. People have to see. It is easier to sell an Alex Oti in the Southeast right now than it is to sell a Soludo or a Hopus Odema. That is the way it is. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you cannot just follow a party because, it's just a party. You have to give us something. And what we have seen is that there has been inconsistencies in the performance index, of all these governors. And some states, like Enugu State, has been a PDP state. And it's been solid because most times they go through the regions, like the rotational thing that they do there to the senatorial zones. So they got that one quarter that at every point in time, the PDP in Enugu State has always given it to the next region after 8 years. So you don't really see so much rancor. So PDP owns that state. I would just say that. Then Omahi won under PDP, I believe, and defected to APC. So these are the things. So I think it has to do with ABGA not living up to expectations, and people still searching, for the right one.
Thanks for that response. So, do you mind
I answer that question?
One man, I have another question.
Can I answer the question you asked?
Yeah, let Zita come in as well, and then you can ask the following question. Zita, did you want to come in?
Yes, I want to come in to answer the question he asked about ABGA. First of all, I must tell you that APGA is not structured to expand. The day they structure it to expand, it will expand. Why did I say this? I remember what happened when Rochelle Okorocha used their ticket, or will I say their platform, to win the governor of Imo State. He did not just win, he unseated a sitting governor and one of the biggest party in Nigeria, then PDP. So, and he voiced his concerns about that party before he deflected to APC for his second term. Short and long of the story is that the party itself is not structured to expand. If it's structured to expand, at least 2 or 3 governors in Southeast would have been APGA. But it's not structured to expand. They're doing their thing in-house in Anambra. So they will continue holding Anambra until the day one party from somewhere will kick them out of Anambra. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Brendan. Let me use this window to bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Before I bail out, let me update on our GoFundMe. I'm going to be shutting it down tomorrow. The GoFundMe. I was actually intending to shut it down today, but the window to discuss it didn't open today, so I'll shut it down tomorrow instead. We're at £775 now, which should reach £875. Because, like I said, we had a private donor, a man that goes under the moniker Don, who sent in £100 privately. So we're at £875 now, which then tells you we're £125 from our target. The latest installment was Sally Bees, who you can see right there. So thank you, Sally, for that, who did that earlier on today. So I'll post the link in the comment section for whoever still wants to take us to. Maybe we can hit that target by tomorrow, but whatever happens tomorrow, we shut it down. So I'll send the link to the comment section.
What's the target?
The target is £1,000, and we're we're £125 from it. Do you know what we're canvassing for? I think I've played the clip severally, so you should know what we're canvassing for.
I do.
All right. So that's the link for anybody that wants to do that. Acknowledging the super chatters. Chioma returns from Nigeria to super chat her return with a nice one. I think she enjoyed us in Njenje here, and of course, as ever, Ayo, of course, Ayo keeps the lights on the platform. That's Ayo doing as it does, and that's Ayo just rattling it off. So that's Ayo right there, and trying to keep pace but giving up eventually. That's Aiko Kiome right there, and Kulata enlightening in how the session was going. So that's it.
One quick question.
Are you ready? A
quick question. Are we expecting any guests tomorrow?
Well, you can be the guest. Do you want to be the guest?
One man, better talk now because I slept off. We better talk because yesterday you were not very sure if these guests.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, one man. Yeah. So I know Dr. Damages is coming on Thursday, right? He confirmed, or you confirmed.
Well, I've invited him. I'll speak to him off the thing, and then I'll see if
we'll be kind to him. You know, we love him on this platform.
All right, hold on. I think we may not have Thomas anymore, but carry on the conversation. Let me see if we still have Thomas.
I'm here, one man.
What message were you sending me then?
No. Forget that. That's personal. I'm here.
All right. Okay. So over to you, Thomas. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the people who contributed to the initiative, and thank you, Ayo and Co, to those for the super chat.
Before you run away, bring back my picture. But
you should know how to do this thing by now, Thomas. I
didn't see. Oh yes, yeah. Put it there, one man. Come on.
Oh, leave it at the back. Should I leave it at the back?
Just leave it like that.
You know how to add it. Should I leave it on this? Should I leave it
on the screen?
Okay.
Yeah, leave it on the screen. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Over to you, General Thomas. Thank you, everyone. Over to Thomas.
Yeah, good night, one man. Then thank you for bringing big fish today. We got Njenje Media, we got Rudolph, and we got Ijele Speak. Yeah, that's the big fish today. I want to ask a follow-up question with Joel, if he's still there. Do we have Joel? I think Joel dropped. Anybody from Southeast here? Madam here is here. Yes, yes. I remember from Aki was asking Joel about the Afghan. That brought to my mind, is it true? Please confirm this. Is it true Peter Obi promised Ojukwu that will not leave Afghan, and he even cost himself if he leave? Is that true? I've been hearing that for so long.
It's not just only true. You've actually said it. He cost himself. He swore. So he swore he will never leave.
Madam, yeah, you guys can come in because that question just come to my mind immediately. I can't ask that question. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
Thomas, I dozed off, but when I eventually woke up, I saw one man's test, and then he said that the guest has left. I went back to listen to a few things you people said. I want to ask Emeka a question. Emeka, if you are a Nigerian, and you are a voter,
yes, I am.
Because you put a question to that man, and I want to ask you two questions because of the feedback he gave. You are a Nigerian and you are a voter, and some part of the country are asking to leave Nigeria. And as they are asking to leave Nigeria, their prominent politicians have not come out openly to condemn it, disassociate themselves from that movement. Do you think, as a voter in Nigeria, more especially if you are a Nigerian that have Nigeria interests at heart, one. Secondly, you are a Nigerian that want Nigeria to still remain one. Do you think that will not be a concern to you to vote for somebody who is coming from that region?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Zita. Excellent question.
The second question, let me finish the question so you can run on your own. The second question you asked him, you said that the region where you come from seems like they are playing an immature politics. And he called several elections, more especially presidential elections that have been held in Nigeria. And he mentioned the people that contested on that election and how that particular region you, Emeka, came from, voted for them massively. And that was people who came from one party. And then I asked you, Emeka, if you are a political analyst, and since 1999, actually, it was when Nigeria became actually a democratically moving country. Let me put it that way. And since that 1999, that particular region has been voting one particular party, irrespective of who they brought. Do you think that is a politics of maturity? I rephrased the question you asked him. So answer me.
No, thank you, Madam. I think your both questions are very, very, they are brilliant questions.
Very
first and foremost,
question, my brother. A very germane question. Go on.
First and foremost, those are the, I was trying to come in politely to the guests, right? But I understand woman. That was why I said I was really upset. Woman didn't allow me to really interject. Madam has had some very germane, excellent questions, and I will answer the question. If I am not from the southeast, let's say I am from the Northwest. And I see what is going on in the Southeast. They've been agitating and saying they want to leave the country. And then a section of them, or I am watching the political class, quiet over their agitation. It shows that they are sympathetic to that cause. Whatever reason they want to give, whether privately or publicly, they are sympathetic to that cause. If this same political class coming from the Southeast are now saying it is our turn to rule Nigeria, I will not want to vote for them. I know Watuku is on the comment section and he will say I hate the Igbos, but I am only echoing what the rest of Nigeria thinks of us. I want to vote for you people. If I give you power and you have not expressively said, no, we don't want to leave Nigeria, you have not come out. Even some of them have been openly or publicly saying, yes, we have a plight. We have reasons to be agitated. We have been marginalized. You are not understanding with us. So if I give you power, won't you divide this Nigeria and take your people away and even take some part of the resources that we have? I will be scared because I don't trust the political class from the Southeast. I'll be scared to want to vote for you because I don't know your motive. The Southeast have not truly, and I will say this, have not truly come out to say we do not want one Nigeria. The voice we are hearing, which is actually the minority, for me, I will say it's the minority. They have been saying they want to leave Nigeria. And probably from that minority voice is being echoed from the man in the DSS jungle, Nnamdi Kanu, who Mazi, I keep forgetting his last name, is ashamed because I looked at his facial expression properly when I said Nnamdi Kanu is a leader from the Southeast. He is ashamed to call Nnamdi Kanu a leader, but he is. And he is rigorously saying that the Southeast must burn the rest of the country down, kill Yorubas and Fulanis, and we should leave Nigeria. Why should I trust you to vote for you? No. Then again, your second question, madam. We have been playing immature politics, voting for one party, and that party has never brought any progress to our region. There was something the guest said that I liked. Was it the guest? No, I think it was Ijele that said it. Ijele said, our problem is state-wise, not federal-wise. And he is saying the truth. We have been voting PDP across board. It's just this few years apart that some of us have been going to APC, ABGA, and then now Labour. But we have been voting PDP since the inception of democracy in the Fourth Republic in 1999. And PDP has never given us anything, whether state-wise or federal-wise. And now someone came, and the question I wanted, when he was there, I wanted to now ask him, because he was calling election cycle. I now wanted to ask him and said, Mazi, what happened to Peter Obi when he was in PDP 2022 that made him leave? He bought form. He bought form in PDP primaries. He ran away because he
that reminds me. He bought form. Oh.
Yes, he bought form. He bought form in PDP primaries.
Oh, yeah.
But when he got wind that Atiku is strongly going to contest and that Wike is also throwing his hat, and that even the Southeast delegate, that was the question I wanted to ask him, that the Southeast delegates were going to vote for Atiku and some of them will vote for Wike. This man left. Now it is the same guest that is now saying that we should ignore the narrative. When I watched on AIT November 2022, what is this man's name? I'm forgetting his name. Who said even Peter Obi himself refused to tell the Igbo leaders that he wants to throw his heart into the ring. and that they should all come and vote for him as delegates within PDP. That he was shocked that P2B now went to go and buy the ticket and later ran away to Labour Party.
Emeka, can I come in a little?
Oh,
Yes,
yes,
go ahead.
yes, yeah, go ahead.
Thomas, please don't be. It's like I'm trying to defeat
No,
you.
no, 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 go on. No. Go on, yeah.
Since last 2 weeks, I declared that I am ready for the headless mob. They said I should bring it on. And then there are some, I will not do the honor of responding to their idiocy. But let me say this, for someone who is saying that I and Emeka are claiming that we represent the Igbo. Let me make this clear on this
Madam
platform.
Sita, hold on, please. I will let you talk.
Let me finish, please.
Conversation, they are from another planet.
No. I declared that I am ready for them. Because you see, some people think they have the monopoly of being rude and arrogant and insulting.
I deleted the message, though. I've deleted the message.
No, it doesn't matter. No, comment. Anything they say, I will respond. But come 2026, 2027, that's when we will bring it on. Already, I don't download everything, keep. We will bring it on that time. Don't worry about that. They can say everything. I don't even care. But let me make this. I want to say this on this platform. Igbos do not have any representative. According to our culture and our tradition, we are one of, or maybe probably the only ethnic group that do not have an institution that command respect, request respect, dish out instruction, and earn respect. We don't have an institution that represents us. An institution where a group of people will sit down and decide and every Igbo must obey. We do not have that. So when people raise their ugly heads, calling themselves representatives of Igbo, I don't know what kind of tradition or culture where they got that one from. Because all the Igbos are not going to obey them. 80% are not, 40% are not even going to obey them. So for anybody sitting down in his ridiculous corner, wherever he is in the world, saying Zita is representing the Igbos do not have representative. And that's why from time to time, one man, one woman, some group of people will stand up and some people will follow them. And that has been causing chaos in that region because they do not have an institution that will say stop and you will stop, move and you will move. So don't you ever dare say I'm representing the Igbos because Igbos do not have a representative. Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for your, yes. I really want to move away from politics, but I think politics is part of our...
Thomas, Thomas, I beg now. Let me just say a little thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, today I did not really speak, because we have a guest. Anyway, it's not good for me to speak on behalf of the guest, but what he was saying is not new to anybody, to any common man that can just lay a sound on newspaper and see what's going on in Nigeria. But my problem is this. Why must we now be speaking about Southeast politics or insecurity? When the Southwest wanted to be, they wanted the power, they went indoor, did their homework, make an alignment, build bridges, and they got the presidency. If the Southeast want presidency, let them go indoor, build bridges, work their politics, and get the presidency. You don't expect me, a Benin man,
they don't
that will
have institution for that.
It's their luck. So they should not make it other people's. They should not make it other people's problem. That's just my problem right now. Ishakrima, I'm not seeing Ishakrima being president of Nigeria in the next 100 years. I'm not seeing Anokbema being the president of Nigeria in the next 200 years. I'm not seeing Benima even be a Senate president in the next 50 years. I'm not seeing anybody from the South is crying for that, or West or not. So why must this country start having headache
for the Southeast problem. It's politics.
Ask me, I've told them to leave those people alone.
We should
solve their problem.
Let them solve their problem. We should not be bothering again about their problem.
Should not be cajoled into being part of what is going on in the Southeast. The presidency should not leave them. Let them solve their problem out.
South have their own
to solve their problem. Let them solve their problem.
South have their own problems. South are finding a way to become president too. Nobody's charting our cause. Insecurity is in the Southeast. If they want it to end, they will end it. Why must we not start having headache about it? Or are they crying about kidnapping happening in my own state? Rather than use it to mock us.
One thing, sorry for cutting you, and that's to you and Madam Sita. When the guest was here, one man asked him, he said, "What do you think about Nnamdi Kanu?" He said, and I quote, that if they release Nnamdi Kanu, the problem in the Southeast will be solved.
He said it, Thomas. He said it.
Yeah, that's what he said. It now across to my mind that, are you telling me that people kidnapping, killing in the Southeast now, if Nnamdi Kanu will be released, automatically they will stop their crime? I was just flabbergasted. What is this guy saying?
Thomas, that when sometimes we say some people they think they are smarter than every other person, you just be wondering that these people are just clever and half. And when you try to correct them, and they say no, they don't be corrected, then you will leave them because it's so funny. How can any human being wake up and say, "Oh, if Kanu comes out, kidnapping will stop in the Southeast"? And at the same time, you are hold on. At the same time, you are saying, "No, Nnamdi Kanu is not responsible for the people kidnapping." What does that mean? Even if he comes as a stop, that means he's their leader. When Asari Dokubo was arrested then during pandemic or the Bobby pipeline, as soon as passenger released it, the bomb is stopped and he took responsibility for it. Now you are saying Nnamdi Kanu, if they release him, the insecurity will stop. At the same time, you are saying he's not in charge of the insecurity.
No, you see,
and make another you get what I'm saying.
What
is you're too smart for your own good.
One thing that baffles me is if you even look in the comment section, though I do not want to call it up, or you go to other platforms, the Igbos do not want other people to discuss their matter. When you put your tongue into Igbo affairs, regardless of the fact that it is still a Nigerian affair, they will call you names and tell you to be quiet. They do not want to accept that the killings going on in the Southeast is actually perpetrated by we in the Southeast or from the Southeast. You see, we are envious of the Southwest because we equally have that same potential that the Southwest has. That is why the deflation about, but Lagos was once a capital, to weight of responsibility and accountability that we have failed or our leaders has failed us. And there was something Maurice said. I didn't want to call him out on it because at that point it was getting really tense. Maurice said, any leader or any governor that has the interests of Lagos State, I am paraphrasing him, that he will do well in Lagos State because the foundation is already there. I wanted to say Maurice, but you just said any leader, which means any leader that does not have the interests of Lagos State will kill Lagos State. Now, to suppose that with leaders in the Southeast or governors in the Southeast, we are celebrating in 2023 fountain in Aba and social life in Aba in 2023 and Julius Berger headstone on a T junction in 2023, and somebody is saying I should not call out the leaders in the Southeast for their ridiculousness, their ineptitude, their misbehavior, and their failures, that we in the Southeast, instead of we looking directly at our leaders and saying you are our problem, we are saying the federal government is our problem and we want to take a walk. I have listened to people with brilliant mind. And that was what Ijele was saying that really now opened my eyes on a different scale. That we have been indoctrinated, or we have allowed the rubbish of Nnamdi Kanu to filter into our mind and begin to allow us not to see the problems that is around us and within us. That the problem, our problem is us. And
Emeka,
not outsiders.
you will continue. Do you know why I'm allowing you to have this conversation?
I don't know why.
Yeah, because you are from there. If we're to be a Yoruba man saying this now,
you will hear what I know what they say.
Yes,
I know what
go
how
on.
it will talk.
Yes, go on.
But again, you are in you hear sometimes when Ekene try to draw my attention, I will like, okay, but again, who will speak on this problem? Do we allow our governors to continue to loot, and then we will be pointing our hands at the federal government while our governors are looting us dry? Our governors are sponsoring terrorism in Southeast region, and we are pointing at the federal government. The federal government has sent military people down, and we say they are militarizing our zone. Why are we wicked to ourselves? Why are we wicked to ourselves? Where are our problems? The Southeast is progressing. Lagos is moving. Lagos is, in short, Lagos has run away. We can't catch Lagos anymore. Yes, we can't. But again, instead of we to say, come on, for God's sake, let's do something with ourselves. We are arrogating or trying to shield off responsibility to say Lagos was once a capital and it can continue to progress because it was once a capital. Is it not shameful? Are we not ashamed? I don't want to call names of panelists who come here with their iPod mindset, but we are intelligent people. We've gone to school. We are exposed people. Many of us live in the West.
Emeka, sorry for interjecting, but don't be too hard on the Southeast governors, because when I look at the Southwest governors too, besides Lagos, they're not doing good. So let's call a spade a spade. A lot of my governor is dancing. So don't kill your governor. My governor right now, I'm sure if he's not dancing physically, he's probably dreaming of dancing. So
you see, Kolata, the difference between your situation and ours, yours is you are pointing at your governor. We are not pointing at our governors. We are pointing at the federal government. You understand? Now, Ijele said it yesterday, which we have been saying. I think Madazita has also said it. Our problem is localized. See, Kolata, you know your problem is localized. That, okay, let's try to see this governor. Let's kick him out and get somebody who's more responsible. But no, we are saying our problem is Abuja. If our problem is not Abuja, our problem is Yoruba people. If our problem is not Yoruba people, our problem is Fulani. If our problem is not Fulani, our problem is Tinubu or Buhari. But our problem is not them. Our problem is localized. Our problem is Ikwazu. Our problem is Oti. Our problem is Sullivan. Our problem is Soludo. Our problem is Emeka. Our problem is Peter Obi. Our problem is Wachuku. Our problem is Ekene and Joel of Nashville. That is our problem. Not Tinubu. Not Sambo. That is not our problem. We should look inwards and look at the people who are holding government activities and government powers, and they've been voted in. Look at
but you know one thing, Southeast has one major advantage no other region has. The small size makes it cheaper to develop. You know that?
Do our governors know?
It makes it so cheap to develop because you have huge population centers that are only a short distance apart.
Exactly.
It's very economical to have rail lines connecting the entire Southeast. It's cheap. It will be cheap. The entire Southeast is smaller than Kogi State.
And that rail can connect to Asaba.
Yeah.
It can. Now, We have Hope Uzodinma, who was campaigning and said he will send 4,000 Imolites or he will to abroad. He didn't say whether it's the Imolite in abroad. No, 4,000 Imolites will be employed abroad. He didn't tell them during this campaign whether it's actually the Imolites that are abroad that are already employed. Everybody was jumping. No, watch the campaign video. He said we will employ 4,000 Imolite abroad. Hey, did he ask him, Como, are you sending 4,000 Imolite from here to abroad, or is the Imolite abroad that are already employed that you are talking about? Guess what? That was just campaign speech. Where is the plan? If you say you want to send 4,000 Imolites to go abroad and obtain skills, where is the roadmap? Nobody is calling me out. He has won the election. He has turned his back. That is our problem. That if other people, yes, I think Yorubas, Hausas can also speak on Igbo problems. We are Nigerians. But you will hear the Southeast saying, no, don't talk about it. You shouldn't talk about it. Who bore you where to talk about our problem? Our leaders are not calling out the terrorism activity going on in our region, crippling economic situation. I asked him a question again. That is why I'm a bit upset. I cannot come and talk about Ondo problem. Neither would I come and talk about Osun problem. Or I will come and talk about Oyo problem. I will speak about Southeast problem. And he's also a Southeasterner. And I asked him, do you know how much we are losing every Monday sit at home? Like today. We've lost money. Okay, sorry. Yesterday in Nigeria, we've lost money. He said, oh, he played around the...
No, is people still sitting at home? Are you sure?
Yes, yeah. They are sitting at home.
Are you sure?
Yes, they are sitting at home. If they're not sitting at home, somewhere will come out and reinforce it again.
But Shebi they said Nnamdi Kanu has cancelled sit at home. He's the one that initiated, or maybe Simon Ekpa, the cross-dresser in Finland. They said they've stopped it. So who is
still sitting at home? They are still sitting at home. Yes, some states are not complying properly. Yes, some states are not complying, but they are still sitting at home.
Even the fear himself will let people sit at home.
Hey, Thomas, where did the cross-dresser come from with Samuel Ekpa? Where did you get that from?
It's from a boy state. It's from a boy state.
So?
Allegedly, they say the Calabar boy adopted by one Igwe in a boy state that are training. He grew up with the Igwe guy, something like that. That's the name they adopted Ekpa.
The Center for Investigative Journalism estimated that the Southeast has lost as of January 2023 $10.5 billion for the sit at home. Wow. $10.5 billion for sitting at home. That's why I wanted to ask him. You know, he doesn't know it all, I can appreciate. But again, when
how much are they losing for sitting at home? Repeat it again.
The Center of Investigative Journalism said as of January 2023 that the Southeast has lost $10.5 billion.
Wow. Since they started this sit at home. So on monthly basis, how much? What's the breakdown?
So I didn't see the monthly basis. They didn't do the monthly basis breakdown. Tomorrow I can check. Or maybe before I sleep, I will check. But from inception to January 2023, $10.5 billion we've lost from sitting
that
at
one.
home.
If that one land in Nigerian
in Nigeria,
that treasury, one will bail out. That's enough. More than enough to bail Nigerian out.
Kajale Gogo, what are you saying?
Exactly.
Wow.
More than enough to create employment in the Southeast and keep people there, rather than everybody running to Lagos or running out of the country.
But Emeka, let me ask you this: Have you heard an Igbo man saying it is our sit at home, mind your business? Have you heard that before?
Yes, I have. Yeah. I have. I've seen it. They like, what is your business in all this? I've seen it. I've had intelligent people say this stuff, and you wonder. That's when the indoctrination. We've been indoctrinated. I saw today on Twitter. Was it today or yesterday? A young boy, or probably 6 years old, 6 years old, mimicking Tinubu. And yes, I saw it on Twitter.
What does he know? What does he know about Tinubu?
What does he know? What is the parent now? The parent is local. That's what the
This
parents
is
are
more
teaching
than
them.
no. This is not a parental. It was like a gathering, probably a village gathering in the east.
What I'm saying is, he will have taught it. He will have learned it from home,
exactly,
from his parents
and
or
being
guardians.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and adults were spraying him money.
Wow.
And I'm like, yes, and I saw the tug of war on Twitter, the exchanges between the Yorubas and the Igbos, and I'm like, come on, guys, what are we doing to ourselves?
Emeka, do you remember the one little girl I was crying? I hate Tinubu. I hate Tinubu. That I was crying.
That's indoctrination.
You remember
maybe
before election, if you guys remember, the video surfaced online, maybe 2-year or 3-year-old girl, or I don't remember. If you remember very well, that was saying, "Oh, I hate Tinubu. I was just saying, what did this small girl?"
Exactly. What do you know? Now imagine that level of indoctrination and the level of deflection from our problem towards somebody who is not even the problem. The level of indoctrination that is going on, and why our governors will continue to loot us dry, provide nothing for us, and still deflect our attention to somewhere that is not the problem. If children can be mimicking and crying, if children can be pointing and saying, yes, Abuja is our problem, and if educated people, not when I mean educated, up to PhD level, Collateral has been on that platform. We exchange a lot on that platform, up to PhD level. 2 PhDs too are saying that Tinubu is our problem and not the Southeast governors. Now imagine a mediocre or an illiterate, what will be going on in the Southeast. That was why I looked at it and I said, I think we are doomed. I think we are. Madam Zita has said there is hope. Madam Zita has said there is hope. It's a face.
Let's be optimistic. We are not doomed.
No. From Madam Zita saying there is a face. I hope it's a face. I hope so. But if children,
I hope it will go.
If my father's generation, right? My father's generation is saying that Abuja is the problem. My generation is saying Abuja is the problem. My children's generation is saying Abuja is the problem. Because my children's generation, they are still 6, 7, 8, 4, 2. My children's generation. Now, if my fathers die and we die, my children, is it not my children that will take over? What will they be telling their own children?
They go pass it on now. Now generational.
Thank you, Baba Janikoko.
Generational race. People don't complete his own race. Go give battle to another one. To the next generation.
Wow. I think we are done with Southeast. Don't bash my. I love my Southeast people. I love their babe. I like Amaka. I like Ngozi. Yeah, so that's enough. I think that's it. I think that's a food for thought. Do you know why I still remember it? It's because you are from that side. That's why I allow.
Thomas,
yes. Yeah.
Let me call our attention to something. Ijele Oko.
Patoski, before you call attention, Patoski, are you free?
I'm free. No. I won't be able to take over from you.
No. I'm not taking just for 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, just 15 minutes. Yeah, just coordinate the section, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ijele Oko.
Baba.
Okay, sorry. You know, before now, around 1979, 80, even we, the Southwest, used to think Mala is our problem. Remember? We used to think Hausa and these people, they are the ones spoiling Nigeria. We would have done better. You remember now?
You're
At
right.
that time, I used to see Northerners. These people are just drawing us back. We would have gone to London. But I went to serve in Yola. And I saw that these people are the most friendly set of people I've ever met. I schooled in the southeast. I started secondary school in Enugu. I schooled in Cross River partly before I came back again to southwest. So I've been to southeast, southwest. I can bet you that the northerners, apart from the Yorubas, they are the most accommodating set of people. Friendly. If you can even say Sanu, oh my God, you want to buy something from them, they will give you Jara. They will be so happy. You see them smiling that you could even say Sanu.
Hey, Patoski, I agree with you.
Whereas when I was in South Africa, as a young boy, I was in South Africa, I don't know past Kedu Kodo. We used to
Sorry,
think that the
Patrick.
North is our problem.
Majority of Igbos are not bigots, but the bigots are speaking for us, right? The bigots
The
are
big God
saying
overshadow you.
exactly.
Don't
The
be God.
bigots are saying that our problem was the Fulanis during Obuari time. Now our problem is now the Yorubas because of Tinubu. Majority of Igbos are not bigots. No. It is a tactics. That is why I keep saying IPOP is a racket. But because we are opening our ears to be listening to people who are making money, deflating us to where the problem is not, to areas that are not the problem, then you will not be saying, that's why I say, if intelligent people who even look at the comment section, they say I'm bashing the Igbos. If intelligent people are saying that Tinubu is our problem, imagine what somebody who has not gone to school would be saying. If a professor tells someone who have not gone to school and say Tinubu is a problem, don't you think that illiterate will say yes, Tinubu is a problem? Because somebody, Onyekuzi, has told me, Onyekuzi means teacher, has told me that Tinubu is the problem.
Nah, King Emeka.
Emeka, I have a question for you.
The thing is, who wants to ask question? Please go ahead.
Yeah. So Emeka, that brings me
That
to
did
my.
not even let Patoski landed on his.
So I wanted to land and say,
Because I just wanted to let him know. You know, I'm seeing the nonsense going on social media. Igbos are not bigots. I know, just like I know Yorubas are not, and the Fulanis are not, or Hausas are not. They are
Emeka,
not.
You have bigots
we used to
in all the three tribes.
Definitely. Because the generation of our fathers, they also thought like, the Hausas are the problem because they didn't allow Awolowo to get there. So they are our problem. But our generation, we couldn't process that. They couldn't sell that dummy to people like us. I'm telling you. Those some people that are during Buhari time, they will say Fulani is creating problem, but the majority of the Yorubas will say, oh, South is the problem during Jonathan, or this one. The only challenge Yoruba is having in the country now is that, our brothers from Southeast are not listening. But you could see that they just welcome everybody. They supported Obi support. You understand what I'm saying? That intergenerational fallacy didn't come across to our own generation. But I'm surprised that the generation of Ekene is buying into it.
Yeah, Ekene is my generation. I just told you guys, my father generation bought into it.
But that was the question I wanted you people to ask the guy. He made a comment of how dare somebody say that they play immature politics. And I mean, these people are ridiculous. He still said the same thing you people were pointing out that they do. He still said it, but he was praising himself and his people that they have been voting one party since 1999, irrespective of who they brought. And to him, that is matured politics. To him, as long as he's concerned, how dare anybody say they're not playing matured politics? When a particular party, any idiot they bring out, they will vote massively for him. And to him, that's a matured politics.
Hello,
In fact,
Patosi.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I've told you guys to leave those people alone. And from there, let them handle their issues. Honestly.
Ola, please hold on. Okay. Ola, let's hear you.
Okay, Patos. Okay.
Okay,
You
yeah,
see,
yeah.
we
My own
we
contribution is, see,
yeah.
there are some things we deny, and there are some things we try to address. See, I agree that we can't say a particular set of, because the problem is that it's just I see this as an information asymmetry, or there's a communication asymmetry, in the sense that when you are passing your information, if you don't pass it clearly, in between, some people will give interpretations, right? See, I said things. I said if I say Fulani are the problems of Nigeria, I'm not saying a common Fulani on the street. Don't get it twisted. When I say Fulani are the problem, for example, I mean the leadership. Those people
Hello.
that are power
How are
drunk,
you?
that must do
Good.
everything just to get into the position of power. You understand? Those people that we see bandits and they will not do anything. Whereas Obasanjo will see Gani Adams and will declare that anywhere you see his men, just get them down until they stop that. Those are the kind of things we speak about. But unfortunately, people that want to gain from politics, they will just brand the entire ethnic group. That's not the issue. See, and if we must solve any problem in that country, we must identify the root of the problem. Are the leadership from Fulani, are they a problem? Yes. Do we have Yoruba leadership from Yoruba that are a problem? Yes. Do we have leadership from Igbo that are a problem? Yes. We can't bury what we see. We can't just push all this in aside. That is why, whether we like it or not, we still need to sit around the table and talk. The common people are not the problem, but the leaderships, irrespective of the region they are coming from, they all contribute to the problem, but in different dimensions. So we can't just pretend there are no problems, there are no ethnic groups that are bringing some kind of baggage. No, we can't just brush that aside. That's my concern. Because the more we deny some kind of obvious thing, the more we keep getting ourselves into unnecessary trouble that keep us backward. So to me, anybody that wants to say Fulani are the problem, just make sure to say the leadership and just make examples of those leadership that are problem. That's just the way I see it from my own part. Even I listened to what this man said yesterday, where everybody is saying they should prosecute Nnamdi Kanu. Where if the law says, if they have the appropriate section of the law that will do that, okay, let it be. But what I still want to push to people is this: whatever that can be good for the Jews can be good for the Gentiles. So don't focus your justice to a part of that country, because when you focus your justice to a part, you focus on the section of the country, then you are sending some kind of wrong signal, symbolic signal. So that is the problem we are having today. When you can't say, okay, let's give an example. Oh, you deal with those crooks from bandits, and you let people know, though, we've arrested 200 bandits and we've sentenced all of them. Good. You let people know of that. Okay, we've arrested like another 100 set of IPOP. We've dealt with them. Nobody. Okay, we've caught some criminals too in Southwest. We dealt with them. Then people will have this sense of belongings and all this conspiracy theory. See, if you want, for every agitation, even some crook might have hijacked. If you dig deep, if you want to be honest with yourself, you will see even if that legitimacy, nobody is legitimizing this thing. If the root cause of that thing, if you want to really see the root cause of that thing, you see the problem of the leadership. If you are not addressing all those, and you are only addressing Nnamdi Kanu, or you are addressing, you are just addressing cosmetic. We were born into this problem of this country, and instead of resolving the problem keep getting worse by the day. And the more we deny, it's going to get worse tomorrow. So the leadership, whether Fulani, Hausa, and wherever they're coming from, they are all the problems. That's just my submission. Thank you.
Thomas, is Thomas there?
I think he is.
Patostic is standing for him. So do you want to speak? Maybe I can.
Patoski. Is
Go
Patoski
ahead,
there?
Madam Mayor. Go ahead, please. I will stand
Okay.
in for Patostic.
Okay. I want to continue with what I'm saying, with a little reference to what you have said. When we say there are the problem, it depends on the context. We are not saying generally that the problem is on the context in which we are discussing. What is the context, the problem going on in the Southeast? When I speak, I have to, I like making myself very clear. When the Boko Haram started in the north, that's why I said that Igbo people don't have institution that control them. When Boko Haram started in the north, I heard even Buhari, they supported the movement. They were angry on anybody beating them or killing them. They thought they were chanting a good cause. But what did they do? They went back to listen to them, see what they have to say. And the moment they understand that what they are saying is absolute rubbish, they came out, all of them came out publicly and disengaged themselves from whatever they are doing. And when the bomb started landing that place, none of them came out to say, you are killing our people. That is one. Come back to the Niger Delta militant. When they started their own, most of their people did not support them. Go back to the story. They did not support them. They were actually spies against them. But because they have an institution, they have to come together again and listen to what the boys were asking for. It made sense to them. They started supporting them. Now, the question I'm asking, the person that is saying leadership, all the leadership, every tribe, their leadership have problem. Go back to Southwest. When they started their own agitation, somebody started. They listened to him. They came out openly. How many of us in the Bini that supported him? How many of us that said he should be released? How many of them went to Aso Rock to beg Buhari to release him? They disengage themselves from whatever the guy is talking about. The question we are asking is, how many people who are interested in leadership in Igbo land has come out publicly to denounce what the guy is saying? That's what we are saying. On the context of what we are talking about, problems in regions, how was it handled? How did other regions handle their problem? Somebody came to this platform this night and said, somebody should not show concern that a particular region is agitating for something. Secession. Not any other thing, like Niger Delta. This one is that they want to break away from Nigeria. And no strong voice from that area is saying, hey, you stop. And somebody came to this platform this morning and said, it shouldn't be a concern to anybody. They should vote for them.
Hey, Madam Zita, so, I mean, it's quite obvious. The people, the leadership in Southeast are afraid of the opposition or the agitation that goes on there. It's not the same as in the North and in the
I don't
Southwest.
think they're afraid. I think they're
not afraid.
They're
part
part
not
of
afraid. You didn't hear what Ijele said here yesterday?
Well, it's not easy.
Not
I mean, don't they? I've heard about the burning of senators or some people, some leadership people's
They're not
houses.
afraid. When you hear, I don't want to go into this. Ijele went into a little in depth of what is going on in Southeast. If you listen to him carefully, you wouldn't say they're afraid.
Well, if they're not afraid, I mean, they would have.
Sometimes business do go wrong and you get hurt. It doesn't mean you are not part of the business. I hope I made myself clear. I hope
Well, you
you
made yourself
understand.
clear, but I'm still
Yeah,
trying to
that's
grapple.
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. I have
well,
answered your question.
Prince
I said
Daddy,
they
right?
are not
The
afraid of
Southeast.
them, but sometimes business do go wrong. Someone will get hurt. That doesn't mean that person is not part of the business.
And also, the Southeast is not like Sambisa Forest that is very big. The bushes those boys are hiding is places
It's shallow
that they can.
bushes now.
It's shallow
It's
bushes.
shallow. It's
They
not.
know these boys.
It's
They know them. The village
anyway.
knows
I
them.
don't want to talk about it, but
The
if
governors
anybody
so
know them.
come to one
are
man
you saying
platform, let me say
the
this:
entire leadership in Southeast is in support of this militants? Is that what you're saying?
In my view, I
let me
think
say
yes,
this.
they are. I
Let
think
me
they are.
say this.
Yes, they
Wow.
are.
I
Okay.
will say this by answering your question. What are we saying? Nothing stays for over 50 years in a place is not accepted. I think that has answered your question. Let me repeat it again. Nothing will stay in a place is not accepted for over 50 years. See Boko Haram now. How many years has it lasted? See Niger Delta Militant. How many years did it last? And how many years is Cyprus secession going on? The man in Southwest that is asking for Yoruba nation or whatever he's asking for, how long has his own lasted? I think that has answered your question. Because I don't speak by calling names.
But
When
Madam
I say
AI,
my own, you go, when you get home, think, say, but this thing is true. If these people stand up a mess and fight this thing, it won't last. This thing be going on for over 50 years.
Yeah, true, like they have
You
family
hear
members.
people come to one man platform and say, some people in Igbo land, you don't tell them anything except Biafra. And that statement doesn't make sense to you.
Madam AI, let's still look at it this way. In as much I agree that the leadership there, they should still stand up, right? Like that of Sunday Igboho you mentioned, I know it was all by the federal government. Boko Haram issue, people think it has been solved. I'm not sure. I think maybe they moved from Boko Haram to what look to be more profitable for them, like banditry and all those expense harassment. I don't know. I'm not sure. But the thing is, in as much as we see how these loopholes for agitation is telling something about our nationhood. Why are we running away from addressing these issues? That's the problem. So should we just expect these people that are politicians to...
Nobody is running away from addressing the issue.
Okay.
You are putting it, you are making it look lighter and something somebody wants to solve.
I think Ola is trying to...
Nobody is running away from discussing the issue. In the first place, there is no issue to be discussed.
So what about marginalization?
Let me finish because I like making myself very clear. There is no issue to be discussed because it is like when you meet a geographer and he start calling names of cloud. He calls Cumulus cloud, this cloud, Cleese cloud. All of a sudden, he said cloud, cuckoo land. At that point, you know he wants to deceive you because there is no cloud called cloud, cuckoo land. You see that thing? It's a cloud, cuckoo land. So in the first place, there is nothing to discuss, let alone saying, why don't we discuss it? That's why they say Biafra or death. Because there is nothing to discuss. There is nothing to discuss. Niger Delta, I've said this severally on this platform.
No,
and the other young people
there's a
that
lot
I
to
speak
discuss. No.
The Niger Delta people, when they were coming, they came to the table. There was a room for discussion. And at the end of the day, they find something in the middle. The Boko Haram, when they brought them to the table, actually they thought there was room for discussion because of the way they presented it. When the government found that there was no room for discussion, they started wiping them out.
So how come then? How come we've not realized or recognized the agitation of the Southeast?
Because there is nothing to recognize now.
Well, no.
You people are
Say,
not
okay.
understanding what I'm saying. Okay, let me say
But okay, Madam Zita, there is a disconnect. If you think there's no agitation, but the people that are agitating think there's something wrong. So
There's nothing wrong. Sorry, Madam Zita, let me give him an example. During the Jonathan
let me answer
administration,
him. He's pushing me. Let me answer him. I
Okay,
will not
go
go
ahead.
into detail, but I will try as much as possible to be a little bit more explanatory in my answer to him. People are agitating. That's what you said. How are they agitating? The people in the Southeast are members of the Congress of Nigeria. Are they not? How many Igbo man who is a senator or a House of Representative has stood up in the House and raised his hand and passed a bill, say, let us discuss this? Prince, that I'm asking you, you say people are agitating. And I said it's a Klakuku land.
well, yeah, I
And you
understand.
said, am I pushing it away?
Well,
see,
you know,
you
say,
see,
Manager, quickly.
you are listen, you are understanding it as people are looking for something and there is an agitation for it. Therefore, it should be discussed. But let me rephrase it. Let me explain. People want something. Nobody to agitate for it. Some people took advantage of it and turned it to ATM machine. That's the answer to your question. Let me repeat myself again. People want something. There is nobody to agitate for it. There is no plan to get what they want. There is no road for them to get what they want. But do they want something? Yes, they want something. In the hearts of their hearts, they want something. All of a sudden, somebody use that thing. Some group of people are using that thing, getting political position, making money out of it. That's what is going on in the Southeast.
Thank you, madam. You landed that point very, very well.
Can I just interject real quick?
Let me repeat myself again. Even Southeasterners have people in the Congress. Jonathan, according to them, was one time their brother. I don't know if he still is. Was the president of Nigeria. Easy to walk into. According to them, they loved him so much. In fact, the madness of happening in Igbo lands, Nnamdi Kanu went mad when Jonathan
lost the election. Yes, that was how the problem
that was when his
escalated.
madness went beyond bar.
Exactly.
If they are actually pushing for this thing, everybody is believing that because I'm really, sometimes when I talk about it, because of how many people I've lost because of this thing, I think my veins are being rackled because people are dying.
But Madam Zita, you know quite clearly that the interest of leadership is always different from that of the people, especially
I asked a question. I said several things on this platform this morning. For people who will call me later to tell me, Zita, stop. Hear me loud and clear. I said several things. First of all, I said, Igbo people do not have an institution that command respect, give respect, either in form of a group of people or in form of a kingdom or kingship or a king or some institution or a town that command respect, give respect or take respect. I said that one. I kept that one. I said that the agitation is a Klakuku land. I said that one. And I said that, do people want something like that? Yes, they do. Is there an agitation for it? My answer is no. I said, people are using it to make money and to get political position. After saying that, for people who care to hear me, I said another thing. Jonathan was one time president. Easy access for the Igbos to go and make their case clear the day they didn't. Today, as we speak, even as before, since 50 years ago, after Ojukwu fought the war, that he ended up wiping the lives of his people, and they are so proud of him for doing that. After that, Igbos have still been winning an election and going to the Congress of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that they don't want. Have they used that opportunity to stand up in the Congress and say, can we discuss this? The answer is no. So
Yes,
what
the
is
answer
somebody
is no,
telling me?
Madam Zita, because again, the interest of the leadership is different from that of the people. See, the leadership, they're all about their own pocket and interest. Therefore, they're not putting forward
So who
the
is
pain,
agitating?
the pain of the people that are agitating in the
Okay,
Southeast.
okay. The people are agitating in the Southeast. Then who vote them? Has there been a time election is going on in Nigeria and they say Southeast is on lockdown, nobody voted?
No.
You see, when people like you say these things and ask these questions, I begin to wonder, are you guys actually helping the Southeast?
No. See, we are speaking to reality. See, if you recognize the reality or not, it's one thing. You see, go ahead.
Prince Daddy, you are falling for the gimmick. That's what Madam
No.
Zita is trying to
I'm
let
a
you know.
reporter, just like my father. I'm asking questions. I'm dipping in.
Okay,
You know.
okay. All right.
This, because I have explained everything I need to explain, which any reasonable Nigerian know that I am saying the truth and nothing but the truth. But you are still saying it's the leadership. The leadership is different from what the people are asking. And I ask again, has there ever been a time, since you said the leadership is different from the people, and I ask again, is there any time, and these are the things Nigerians always say anytime, every time, they separate their leaders from themselves. And when that particular leader goes, it's another Nigeria that will be there. And I ask, is there been a time since 50 years ago that the Igbos fought a war that they want to leave Nigeria? Has there been a time election is going on in Nigeria and the Igbo land is on lockdown, nobody is going out to vote? The people you are separating from the leaders are actually the people that vote the leaders into power to go to the Congress. I repeat my question again. Why haven't these people that vote these people into Congress, and those people that went to the Congress raised their hand and said, can we discuss this?
Madam, I can say it's not that straightforward like that, because where am I saying it is agitation is not only peculiar to Nigeria. But why we are discussing the issue of IPOB now is just because of the criminality that comes out of that. Now, some people have responsibility of avoiding people taking advantage of the situation for purpose of profiteering from it. You understand? So now, if there are nothing to discuss, people will not come to that Jonathan conference and try to bring different suggestions that people just strike, right? If there is nothing to discuss under Buhari regime, he wouldn't have done some kind of reform, like some all those deregulation. See, no matter how we say this thing, what we are seeing now, they are just like consequences of that long-term refusal to face the reality and discuss our problem and solve the problem. You see,
You are not understanding me. You didn't understand me.
Ola,
From
what
what
is the
you're
problem?
saying, it seems you totally did not understand me.
I understand
It,
you.
let me
I
finish.
understand.
Let me finish. When I mean raise their hand, I say, can we discuss it? It must not be, let's discuss the Igbos that want to secede.
Exactly.
It might be, let us discuss these things these people are complaining about. Since they don't have an institution that can bring them together, just like other people to discuss. So we that are their representative, let's bring it to the Congress. Can we talk about this? Is it true to what they are discussing, they are complaining about? Is there any way we can find something in the middle? Can we come together? We are their representative. They said they want this, they said this. And although, to be honest, apart from the claim of marginalization, there is no genuine reason why they want to secede. To be honest. So that's why I said there is actually nothing to discuss. That's why nobody is raising hand to discuss it. There is actually nothing to discuss.
But rep from those regions, it's not as if they are so quiet and they don't.
But even at that, let me say this, even at that, let those their representative that they voted, even when they said they don't want to be Nigeria, and they are still voting people to go to Nigeria to represent them. Let those people come out in the Congress and said, okay, now, let's do, even if it means to pass a law and said, we are going to do this, we are going to do this, we are going to do it, and therefore this case is no longer to be discussed, or this case should continue to be discussed. So why are we even disturbing our head discussing it when people who supposed to discuss it for them are not discussing it?
I agree.
Can I say
I'm asking
something?
a question. People say it is the people. These people will say it is the elders. Has there been a time in Igbo land that we are doing Nigerian election that Igbo people did not come out to vote?
Can I say this, Mr. Tisa?
Yeah, hold on, please. Yeah. Ola.
Yeah.
Can you spare me 30 minutes?
Yeah, I'm standing in for you, but just make sure you come.
Stand in for me, please. Yeah, just anchor the session.
I will anchor for you. Don't worry.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Can I say something? Ms. Zita said, you see, Ms. Zita, you see the problem we have in that country, not only in the southeast, even in the southwest, and the entire south. Let's talk about it. Don't let people go to the north. The entire south is that we don't vote for party that can really represent our interests right. We are voting for parties that are owned by some people with a separate agenda from what we, the people, want. Their own agenda is to get there, enrich themselves, make as much money as possible, and that's it. What we, the people, are voting for, we are voting for them with the expectation that, oh, these people can do good for us, what we are looking forward to concerning restructuring, concerning all these things, they don't believe in all that. The party itself, the ideology, a party that does not have ideology. This is the problem with Nigeria. This is the problem that we, the people, particularly the educated ones, that should be trying and helping our people to, enlighten them and then let them know that, look, all this party cannot do good for you. This is the party with ideology.
This is the party that can fight for you. This is the party, but we abandoned all those parties.
But Baba Ijele Koko, our problem is not a party problem. I think Madam Zita
let me
has
land.
been...
Let him land, Emeka. Allow him to finish. I will respond to him.
Yes.
Please, let him finish.
Look, PDP, APC can never represent Nigerian people well. At all. The agenda is different from the people's agenda. It's totally different. 100 years to come, they can never represent. 100 years to this time, if they remain as our party, they can never represent the interest, because these are parties that lack ideology, that lack the basis that political party, the basis of representing the people's interest, they lack it from the foundation. So we can say all sort of things, blame the people. But the problem is that we, the people, I'm not saying that we can't share the blame, but what I'm saying is that the party we have in place now that cut across Nigeria, these are party of money bag that all they are interested in is to grab power, enrich themselves, and oppress the people. That's it. Until we have people, until we have party that can really, it doesn't have to be big party.
So Ijele could go for 5 seconds. So what you're saying?
Let him finish.
So until we have party, it doesn't have to be big party that represent the whole of Nigeria. No, that have representatives. No, we must have party that can really, an ideological based party that can really represent people at their own location, at their own political ground. That is the party that can fight for the interest of the people. But as of today, with these two parties that cut across, do you know how much they spend? Do you know how much they spend for election to get there? Where have you seen in the world where people are spending their own money, billions, for election? Not through donation by members, so their own personal money. And you think that they will be there to represent you? Never. It's never going to happen.
Okay.
Okay. Before Madam Zita, hold on, Madam Zita. Let me 5 seconds, please. So Ijele Koko, if I heard it correctly, right? So what I was saying earlier, the problem of the Southeast is the same problem for all Nigerians. Is that what you're saying in terms of leadership and representation?
You're right. I think you are right.
You are let Madam Zita, the two of you are shifting attention. Madam Zita, respond. They are just talking gibberish. The two of you are talking gibberish.
Okay, one voice. Okay, please let me respond.
First of all, Ijele Koko, what you are saying is absolutely differently, totally, not in any way close to what the Igbos, who are asking for separation, it's not close to what you are talking about. You are talking about leaders not being able to represent their people. Igbo people are not complaining that their leaders are not representing them well. That's not what they're complaining of. They said, and I quote, they want to leave Nigeria. And I still stand my ground. Since over 50 years ago, they fought that war that they want to leave Nigeria. They've been campaigning for that leave. And then I ask, since then, election has been going on in that country they said they don't want to be part of. I ask you, Ijele Koko, to your knowledge, have you ever seen when election is going on in Nigeria and in their so-called Biafra land. They are not busy voting representatives to represent them in Nigeria. That's the question I'm asking. For those who want to see reason to what is going on, Igbo people are not saying their people are not representing them well. That is not even one of the reasons why they said they want to leave Nigeria. If you look at their reasons very well, they did not mention that.
No, Madam.
So whether they are
now see the
representing
basis
them or
of
they're
your
not
argument.
representing, the question is,
Thank you, Ijele Koko. Thank you.
And now see
said
the
you don't
basis
want
of
to
your
be in
argument. I see the
Nigeria.
basis of your argument now.
No,
So,
even
so
Ijele
in
Koko.
other words, Mr. Sister, can we not then conclude that all this agitation or this thing is a fraud? It does not even
Exactly. You are just getting
I
it.
just told you that.
But Ijele Koko, you are my man today. You are my man today. You are just getting it.
So, but
That's your
I explained it well now. So I can now understand the basis of it. So it is a fraud. So you are saying it is a fraud. Eh?
Hold on. Am I be saying in essence? If somebody said he doesn't want to be part of a country, and you believe him, he doesn't want to be part of a country. Let me finish. To the extent that he's killing his own people, he's maiming them because he doesn't want to be part of it. Do you know that I was shocked that election hold in my region in 2023? I was shocked. I was even shocked that election hold in my region in 2019. Sorry.
Let me see.
I was shocked. I was shocked that election. Okay, 2011. Let me not say 2015. I was shocked. 2011, let's say their brother Jonathan was contesting. 2015, let's say their brother Jonathan was contesting, according to them. But these are people who told you that they don't want to be part of Nigeria. Are they deceiving me or are they deceiving you people? So why don't you leave the election of Nigeria? Let's start from there so that they will come and beg you to vote them to be part of their country.
Well, Madam Zita, obviously there's a confusion somewhere. And where is it coming from is the question.
There is no confusion anywhere.
There's no confusion.
There is no confusion anywhere.
Prince Daddy, it's you that want to be confused though. No confusion. It's straightforward.
Anywhere. You said you don't want to be part of a country.
Question real quick.
But
please, let's make this thing clear. We all
let me even tell them this. If you have been following
now, you said you don't want to be part of a country, and that country is holding an election. Your brothers and sisters came out to contest. You queue up under hot sun to vote for them to go to a country you don't want. Then they too.
They queue to vote for leaders that will fight for their cause by trying to.
I'm coming now. Wait, and you vote for them. They too. They went there since over 50 years ago. You've been voting them in and out of that country you don't want. And for one day, let me finish now. And for one day, has any of them raised their hand and said, okay, now I want to put it up. Can we discuss how we are going to manage Southeast? At least let's just say that. Let's not even mention Biafra. Let's just say, let's discuss how we are going to manage Southeast so that even as this madness is going on in the Southeast, none of them has raised hands in the Congress and say,
okay,
can
Madam
we talk about this insecurity?
Can you quickly just summarize so that I want Prince Daddy and someone to challenge your line of thought? So
there's nothing to challenge. But
there's plenty. Make it there's plenty. There's plenty.
One question. I mean,
no, for those hold on, please, Kinzo. You will go after Prince Daddy. Let Prince Daddy put a position there. You can go after Prince Daddy.
Yeah. See, again, it's quite obvious. See, I believe the people in the Southeast, the citizens there, not the leadership, they want something. They believe in maybe in Biafra or being an independent state, that region. But of course, the leadership don't buy into it. And when they go out there and canvass for votes and get them to and get their votes, they get to the Senate or the House, wherever they win, or even the governors, right? At the end of the day, what the people want never aligns with the leadership. So I don't think I don't think it's entirely
What
true.
do people
Hold
want?
on,
What
I
do they
don't.
want? Can you say what they want?
Well, whatever the agitation is,
No,
it is quite.
call it the name. Don't say agitation. What do they want?
Well, for example, like the leader Mazen Nnamdi kind of wants Biafra, right?
You are mentioning one person. You say what the people want, and I
Well,
ask you,
well,
what do the people want?
The people want. I guess some of them want Biafra. Let's start
Thank
with
you.
that. They want
And why
Biafra.
should, and you think it's not stupid for somebody to want a country and is voting somebody to go into another country to represent him? You think that's not stupid?
Well, just like making sausage, right? Somebody said it earlier. It's not as straightforward or linear as the way you're presenting it. That's not the case. Now, the fact that the people
And
want
you think
Biafra.
the easiest way for them to get what they want is not for them not to vote again? Do you think that's not the easiest way?
Well, again, they keep voting for people. No. Well,
You've been voting people. No, let's have a conversation, and a very healthy one, because people are listening. You said they've been voting people in. We are talking about over 50 years now. They've been voting people in and out of the Congress for over 50 years now. And according to you, you said when they vote them in, the people don't go there to do what they want them to do, right? Okay? Maybe talk about Biafra, they bring the Biafra home to them, and blah, blah, blah. And for over 50, you keep taking them in and out. And you don't think the easiest way is never to take them in there again until they have a discussion.
Well, because over the years, we've had different generations.
Sorry, hold on. Zita, you have to open the window for other voices to come in. So when you ask the question, give them the space to respond.
Woman, I thought you were asleep too.
Give them the space to respond, though.
Okay.
Give them the space to respond. He responded,
just like
Madam
Zita.
That's what I'm asking him question on.
Just like Madam Zita. See, there've been a lot of changes over the generations, right? From different generations, they come about. And over the years, at the same time, they've had people or leadership pacify the agitators. You said earlier, when Jonathan came, it was the man for the Southeasterners, right? During that period, perhaps there was no agitation or very limited agitation from the people, right? They were pacified. And even before Jonathan, I believe over the years, they've been pacified one way or another when they get a Senate presidency or whatnot. So the people, they calm down, but overall, I don't think that the people put aside or put to bed their real agitation for Biafra. They never did. Say it's the leadership that keep deceiving the people that, hey, when we get there, or we're gonna help you, or we're gonna do what you want. Okay, but when they get there, they never seem to comply with the people, because at the end of the day, the people don't see changes. Whatever they're asking for never realized, and so that agitation never stops. It continues to go on and on. So,
okay, let me ask you a question, Prince Daddy. You have made your point. According to people who said I don't allow people to speak, because this topic we are discussing this morning,
let me
I'm
ask you
passionate about it because I love several people on this issue. I lost several loved ones. Prince Daddy, let me ask you a question. Well spoken. They said I don't allow people to talk. They don't know how passionate this topic is to me. Let me ask you a question. You said they have been voting people over the years and they are pacified and are this, that. Now, I want you, Prince Daddy, to give them advice on the next way forward. What do you think
Well,
they should do to get what they want? That's the advice I want you to give to them.
well, I mean, number one, I'm
Continue
not, I'm
voting
not,
them in and out.
I'm not qualified to answer that question.
Because you are
But
not actually
nonetheless,
saying anything. You've been repeating yourself. I
well,
said they have been
see,
voting
because
people
you know,
in and
let's
out of
establish one thing.
Congress
Oh, no,
on
let's
daily
establish
basis.
one thing for sure. See, one thing. See, you know, they are
Prince
different.
Daddy,
They are
let me
different.
ask you this question so you can answer both together.
Okay.
So your argument, they are voting for people, they are not representing them well, they don't want to carry out their agitation. But the question is, why do they keep voting for them over and over? Why must you keep voting for people that are not representing you well over and over and over and over for over 23 years? Answer that question for me.
Ijele Koko, you know very, very much so that for maybe apart from this past election, the turnout from the Southeast or in Southeast when it comes to national election has always been low, quite low compared to other regions,
No,
right?
Praise Daddy, don't say that. It's not true. What you are saying is not true.
Well,
It's not true.
Simba, you're anti-Southeast. Let me talk. Let me represent the people. Let me represent the people, okay? so yeah.
Prince Daddy, let
See,
me ask you another question.
You are doing good, Prince Daddy.
You
Continue.
think 2.5 million votes is not enough for somebody to negotiate for? Do you think so?
In this past election, or which election was that?
You said Southeast do not give enough votes. You know, I always argue or debate with people from what they said. And I want to give you a figure that usually come out from Southeast. 1.something million, 2.5 million, over 2 million votes, a little close to 2 million votes. And you think a politician seeking for the seat, the highest seat in the nation, that amount of vote is not enough for him to negotiate? Answer me.
Well, if that politician wins, in the case of, I guess, Peter Obi.
No. I'm not talking about he wins. I'm talking about negotiate. Negotiate comes after, before you win. I asked a question. Do you think that over a million votes is not enough for a politician aspiring for the highest seat in a country to go negotiate to get?
No, especially if
it's
that,
not
if that
enough,
especially if that vote is it's based on region, right? Say it could be a million, it could be 5 or 10 million votes. That block of vote has to have weight, and that's the problem. That vote doesn't have weight. And part of the reason, I guess also that's why the Southeasterners, they want to become president, because they believe if they became one, okay, they're going to have more leverage in the Nigerian space. There's no doubt about it. And that's what the people believe. Now, again, it comes back always to the leadership and the followership. Okay, there's a big disconnect. We cannot discount the reality of these people. We cannot. I don't think we can. If you think it's fake agitation or it's not real or it's not existing, but nonetheless, we have people dying. I mean, people lose their lives for this thing we're talking about here. Okay, and if people are willing to put their lives on the line or risk what they have, then we have to acknowledge that there's an element of reality to the agitation or for whatever they want. Don't get me wrong. Many times when we are wrong, we get upset. I don't know if you've been in that situation before, that oh, this was my fault. I was wrong, but I was still upset. The same thing's happening in the Southeast. The people, the people are, they want something. They want something that they're not getting, obviously. And it doesn't mean that because they're not getting it over the past 25, 50 years, that they should put aside the agitation or the desire to continue to pursue what they want.
What is the way forward? You have mentioned a lot of things here. You said they are dying. You said they are putting out their life in danger because they want it. Now, let me rephrase my question again, because I asked you the first time, you did not answer me. I said...
sorry, Madam Mayor, you asked your question, but if Akin can respond to that, because I said Akin will speak after Prince Daddy. I think the gentleman has been. So ask your question and let Akin respond.
I said that these people, you said these people have been agitating. That's what they want. They put their life in forefront because of what they want. And from the tone of your voice, you seem concerned that they are losing because you believe they really want it. Now I ask you, you said the leadership is different from the people. And you said it's the people that want it. And I ask you, Prince Daddy, tell us a way forward. They've been putting them in and out. And you told me that those people are not representing them. What next?
Okay,
Since the
Prince
people
Daddy,
they vote in do not represent them, do not discuss them, what next?
okay. Prince Daddy, I think you prepare for the answer, but let's document Akin's voice because I know he has been waiting. So
Yes,
then
please. Yes,
after
go
you
ahead.
can come.
Yeah, go ahead.
Akin,
Thank you.
please go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. So my question is, why I agree with Prince Daddy's submission. I also disagree with some things that was said earlier on about the agitation being a racketeering thing. I totally disagree with that because if you look at the agitation going on across the country, of course, Odua was there, seeking its own agitation. And I'm sure Arewa too at some point. So can we just say all of these are racketeering? That's one question.
We are not
Second,
discussing Arewa and others. We are
no,
discussing Igbo agitation.
just hear me out. Hold on. So secondly, I think why I don't agree with what is going on right now amongst the Indiables, it's because of the lack of transparency and what they are actually asking for, right? And I'm sure this has always been there, over time, So it's not like maybe it just started today, but thank God for technology. It has really helped to, accelerate what they're asking for. It has actually expunged the whole thing beyond the imagination of everybody. But in any case, this has started, years back. Okay, so but I want to say that the same agitation they are seeking is not different from the agitation that the Southwest or the Arewa or wherever place, Middle Belt, wherever, Niger Delta, I've been seeking for over years. So that is just my submission. Thank you.
Okay, let me respond. As I said before, this has been going on for over 50 years now. And then I ask, according to people who said it's not racketeering, where has it been discussed? Over 50, I think, let's say this, their own has been steady. Some other agitations come off and on. I think not only their own has been going on for over 50 years, their own has been steady going on for over 50 years. And I ask, for 50 years, no result, not even a discussion, even in their land. And you say that it's not racketeering. And me that come from that area is telling you, you are sitting down here telling me people want. Where have it been discussed? Has there been a town hall meeting? Has the traditional ruler come together to discuss it, decide on it? For over 50 years, not even a single step has been taken. And people sit down here and tell me I'm talking rubbish. Really? Somebody has been working on something for over 50 years, and not even a step has been taken. No town hall meeting, no session, not even a village vote. Not even has their king and kingdoms have come together in a town hall to discuss it. And I say it here. People say I'm talking rubbish. That's not racketeering. I rest my case.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't say it's racketeering.
Why?
Because there hadn't been any town hall meetings or wherever you may call it. To be honest, and to be very sincere, this is a discussion that probably the government on its own has not played of its own fair deal. I believe if the government has stepped in earlier with regards to what's the be it Southwest, Indigo, and of course other parts of the country, if they had stepped in and of course sat down with the right people, I mean the right people. I'm not talking to politicians now, talking the right people, right? The stakeholders that stepped in and sat down with them to discuss on the round table and actually find out, just like what's going on in Maiduguri, for example, right? You know, the route they are going right now is just maybe military solution. Every time, okay, it's sending a military to go and secure that place. But there's got to be something they are doing beyond what we are looking at, which is of course the military. So if the government or if Nigerian government has sat down with those that are involved, those that are actually seeking this secession from Nigeria, I believe all this problem, all this issue of we want to secede Nigeria will have been long time resolved, right? We wouldn't be in all this circle of every political firm or every 10 years or every 20 years we're back to we want to leave Nigeria, we want to secede Nigeria, we want to be Biafra, we want to be Odudua, we want to be Arawa. No. So if everybody is given a fair deal to come on a round table, to sit down, to talk, to bring to bring their own concerns and see where they can actually meet so that one side doesn't feel, wow, you guys have been in the presidency for 8 years or 16 years. We need to rotate this thing. So I'm sure all this issue of turbulence around want to secede will have been long time resolved. That's my own take on it.
Can I
So that's
respond?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You see, you said the government should sit down with who?
I just said it. I mean, I say those involved, the stakeholders.
Government
I don't know.
who is the
It could be
stakeholders?
Nnamdi Kanu. Well, if Nnamdi Kanu be.
So what you are saying in essence is when somebody wake up, open a radio station and be abusing people, saying rubbish, government should sit down with him. Is that how it works?
No, we're saying that if somebody can agitate whereby a region loses $10 billion over how many years, okay? That's a reality. That's a reality.
You don't sit down with people that want to leave. These people say they want to leave.
Well, yes, you can. You can sit down to negotiate the exit.
Negotiate what?
The exit, if that's been the case.
Let me say something.
That's what Madazita has been asking.
Let me
Negotiate
say
what?
something, please. I want people to understand me because a lot of people are listening. And I am trying as much as possible to make clear my phrases. I am making sure I choose my words and phrases carefully. Because most of them have my number. I don't want anybody to call me. Because if you call me after this morning to ask me, I will be very rude. So just let that everybody listen carefully. I said, Igbos have traditional rulers. They have elites. They have governors. They have politicians. They have all manner of people across the world. I give it to my people. Intellectually, they are very sound. I don't know about politically. More especially people from Imo State. And I ask again, most of them have had access to the Asu Rock. On several locations, they have held the number 3 position in the country according to our constitution. Senate president. How many Igbos has been Senate president in Nigeria? An Igbo man has been a vice president. And I ask, sit down with who? You see, when we mumble this way, turn it upside down, knock it this way, knock it the other way, they bring it this way, you knock it forward, you knock it backwards. I don't really think whosoever is doing this discussion, being on the loved ones I have lost, are being fair to me and my people. More especially those who are speaking against these things like me. You don't call it racketeering. Senate President, how many? You said they are not representing the people. So why do the people still have to come out in the sun to vote them? Why don't do what they call
boycott the election?
Avoid it, boycott. At least do something for over 50 years to show your anger if actually the people want it. And the just few numbers of the leaders. The leaders are no more than the people now. The people are more in number. So I keep asking people who are asking me questions in this platform this morning, what step have they taken since over 50 years? You expect a president of a country in Nigeria, just because anybody opens a radio station to say rubbish, you should invite him to Aso Rock to speak with him? Is that what you people are saying?
No, I'm sure before Nnamdi Kanu, there were others, right?
Yes, it's a racket.
So
Wazuruke was there.
What you guys are saying is that you have looked at it since over 50 years. Igbo people never had a window to discuss it. Or rather, they have not been in a place to discuss it. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah, they never gave them a genuine platform to do so.
No. You didn't understand my question. Please. Understand my question first.
Madam
I said,
Zita,
in all I've said, what you are saying is that Igbo people have not found themselves in a position to discuss it. Or rather, they have not seen a space to discuss it.
Madam Zita, let me ask you a question. How many of the senators and the rep do you follow? How many of the bills do you know? Because I'm actually proposing that even one man can challenge everybody to go through the bill presented by the rep from each region from 1999 to date, and you'll be surprised that sometimes why I know that the excessiveness of our rep can overshadow their good side. You'll be shocked that these guys, they are not just quiet as we think they are quiet. Because of information asymmetry, we don't even know what they are doing. It's even showing something on our own part that we lack interest in politics. So to me, saying the people from the southeastern part have not presented their case, I think the best thing to do is to look at everything they presented since 1999. There we can now have our informed position.
So what did they present? Where did they present it?
Both National Assembly,
Jonathan
They
conference.
presented what now? That they want
It
to leave
doesn't.
Nigeria.
They presented a lot of things. It doesn't mean it has to be separation
No,
always.
You don't
This is
want
very,
this.
this is
Please,
very
please,
easy. It's
please.
very easy.
You people should help me. Please.
That's
Please.
why I
I am
want
passionate
you to
about
go
this.
back and
Please.
do research
Don't
on the
miss
bill
it up.
presented.
Do
No,
not
no,
miss
no,
it
no.
up.
Sorry.
No, it's easy.
Am
I'll
I
say
in
it's
this?
easy.
Am I in this platform or am I in a different platform? What did Dola just say? That they presented what?
Please.
Okay, hold on.
miss it
You
up.
will have your this thing.
I beg you.
Madam Sita, okay. After you round up, I want Akin.
Let me just come
Don't miss it
gradually.
up.
Let me
Please.
come in
What
gradually
we are
and leave
talking
and
about
allow
is
Madam Zita
people
to
who
speak.
said they want to leave Nigeria. Don't bring another request to it. I beg you. This is a topic I'm very passionate about. Don't talk about people who go to say, we want the best hospital in the Southeast. We want this. Those ones is not what we are talking about. We are discussing about people who say they want to leave Nigeria. That's what we are talking about. And then I ask, where have they presented it in the seat of Nigeria?
Nobody has presented that case at the National Assembly, right? But what we're saying is this: when you push to a particular limit and people are not listening to you, you just introduce noise to whatever content, so that people sometimes they respond to noise faster than content.
Okay,
so
let me ask you a question.
No, Madam Zita, let me. Sorry, you've been talking. Let me put this in. Let me put this in to Ola to help you. I want to help you. Ola.
No, please let me finish this. I want to. I'm
Okay.
passionate about this discussion because I lost a lot of people. What you are saying. Let me ask you a question. Nnamdi Kanu is a Nigerian who lives in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and he's been there for over the years, and he has a dual citizenship. During the time Jonathan was the president of Nigeria, do you think, or even when Obasanjo was, do you think if Nnamdi Kanu could keep pushing an appointment with Obasanjo, that he won't be granted? I'm not talking before he started speaking all those things, he was saying all those things. I'm talking as a Nigerian. He keeps sending mail that he wants to meet with the president. Somehow make it public, publish it in a newspaper that he has something about his region, the Igbos, he wants to discuss with the president. Do you think that president will not give him audience? It's a question I ask. Can anybody answer me?
Anyway, maybe someone can answer, but we all know that Nnamdi Kanu didn't start with secession. He started with restructuring.
Thank you. That was why I asked that question.
Wait now, Madam Zita. It got to a stage where he now went over aggressive. We understand. Even, see, like I said, it doesn't happen in Nigeria alone. Abacha in Canada, First World War for that matter. You understand? Even whenever they want their voice to be heard, some people, they will say, oh, we want to join United States of America. Go back. They'll be fighting for autonomy for a very long time. They use that one as a threat. Whenever they don't hear the case, they will present their case separately. They will go outside and make another noise. Even they got to say they gave them a chance for referendum, but that thing never went through.
Okay,
if
fine.
Average Igbo person today, it's not as if they want to leave, but that self-determination, they want to run their own affairs without having the federal government to overshadow and lord over them. So that's just the point.
That's the term. Self-determination. Self-determination. Yeah.
If you go to the National Assembly, you will see what the rest are representing since 1999.
You did not answer the question I asked.
I answer your question, madam.
Do you think if that guy was asking for one-on-one with any president in Nigeria, first year, second year, make it public, he will not be giving audience? That's the question I asked. but you did not answer. That's fine.
No. If I don't have information on it, it will be wrong for me to.
Presidents in Nigeria, if a citizen of Nigeria keep asking for an audience they don't give, that's what we want to conclude this night.
No.
Well, I mean, let me talk now. What is that? Simba, go ahead. Sorry.
What I want to ask the two of you that playing the devil's advocate this morning, Ola and
I'm
Prince
not
Daddy.
playing devil's advocate. Don't get it wrong. I'm saying what I.
Okay, but I want to ask you, because from what you just said now, you are using a Bata, Taglari, whatever province is seeking for secession in Canada as an example. I don't think it's right. If you look at the genesis of this Biafra in the first place, we all know how it came about. The self-determination that you are talking about is not about the people. It's about some selfish leaders that have been misleading this group of people right from the 60s.
Correct.
You understand? And so it's not about the people. This agitation is not about the people. Some people are just using it as for political gain, for their own political gain. And that is why it's not organic.
Simba, ask that person that is interjecting you, why didn't Ojukwu continue?
Exactly.
You understand? That's what I want to ask them. Ojukwu started this thing. The so-called what is it called now? The regional government that we are practicing, because we are talking about restructuring, say they are asking for restructuring. The people that started this Biafra, they are the ones that destroyed the regional government in the first place.
Okay, Simba, wait. Can Prince Daddy respond to you, because I am my own response, but
Prince Daddy just follow the footprint of his daddy. His daddy is a journalist. I'm not blackmailing. He has blackmailed me before, so I'm joking with Prince Daddy. Okay, Prince Daddy can. Okay.
Let Prince Daddy speak.
Yeah, I heard you, Simbad. Well, because Ojukwu failed, okay, it doesn't mean that the rest cannot continue on that path.
Well, no. The question, no. Get the what we are saying. Ojukwu started this thing. It's not based on the demand of his people. It's about his own selfish gain. This thing that you people are talking about is not the people of the Southeast that came about this Biafran of a thing, right? In the first place.
Yeah.
It's not a total. You understand? He started it. He's when Ijele was talking, was he yesterday or the day before yesterday? It's people. The people that the few ones that are supporting them, they are brainwashed.
Right.
People are not making it to look. The people you are making it that is a genuine agitation from everybody in the Southeast. What people are just providing, it's not true.
Well, I don't think
it's like you people are part of the brainwash. You and Ola, you are also being brainwashed to believe in this cause.
Yeah, no. I'm beginning to think so.
No. See, it is true that maybe the leadership like Ojukwu may have started it, but this is where it has reached now. It has reached a point whereby that spirit of agitation has percolated to the bottom. That means to the people at the grassroots. To the people at the grassroots. Therefore,
do you have any fact to that? What you just said. Now, do you have any fact to it?
Listen, Simba, the truth illuminates the context of what we're talking about. Because yes, we do have facts. We have facts when they close shop on every Monday in the Southeast and they lose billions of dollars or naira. We have facts when people are dying on the streets. We have facts when people are committing crimes in the name of agitation. So this is reality.
The question. No, let me tell you. Is there any place in the world? I'm asking you this question. That you see people agitating and they be killing themselves.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I can't give I can't give a direct response to that.
Ola, your friend this morning, the people of Alberta in Canada, are they killing themselves?
Wait, Simba, don't go emotional. Let's just say no. Wait. I'm moderating. You understand? I want people to respond. The question is this: when we are trying to dialogue, don't let us introduce blackmailing. Let us just talk the substance and beef.
That is not black. You are giving example, and I want to use the example that
a
you
good
gave.
example actually would be Palestine. Will be Palestine, the Hamas, and the people in the region. See, Hamas, okay, agitated and they gain power by really deceiving the people and intimidating the people, the Palestinian people. Okay, they gain power, and
that is your own belief, because the Hamas that we know is not killing the Palestinians.
No, okay, good point.
So
good point right there.
say,
No. Now, Simba, I'm glad you mentioned that, and that's actually the cause of the problem. Hamas was the one actually that started killing innocent Palestinians because they resisted and they didn't want to follow their leadership. Trust me, Hamas killed a lot of Palestinians.
That is that is a Zionist position, by the way. For food distribution, is a Zionist.
No. You're not anti-Zionist, are you? I mean, because
who are the people that set up Hamas, and which external forces that back?
I don't go into conspiracy theories. Let's stick to the point here.
Conspiracy what?
Theory.
You know that Israeli was behind the setup of Hamas. Do you know that?
No. Well, let's not get into conspiracies. But to the point, back to this.
It's not complete. Look,
Baba, please, let's please, I just stick to Nigeria situation.
Okay, don't let us digress to controversial problem.
Yeah, so people, say, I understand. Say, reality is reality. There are different types of reality. You can say it's true, even there's a false reality, if that sounds counterintuitive, but there is a false reality. Reality is whatever that we can see or what people garner to. That's what reality is. We can continue as long as we want to discount and dismiss the Southeasterners and the agitation that's not real. Is their leadership that started it. But guess what? Just like most things, when they started, listen, Nazi Germany also, Hitler started it also, but guess what? Who were the people that committed the most crimes? Were the German people. So now the point here is that this agitation thing from Ojukwu down to Nnamdi Kanu and whomever has gone to the bottom, has gone to the people, and the people now are, you can say, are somewhat in charge of this agitation. What they're facing, what they see as a problem, it's a reality, and we have to address it as a nation. We can't continue to dismiss what we think is not real. It is real to them. It is real to them, and we're not going to get to the bottom of the problem or have a solution as long as we continue to have this dismissive attitude or stance or position about this matter. See,
okay, Prince Daddy,
I can't solve the problem with the Southeasterners, but one thing I know for sure is that no matter how we perceive the agitation or whatever they may be doing, we have to bring to the forefront to address it as a nation. That's
how
the
do
way
you
to
address it? That's the question.
Well, no, just like
several times.
And I said quite clearly that I don't have the capacity to answer that question. But just like any, but hold on, but just like any mediation, just like any mediation, right? It's very simple. You bring the stakeholders or the people
that might. The stakeholders?
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised by the stakeholders.
Can I respond to that real quick?
I don't get you.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's I can respond.
Let's assume you are the president of Nigeria. Who do you speak to concerning this?
Madam Zeta. So I asked a question earlier on. You say let's pretend for a second, okay? Let's shift away from Southeast. Let's go to other parts of the country. Southwest, for example, Niger Delta. So would you say that the agitation in Southwest Niger Delta, they are all false? They are all racketeering? No, answer the question.
Madam Zita,
Hello?
are you there?
I said yes. Sometimes it is.
Oh,
that's why, listen to me carefully. That's why the regions that have institutions that can control such racketeering, do quench it before it goes about.
So you agree with me then?
Nobody in the southeast, nobody in the southwest is being killed because of Yoruba nation. No politician is making gains because of Yoruba nation.
Well, we can't really say that.
Let me finish. You asked me a question. No politician won an election in the southwest because of Yoruba nation. Why? Because the institution in Yoruba did not, they might be supporting it in secret, but they never come out openly to use it. They quarantine themselves from it. The same thing in the Niger Delta when they started.
Because their vote is not because their vote is not dependent upon it. If it was, trust me, they will also put it to the forefront and pretend to want to support the agitation.
Okay, whose vote? Who has used? How many people in the Southeast used agitation to win? Tell me. You said their vote is dependent on it, and I ask, upon all that happened in Imo State this year, Hope Uzodimma was against that. At least he spoke out for the first time. Even formed their body to fight them. Didn't he win? Did his vote depend on that? We should stop saying all these things, I beg. You people are not helping us. I must be honest.
The only way I can align with your point, Madam Zita, is the transparency with regards to Indigbo. Okay. That's where I have a problem with. The transparency for me is a pushback. Okay. Now, you're right if you say Nnamdi Kanu he's not speaking the minds of every Indigbo. Yeah, I can agree because the transparency is not there. He's not playing his game the way he should, or maybe he's not communicating properly. It's not allowing the I would say the stakeholders that are that are so
I will
very
ask this last
important.
question and I will go. Let me ask this question. That's going to be my last question. Because I can see that whenever this passionate issue came up, the way some people discuss it, I begin to see that enjoying what is going on, which is unfair, I must say. Let me ask this final question before I go. Can any of you tell me any institution in Nigeria? We have 3 arms of government. Which of the arms of the government in Nigeria did Nnamdi Kanu address his issue to? Which one? Did he write a letter to the Senate placing his complaint?
Well, the answer.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Somebody wake up and be talking rubbish. And you said the government should call him. And I ask a simple question. Who did he address his concerns to? We have, is it 3 or 4 arms? The presidency, the Senate, the House of Assembly, or the judiciary. As a intelligent man that he is, pencil down. These are my concerns, just as the Niger Delta people did for several years before they went to the street.
Okay, can I
you
answer
said
you?
it's not racketeering. And I asked
Can
a question.
I answer you now,
Can
Madam
you
Zita?
tell me who Nnamdi Kanu addresses?
Let us answer you now.
Okay, I'll go at it first.
See, Madam Zita, we told you that Nnamdi Kanu started as a restructuring agent. He's not just saying very popular on the pages of newspaper. So it's not a matter of whether this guy has not addressed before. Let's not change the history. Yes, he went extreme, but that he didn't do that initially, that he was not directing to government agency based on the information available in the public space? No. He addressed, because it simply means that even when you post something on the pages of the newspaper, when you direct something to the ministry administrator, when you direct even to the civil administrator, you've done your part. Whether he secretly wrote bills and sent to the National Assembly is another thing entirely. I won't say what I don't know regarding that. No, see.
So
We are
you
making this
think,
thing so simple.
excuse
We are being
me,
simplistic.
you see, you see why I said I am passionate about these things, and you people are not helping us. You think, from all you have heard or seen or heard Nnamdi Kanu say, you think in your wildest dream that Nnamdi Kanu is somebody that will write to the presidency, to the judiciary, to the Congress about his concern and will not say it. Really? Something of that magnitude. Una well done, no. Una try. Una enjoy. Bye-bye.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Nice chatting with you.
Do.
Welcome back, Thomas. You will pay me for
Thank you
this.
so much, Ola, for...
I spend more than my break.
I know. That's all right.
That's fine.
I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think we've dealt on that topic too much. I have something else here. Did you guys saw the picture of Shonwo of Ogbomoso kneeling down for Baba Deboye, and the Baba Deboye was putting hands on his head?
Yeah, Thomas.
Did you guys?
Thank you for that. Before Prince
Yes.
Daddy goes up quoting that in the Bible, some kings kneel down for the prophet. I'm not going to say that. This is not the king in the Bible. This is the Yoruba king. So let's not reference the Bible to justify the nonsense that we just saw in that bit. By the way.
Okay, Babati. Okay.
Hold on. Let me lay the foundation. To me, it sounds ridiculous. I'm a Christian. Don't get it twisted. I'm a Christian, but for Oba in a Yoruba land, kneeling down, and he even have the audacity to put his hands on his head. That is most disrespectful thing I've heard this year. I'm a Christian. Don't get it twisted. But this our pastor. We have. Don't let me. I have my reservation. It's up to you guys. You guys respond.
Yeah, my question is, I mean, was the Oba compelled to do it? I think he did it on his own volition. So, did he not have his own discretion to bow down and have Adeboye's hand be placed on his head? For whatever reason, the Oba did it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more detail to the story. So over to you, Babati.
Okay. I am not. I have invited you to. I sent you something privately earlier. So because this is one of the things I wanted to. It's like I'm interviewing you. Actually, that's the whole thing. That's the whole plan. So because I really want to dive into your mind to see your perspective on culture, religion, and spirituality. So, but that would be one of the questions I'm going to put to you if we do have that show. But back to this actual this disturbing news story by Thomas. I'm glad at least you made a point with that reference in the Bible this time. Oh, thank God we survived that bullet. But this is Thomas. The song, I believe, was a pastor in the Redeemed Church, right? Prior to this, I believe, right? It was a pastor in the Redeemed Church, right?
Who cares?
But no. It's very important. Prince Daddy, the man was a pastor, right? Prior to this, right? I believe it was a pastor, right? I believe so.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he was a redeemed pastor prior to being picked by Ifa allegedly to become a king. The question is, I want to assume that he went through the rites, right? The traditional route. So, if I am a king and I went to traditional rites to become king, and according to Prince Daddy, and you cannot have two masters. It's that you worship one or the other. So, if I have gone through traditional rites, and yet I am before God and man on my knees in front of a prophet, isn't that contradictory to both sides? So from my perspective, it does not go well with me because it does not align with my belief system. and what I think the king should uphold, which is the culture and tradition. Conversely, on Prince Daddy's end, it does not all go well with your faith as well, because you cannot have two masters according to your religion, right? So so the king is either here or there, right? It's in the middle. It's playing both sides. On one hand, he wants to appear to be Christian. On the other hand, he also wants to be a traditional king. So I don't understand. But just let's leave the king alone for a moment. Let's talk about Christianity or the religion. Do you know that Thomas? If that man of God, I will not mention his name. I don't want to get in trouble because I grew up in that sect too. Because back in
I know, yeah.
But do you know that his market value just went up when you cannot? The next preaching, I have kings bound. You know the next time the sermon is going to be about how somewhere in the Bible somebody's bound. You know how that goes. The market
I
value.
know.
But I'm saying that for the culture now, back to the culture. See, have we lost our ways, Thomas? Because
we've lost it. But you remember I told you, you know I'm a Christian. I should be on other side, but no. Only bit about lori I don't know if you can translate that. What anywhere we call a head, we don't use it.
Yeah,
I don't even know how to translate that.
But say quickly, I'm glad you put that caveat in there, the origin of the story. So in other words, you referred to the Bible earlier, and we also know that the servants cannot be greater than the teacher, or the student cannot be greater than the teacher. So it is man at one point in time was under Adeboye as a servant or a student. Then became a king.
That was before.
I understand. We trace
now he's
the
a
Genesis.
king. He's a king. It's not a small king. Someone of Ugumoso is not a small king.
Thomas, Prince Daddy, to just quickly. In the Bible, when a prophet anoints a king, it pretty much appoints him through. It's like the God's rep on earth appointing you, right? That's that anointing him to be that. But that process in this case has been done through traditional rites. You get my point. So he's already a king. So you kneel down in front of a prophet in this context does not really apply, because it's not the God of the Bible that is appointing you to become a king. It is the God of the land.
But let us even twist this around. Are you telling me if Shongo Ogbomoso, if it is in the palace in Ogbomoso, if Babadeboye visited him, he would not prostrated for Shongo Ogbomoso?
Well,
what is going on here?
Oh my, so
oh God.
So one day I didn't look story any before. So did he go to the right before that picture or after? That was something I want to know. Because that head, you know what that means in Yoruba culture, right? Once you
I know vividly. Vividly.
What happened to Prince Daddy? The man ran away. Where's Prince Daddy?
I think it dropped, yeah. I think it will come back. He's back, yeah. He's back, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he had to go pick up his Bible for some reference points, by the way. I'm going to go after you tonight.
Babati, Songo Ogbomoso is 97 for God's sake. He's even older than Babadeboye.
Hello.
Wait, what's up, man? Hey, fix your mic, man.
No, I said, why are you guys complaining? On here.
I think you have two devices on your. Do you have you have two devices on? Do you have YouTube?
I think you have something else.
No, I don't have two devices on. No.
Maybe let me mute or let me mute everybody to mute themselves. Yeah. Is the where is the interference coming from?
Someone you had the problem.
No, Kulata may be using a speaker. It may be on speaker.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not the problem.
Phones then.
Yes, switch your yes. It's sounding like Osoy. from Osun State.
Okay, go ahead. You want to? I thought you came up to address to say something about the topic. So, are you there?
Yeah, he's trying to fix his audio. Yeah, you go on. Yeah, Babati. Anybody want to come in here?
I'm not saying that the king should not, serve God or whatever, or whatnot. If that's because the new things now, is a very unfortunately we've lost our ways. Because back in the days, there were we had this understanding in our culture where and but don't mess up what we already have going on, right?
That was Babati. Yes, sir. Let me just let me give my this. I'm not.
Is it working now?
Yeah, perfect. It's perfect now. Now we can. You want Kolata lo try to double know.
Okay, so
go on, yeah. Ola, go on.
I'm not knowledgeable enough to.
Ola, give me 1 sec. Doopsy, Ola, Doopsy, you are in the background. Your audio is not connected, so I will kick you out. Then you come back. I can't bring you in. Your audio is not connected. Yeah, go on, Ola.
Yeah, so Babati, like I said, I'm not knowledgeable enough to sit in sports. What I know, even down our tradition, is there are some Oba that by Dobale Oba, some Oba prostrated to some Oba in time of hierarchy. Example, those Oba under Alafin now. I don't know. I've not read in the history, but when they use Gogon to hail some Oba that, okay, this is the king that accept the frustration from other Obas, right?
Oba, I get your point. Yeah.
So now the thing now is this. How Oba managed to have their control, because they control the empire, the power they have across the people, so their territory. Now this way I say I'm not knowledgeable enough. Now when you look at the situation of Papa Deboye now, even though he is not a traditional leader like that can be easy. I mean, I know I'm saying grave issue. I'm just trying to open up the space. But it wields more power than Shango Gomosho.
What are you talking about? You mean the pastor?
Because it controls more people, it controls more kingdom. Even though you don't see it as kingdom, it is influence today.
But Ola, where do we live? Oba is Igbakeji Olorun?
Thomas, I beg your okay. Did you just say the pastor controls more kingdom?
Yeah, he controls more people across. I've opened myself for this attack. That's why I told you that I'm not knowledgeable enough. So I'm opening it up. So
okay, so
attacking me, I won't fight back.
So they say somebody is Igbakeji Orisha. That means your job is to uphold the culture, customs, and tradition of your people. Because if we go into the details of what makes you king, you literally, as a king, let me tell you on this platform, maybe you don't know, you have soul ties to every member of the kingdom. You are spiritually yoked to the land and to the people. Everybody. You are spiritually yoked to everybody in that.
Okay. What happens to? Okay.
Hold on. You are spiritually yoked to everybody in your own kingdom.
Well, now, guys, are we being hypocritical? And my reason is Onirisa.
I don't even know what I am now. I don't even.
Wait, let me make this point. Onirisa, which is the spiritual king of Yoruba land. You see him going to Real Housewives of Lekki. You see him going to every single party. Let me land this quick point.
Let him land. Let him land. Yeah.
Let me land this quick point. You see him going to. I saw him in some Southeasterners were doing wedding party in Lagos. It was there. I saw him in what's the name? Tompolo, that kingdom, Bamaturu. He sat down on a small stool. Can you compare him Can you compare? And this is supposed to be Onirisha. This was the spiritual head of even Oba Obini back in the day. Can you compare him to Oba Obini? Let's be honest. The stool has lost its meaning. There's no reverence for the stool, and the Obas, because of the way they pick them nowadays, they don't revere that tradition any longer. That's why you see them making useless statements like that one in Osun State. What's his name? That Canadian
Oluwo, your brother. Oluwo.
That Oluwo that says is Emir of Yoruba land. Emir of Yoruba land, saying absolute garbage. And I mean, so are we? I mean, Pastor Gandhi, that's his name, Gandhi Laoye. I went to his church once. I regretted it.
I was right. It was a pastor.
Pastor Gandhi in Maryland here in the US. Very charismatic guy, but he's one of those people that will be saying, if you don't pay tithe, you go to hell. Fire. It's one of those kind of pastors. So what I'm saying is, are they going to lay hands? It looks normal. Let me not lie to you. It just looks normal because you will see Oni talk about Jesus Christ wanting. You see another pastor. I mean, you see Oluwo saying emirship, Islam wanting. So we ourselves, we've lost that tradition. So try to force it. It's just awkward.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
If you compare it with Oba Benin, just contrast with Oba Benin to see what I'm saying.
I'm not forcing it. Like I was saying earlier, you know my position. Anytime we bring up these news stories on this channel, on this chat platform, I always lament and complain about that position. So you know where I stand. So I'm not being hypocritical. I've always been consistent about that. Like I asked Thomas earlier, have we lost our ways? And apparently, based on what you're telling me, I think we have. So
Babati, let me interject you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Babati. Good evening. Yeah. So Babati, Majeka ma sheba ilo Republic kini. Shori gbogbo is 419. Atadeboye, at Ganji, at Oba, at Onirisha. 419 Lobade. Do you understand what I'm saying? So stop promoting one particular thing that is Adeboye supposed to lay hands on Ganji's head. So Daddy when Ganji Kilenjaleda. But where are position now? Don't you know that Babati? They are buying it. This guy, what's his name? Elegushi, Chukwuemo, Onirisha to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's how they appointed him as Onirisha. So what are we talking about here? So everybody should use their brain and stop talking about one particular religion or one particular thing. People should use their brain. It's time for people to start using their God-given talents and let us move this art forward. Instead of staying with one culture and with all those things that are not working for human beings, especially for Nigerians. So let's stop promoting it. It's still 419. 419 Ganji, 419 Adeboye, 419 Onirisha, 419 Gbogbo. So why are you promoting one and it's doing as if Adeboye should be laying hands on Ganji? Who taught Ganji how to scam people? Is it not his father?
Let me clarify. I think you're missing my point. This is what I'm saying. Let me clarify so you know where I'm coming from.
Okay.
If what you just said right now, if that's what we want to do as a people, then let's make it clear. Let's say, okay, from now on, if you want to become king in Yoruba land, whatever, whatnot, let's scrap the traditional rights. We've evolved as a people. We forget tradition. We don't need ABC and D. So everybody knows. It's the confusion we're creating as a society, as a people, that bothers me. If you then get the message to say, okay, we don't want to do this anymore. We now have a new way. If I have to go out, let's basically go for Holy Ghost service at night and go and pray there. That's what we want to do. That's fine. That is
no, they do.
That's not my position at all. I'm saying that all the stations.
I'm saying that no.
It is not my position for Kabi.
No. I'm saying that from
I don't support Holy Ghost. I don't know what it's called.
Not you. No.
I'm saying people should use their motherfucking brain. That's what I'm saying here.
I'm saying that, but the Kabiyesi in this case is a Christian, right? So, just in the vacuum, just look at this case right now. if we say now our culture now allows a Christian or a pastor to become king, now what kind of details? Will he still be preaching on the throne? Will they open a branch of the redeemed in the palace for him to preach in? Will it be a, you know? So we need to know the details. If that is okay with their people, that is for them to decide. But make it clear and make it open so we know what the, so don't confuse the people under him.
Okay, all right,
The
but
people will still be confused no matter what. Let's promote people using their brain. That is what I'm asking here. Stop talking about culture. Stop talking about religion. Let's promote. Let people use their brain. Let's leave Ganji. Let's leave Adebo. Let's leave the culture. Let's leave Oruni Risha. Let people start using their brain so that we can move humanity forward. That is what I'm saying.
Wait,
quickly. So.
Wait, this will interest you guys. So, Doopsy, let's use our brain. The way the Pope used his brain today and allowed same-sex blessing in Catholic Church, Abby. That's progress now.
That's brain. Yeah, that's brain. Okay.
That's brain.
It is brain for sure. So see, but see, you are perhaps many followers are still nostalgic about.
Sorry, Prince Daddy. I want to tell Kuleta that these people that just said same-sex this thing should get married. They started it. I want to look better. I want to buy more KKK. So I want share. I want to better. So let them. I want share.
You know, come on. But by the way, what happened to your show? I didn't see you. You didn't host anything this past Sunday. Doopsy was. I didn't see a Doopsy show last Sunday. Were you?
My boss gave me. Yeah, I've been on leave. My boss gave me some weeks leave. I've been on annual leave, so I'll resume next week.
Okay.
But yeah, one man gave me leave, so I've been on leave. I'll resume next week actually. Okay.
Okay, quickly. So, Babati, I think you are one of the many other followers still nostalgic about the importance of the throne in Yoruba land. And just like we were speaking earlier in regards to the Southeast leadership and their followers, you see, it appears that the leadership of the throne in Yoruba land is on a different trajectory, whereas the people, the followers, may have be on a different path, right? So obviously there's obviously
sorry, Prince, do you know what they call Isheshe?
Is it traditional rights?
Yes. I don't think they are reading the traditional rights to all these kings before they enthrone them.
Okay, so now obviously something's wrong. Something's going wrong, right?
Sorry, give me just a second. Just to buttress what Thomas just said. My point is that what happens is when they present the king to the people of that kingdom, the belief is that they have gone through the right. Obviously, they are bypassing these things. Then make it clear that you're not doing it. Don't lie that oh, he has done the right, so and everything's okay. Just make it open. Okay, now no, we are bypassing ABC and D. They need them more, so we know.
But Babati, they short-circuited the process. Now it's now a political selection. It's no longer, you know, I don't know the details like you will know, but it's no longer that they go into hibernation to go and I don't know.
Kulata, Babati doesn't want to come to terms with that. That's what is wrong with Babati.
It's political now.
Who doesn't know that? I don't know what Babati is talking about. This thing, if you have money, why job now?
So, Babati, in other words, you have to recognize the change in the institution of our traditional rulers. It has changed.
Is it good for the tradition, for the culture? That's the question. That bypass the tradition. This new way of doing things in that aspect, is it good for the culture?
Well, that's a good question. But again, we have to look at it that over time, most or all institutions become corrupt, and it's quite clear in this case that is what has happened. Anytime you introduce money and power, okay, real politics, you know, things change. People begin to pursue their own selfish interest. And I think that's what has happened right now, well, quite frankly. So who's to blame? Well, hopefully maybe in the near future, things will change, and we begin to return to the roots or the real tradition in selection of our obas or kings.
But guys, aren't those stuff just ceremonial at this point? They don't govern us. They're not even they're not as powerful as local government chairman anymore. So are we just holding on to?
It's nostalgia. It's
no. Okay, just say it now. Scratch the damn thing.
Holding on. We're just holding on. It's like ornament.
No, God damn it, just say it, man. Say it.
Say what? No, you know why I said. You know why I said this. I saw a Cuban Yoruba practicing Isheshe more authentic than whatever you'll find in Nigeria, and I'm like, because these guys they kept their own old school, old, ancient, very different, pure form. When I now compare it to what we're doing in Yoruba land, we have modernized because we followed we grew along with the colonialism, the exposure. We grew out of it. They kept it. So I'm like, just looking at it at this point, we've lost it already now. So what are we? I mean, really?
Yeah. So I think so. I mean, again, money and politics. The recipe it's not what you would expect. It's disaster most of the time, and I would say, but one thing that the Yoruba, if you want to call them race, is good at is the ability to come back and reorganize and get back on track, right? Yeah, no one is to be blamed, but the leadership. Obviously, it's not the people, it's not the followers that's compelling them to do what they're doing. It's the greediness of the people being put in position. And quite frankly, I thought that I wish Mike was here. Always talking about how swift the justice is when it comes to traditional religion. They don't waste time. Well, if all these so-called kings, Abbas, they are, discrediting, or what are they doing? Decimating the beliefs of the people of the throne. How come their gods are not doing anything about it?
Well, can you let Gani, you want to come in for a second, chime in into this, the impact of this
yes,
the culture?
Yes, thank you very much. This Oba issue that you people are talking about was not the issue that I really want to talk about. It was when Madam Sita was talking, and you people are talking about Sunday Igboho. And
go ahead. Hey, it's open floor. So
yeah, since then I've been trying to call me, but I cannot call me. You see,
you mean in fact, let's equating him and Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Yeah, please let's just please stop this thing. I don't know where we are going to. There's nothing like Sunday Igboho. Sunday Igboho is a full PDP, and there's nothing like Yoruba Nation. It's all scam, and we know that. Sunday Igboho and then Nnamdi Kanu, they collide together to work for PDP. Yoruba are never fighting for any Yoruba Nation. You can never see any Yoruba leader who come out and say, okay, you can see this way. Let me tell you. When Tinubu wanted to contest for the president, he went to this Ayo Adebanjo, and that Ayo Adebanjo is telling Tinubu that you see, they are all playing politics. You see, and it baffles me when you are asking people like Ikene about what's happening in the Southeast. Is talking about Sunday Igboho. The business with Sunday Igboho with what's happening in the Southeast. We need to let them get it straight that there's nothing like Sunday Igboho in Yoruba land. There's nothing like that. Sunday Igboho is a full PDP and it's working for PDP, and later it collide with the Nnamdi Kanu and start trying to kill people, to fight people in Yoruba land.
Daniel, so why do you think they always bring his name up when they bring Nnamdi Kanu name up? So I'm like,
I don't know. Yeah, because they want to push the narrative to people like some Yoruba people that they are liberal. They don't know what they are doing.
Well, Gani, hold on. You know, initially when Sunday Igboho started, I was with him, but it wasn't because of Yoruba Nation. Even though I was a proponent of that, I was with him because if you remember, at the beginning, he was talking about security of the farmers and the bush.
Yeah.
That was, I'm like, okay, it makes sense. But it was when he
You see-
now turned into, when he had the Koiki influence, that I'm like, he lost me there. Like, I didn't get the transition
No,
from that. So.
you see, that's not. You see, this thing, you see, this our politicians. We need to be very careful of them. You see, their plan is from. You might never even think where it's coming from. You know, Sunday Igboho, he's been a PDP for years, and it's been a talk for the PDP. You see, when he brought Dr. Aburode issue in, that's when he started gaining that the narrative like Fulani is killing Nigeria, Yoruba in Yoruba land. He brought there's one day, and this man, Dr. Aburode, that they killed, that they said is Fulani that killed him. The
one from, by the way, just to make people know, background story. Bro, there's a Nigerian that lived in, I think, Germany, that came back to his homeland.
Yeah. You are right.
And hold on, Daniel. Bro, there's a man that
I'll
came
tell you.
and came back
all
to
this thing.
farmer, right? Was it farmer, right?
Yeah. You are right. I'm telling you the fact. You see, that woman, the wife, came on board. He said, Fulani did not kill my husband. That they killed my husband because of his position. And it's fighting for I think it was fighting for Senate then under the PDP. But he left PDP for APC.
But in the media, they said he was killed by the Fulani.
That was the narrative they want you people to believe. I'm telling you, this is from the horse's mouth, the wife. And he said the husband didn't die immediately when they attacked him. The husband died in the hospital. People were there with the man. You understand? Some Yoruba people quickly went to Awikoko to make sure that woman stopped talking. You understand? These are the narrative they are pushing for us. These people, everything, like Madam Sita was telling you, and somebody was trying to push it, like, the Kanu is not fighting for my God, everybody should understand this. It's all scam. They are all PDP. When you can see there's one guy on the internet now, he said he was with Nnamdi Kanu. They call him Isima. He was with Nnamdi Kanu. He said the day Nnamdi Kanu said, now people should go and vote, everything was sealed and signed. That's the day he discovered that, oh my God, he has been scammed. You understand? We need to understand these people. There's nothing like Biafra. Okay, where are the Biafra? Which state is the Biafra? If
Danny, hold on, Danny. I think what they said earlier was that there are people that actually genuinely believe in that agitation, but that some people kind of hijacked it for monetary gains. Like they hijacked that narrative down. But there are
no.
Before it.
No. It was planned from the beginning. They know where they are going. That's what they want to do.
No. Hold on. So you saying that there's before. Hold on. Daniel, people actually genuinely want this. That didn't have any motive at all, any ulterior motive. They genuinely want this. Before this so-called plan that you're talking about, that they want Biafra to leave Nigeria. They genuinely want that. But they didn't have that enough political machinery to push for that agenda. People say
no. They don't. Nobody. They don't want it.
Okay, can I support what Babati is saying? See,
yes,
we have Odua Nation Movement, right?
Yes,
we have some people that hide under promoting Odua and they're catching out, right?
Yes.
So see, when you have agitation like that and government is not doing anything and is festering, some people are doing it genuinely. Some people will infiltrate for the purpose of making money. They will be cashing out. So what you want to ask yourself about Biafra is this. This Biafra led to full-blown war for more than 3 years, or for about 3 years. And if the government has addressed the core issue, there should be no gap, there should be no loophole for some people to bring such again in this our era. That's the problem. So the one that we are saying we should not discuss the scam, it's too simplistic to say it's a scam. No, it's not. It's only that the government is not ready and some people are taking advantage.
Okay, can you please just name the Biafran country from state for me, please? If there's anything like that.
No. If I name Biafran states, I'd be too simplistic to do that.
We have they have 5 states now. They have 5 states of Biafra.
But have you seen the map? Have you seen this?
Hold on. Samonepa has had 35 to the 5. So they are now 40. So I don't know where that came from.
I laugh when people, Simba is telling me that that I've been brainwashed.
Don't mind Simba. Like, so if you're like Professor Banji Akintoye, will you call them like a brainwash? No, I think they're actually genuinely written books about the need for.
You are agitation supporter.
Yeah.
Hello, Professor Banji Akintoye, they are all scam. Professor Banji Akintoye is part of the scam.
Okay, Gani, you too, I'm scammed too before believing in Odua. I have my reason, and I see
no.
that I.
You know what? Let me just tell you something.
Hello, Babati. Hello, Babati. I came in because of you, so please let's continue our discussion. I'm here because of that particular discussion. So when this guy finish, let's continue.
You can't even greet. You are talking to Babati.
I can't even greet Oma Bajel. If you want to greet your auntie, you say good evening, auntie.
Before we go back to the old topic, Daniel, can I ask you just a question? You said Banji, because I've known him for years, because he was a professor in Florida State University. And he wrote these books in the 80s and early 90s about the need for Yoruba to be alone, because he's always been doing that for the last 30, 40 plus years. So it's something. So when you call him a scam, what do you mean by that?
No. You see, the one Professor Banji Akintoye came back with this Sunday Igboho one. Before there are some Yoruba leaders, they want Yoruba to be alone. That's fact. I myself, I want it that way. You understand?
So were you scammed? No. So were you scammed when you believe that? So you were scammed?
No, you don't. I'm not.
Come on.
Let me try to let me get myself clear to you. Let me get myself clear. You see, since 2019, when Tinubu supported Buhari, you see, these PDP people and they knew that the next president is coming to Tinubu. That's when they started their planning. And if you go, they don't want it. Since then, they started planning. And they recruit all this Sunday Igboho and all this Professor Banji Akintoye now went with them. You can see all our the people that we think they were our leader, like Ayo Adebanjo, all these people, they all against Tinubu.
But
because of
Gani, forget Tinubu for a second. I'm saying that when it comes to the belief that Yoruba should stand alone, Professor has heard that belief for the past 40 plus years. So
I agree.
So no. So when you say that belief itself is a scam, so for the last 40 years, it's been lying to people. Is what you're saying, pretty much, because he's had that.
No. Then he was doing it genuinely, like he wanted Yoruba really to go away from Nigeria. Then, but later,
Daniel, let me ask BT this question. This professor, where do we see that as Yoruba people? for all of us to agree that we want to have a Yoruba nation.
Simba, first of all,
when you see sporadic people coming up with that,
Simba, first of all, I'm a Yoruba nation, so we don't even know if you're part of our.
No, he's a Yoruba.
I don't even.
He's a Yoruba man. Simba is a full-blooded.
Now only me and Simba come from Osun State, though. We're the middle of Yoruba nation.
Simba is a full-blooded Yoruba man.
Okay.
Simba is
okay. Simba, to respond to the question, when I first heard about it, I think it was 98 or 99. Okay, so it wasn't the first book I read. I've forgotten the article it wrote. It wasn't making a point. It was initially talking about Awolowo, because it was with Awolowo. It was talking about the government they had, the Western government, where everybody should stay on their own within Nigeria, right? Then it made a case for, if we don't get that, then we can go to Yoruba nation. So it was more like a plan B, sort of, where ideally we should have what Awolowo had, the Western, Nigeria part kind of system. Then it went into that. So that was his own individual opinion. Now, if you ask me, what did the Yorubas believe about one Nigeria or whatnot, it has always been about regional government. That is Yoruba's position. That is, but Plan B.
That was what we agreed.
That was the agreement. But Plan B was, if that does not work, then we leave. That's always been the Yoruba position. We want to be on our own, but still stay in Nigeria. But if that does not work, remember the clause was removed. If you remember, Ola, there was a clause that was supposed to be.
Yeah. But let me ask you a bit. If you really believe in something, must it be a plan B? Your course should not be a plan B. You know what I discovered in Nigeria is this: whenever you are looking for something, then we use agitation to fight for it. And the same thing, that is what is happening in the Southeast. Let me finish, Ola. During the time of problem of Kabila, that was when this agitation started rising its ugly head. And what happened to Awolowo? That he failed to get whatever he wanted to get at the national level. If you know that you can stand on your own and you genuinely believe that you cannot coexist with other people in that country, that should be your priority. It should not be a tool of politics. It should not be something that you'll be using to say, okay, if you give all the presidency, then we'll keep quiet. Then whenever things is not going our way, we start using that agitation.
Bro, I'm with you. But unfortunately, if you go back and study our so-called founding fathers, you will be so disappointed in many of them. I know we hold them high in esteem in today's world. People don't. I know if you go back and actually study the politics of the 50s and 60s, you'll be disappointed. Like, why the hell did you do this?
No,
Babati, I'm sorry to say. Let's be honest.
Where are you disappointed? I want to know.
Like in terms of some parts where, okay, ideally I should be by myself, but let me keep these people together because I think I'm politically superior to them. I have economically or socially I'm more advanced. That way I can control them, and it backfires on you. Okay. So it's my point where, okay, only they have the numbers, but I have the brain. So therefore, if I keep them with me, I get to dominate them. Then it backfires on you. So you just go back and read that late 40s into the 50s. You will see what I'm talking about. It backfired on many of them. So it's a sad reality. But Simba, I'm with you. Ideally, we should have been all out for that belief system, like we should have been on our own, not playing politics with people's lives. But we did. Unfortunately, they did back then, and now we are paying for it.
Okay, Babati, you see why I don't agree with Simba is his own graduate situation. You see one thing, what you said the right thing, because Satamodu Bello actually wanted to take the northern part out of the situation. The eastern part of the country, they wanted a unitary system. And Satamodu said no. Awolowo brought federalism, and they managed to agree on federalism at the independence. Then some people now truncated. That's where the problem started. It's not as if our own funny father, Simba, It's not as if our own founding father didn't push what they believe they wanted, what they believe will work. Unfortunately, when some errant guys decided to cut through everything, and they were unable to get their feet up to when some people now made it clear that, oh, except for us, no Southerner, whether Yoruba or Igbo or any other group, can lead Nigeria. You know, you will find out that it was ridiculous, even when the like of IBB were telling us that, oh, some emirs, some people would not want Abiola there. Very, very ridiculous. So these people, they are racing for agitation. It was as a result of that agitation that, okay, let us pacify them. They gave us Obasanjo. Unfortunately, the same Obasanjo that could not return us back to the constitution we agreed at independence brought his own and imposed on us. The same people, this person you asked to come and implement a new democratic dispensation we are now. So the issue of agitation is this. It's not a fraud thing. When you look at Yoruba, they say restructuring. If you will not give me that, because Yoruba, we don't want to get out. Because you will not give me, because you want to impose your own thing, you don't want this thing to work. That is why I want to get out. It's just like husband and wife. If you are saying, okay, let us agree on this, this is how we are going to live. If they will not agree, either of them will say, okay, we want our...
Okay, Ola, sorry, excuse me, let me interject. So the Yoruba leader then, they were fighting for restructuring, isn't it? And now, after that, Payo Adebanjo, who is the president of the Afenifere, now went to support Peter Obi. Did you get it? Yeah. You see?
No. Why? But why did he do? Because the same way he supported OBJ in '99, because he believed that if he supports them, they can help him get that. That's the whole point of supporting them.
Baba Adebanjo, who is the leader
let
of
me have my
Yoruba.
answer before you continue guarding you. Adebanjo, you see, he played according to their belief. They always believe in equity and fairness among the region. That's just
okay.
The same thing they promoted is what is standing by its principle. So he didn't do anything wrong. If you think so, no, he just promoted his principle.
No. What is the equity and justice there in between then that you said that Bayo Adebanjo is fighting for? If you can let me know. Marginalization. Who are they marginalized?
When was the last time? When was the last time they started?
Guys, hold on. Daniel, hold on, please. Let's just make this very clear. If the whole point Baba was fighting for, even though I don't agree with him the way he behaved during the elections, if everybody has their own system in their own region, then you wouldn't have to worry about being marginalized, right? Because you will have your own people to govern without worrying about the center. Okay, that's what he is fighting for. So Ola is on point about, if I can get this regional government back in place and Peter Obi can get it for us or advocate for it, then the issue of marginalization we go down drastically. We come down, right, Ola?
But guys,
that's it.
But guys, you guys know regional government is not possible anymore because the states are very fragmented. The best we can get is just your governors, and then resource control is the best we can get. Regional government is gone forever.
But
forever.
We must redefine the meaning of, because now we can't even say the Western government anymore. It's changed now, but we must redefine what we mean by taking power from the center now. Because I think everybody has different interpretations.
Yeah, but I personally don't buy into this marginalization talk because
never. There's nothing like that.
The reason I don't buy into it, when you think about this country, the very first president of the country, Igbo, the very first executive vice president of the country, Igbo, the very first head of state of the country, Igbo, multiple Senate presidents. I can't even count. Maybe
they've had eight so far. Eight in
So, and if you now look at that, now think about world peace like Edo. what will ever come out of Edo? What will ever come out of Nupe? What will ever come out of Kanuri? What will ever come out from Ibibio?
Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom, Ibibio, Anang, and all. So let's stop all this marginalization. Like there's been, it's a
Those
fair.
one are minority now. Kulata,
No, even but the majority. We've talked about the first president, the first executive vice president, the first head of state.
So okay,
Kulata, let me back you. Kulata. If you look at Babajale Koko, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ níbi tọ́rọ̀ lọ. If you are looking population for population, size for size, they have more than any other tribe in this country. The people that are claiming to be marginalized, they have. Let us talk about this marginalization, and now let us break it down and analyze it. Because if some people are just shouting, there is a way that the thing will sink into your brain, and you think that whatever they are saying is actually the truth. Let us analyze it. Population for population, size for size. If you look at the whole of South, it's not bigger than the Oyo State. How many senators do they have? How many House of Representatives? How many governors? How many states do they have? And they're still complaining.
Okay.
And they're still complaining. And they will make people to still believe, and some people will still be thinking it.
Simba, you are like I said again, you are being simplistic in the way you look at it. So now you look at it. Why do people even embrace federal democracy? You have to look at it. America, for example, they embrace it because they look at their differences, multicultural reason. They don't want a situation whereby a particular union, a particular group will dominate another because of the group of people that form America. You know, initially when they started, you know, the states.
That's a false premise. That's an extremely false premise.
The false premise. Don't argue.
The whites have dominated the blacks. They've dominated the American Indians. So don't say stuff that is wrong. It's wrong.
Okay,
it is wrong.
I heard you. It is wrong. Now the thing is this. Now when Canada was looking at the border, they went for federal system too. But they now say, okay, because of that American Civil War, we are not going to adopt that of America. They look for a system that works for them. Okay, you the British people, because you the Quebec people, because you have cultural heritage, and those people still want to practice the civic law. They give them the civic law, they practicing. That's why you know that why Canada the legal system is by jura in nature. You have civic, you have criminal code. So they allow them to do their things. Oh, people in Anabata, this is the way you want to do it. Oh, okay, do your things. But we will just the residual power will only belong to the federal, because where your action, where what you are going to do is not discussed in the constitution, and that one the federal have that residual. That residual is just to keep the country one. But what we are saying is that when you look whether in the United States or Canada, you see states, they manage their resources, they decide on how they want to do. The way Abata wants education is different from the way Quebec wants education. Quebec, in fact, they have the way they don't want you to speak English at all. In Abata, you speak English. So everybody maintains their own background. But Abata will create job for Abata. Other Canadians can come there and work. Quebec will create Quebec for those people in the Quebec, and everybody too, they can come there, but they are doing whatever they are doing for their environment, whether the way they do their driver licensing, whether the way they control their road, everything. You understand? But now come back to Nigeria now. You are now imposing everything, even including what the state even got under the regionalization when they were a region, federal government hijack everything. And you are now saying, okay, this state, I'm going to give you this quota. Oh, you have 100 students in your place. Oh, no, 100 students cannot go there. We are going to give your state 10. And okay, because someone that's come to in Kano, he has no good education, so we have to impose.
But how did we get to that unitary place?
We've discussed that. I said some people some poor people they destroy that in that group that is. That's what I'm saying. But now we are not saying let us discuss. Federal government, you don't need all this overbearing. The overbearing of federal government is what is compounding our problem. What is so wrong if you can allow Ekiti to use the Agidi to do whatever they want to do, and you still contribute to the center? What is wrong in there? What is wrong there? Okay, I want to control my good if I'm from Osun State, but I'm not saying federal is not shared. As a matter of fact, federal can collect that money on my behalf and give me my own quota, as they have equalization funding in Canada here. That okay, Abata is the owner of the oil, but the federal government is collecting that and they are paying equalization fund. So that's what we are saying. Instead of, oh, okay, you have oil, okay, me federal government, I have to do everything for you. You cannot decide on your investors. You cannot even decide on your electricity. You cannot even decide on your agriculture. You cannot even decide on your earth. You cannot even decide on your schools. That's what we are saying.
Ola, permit me if you don't mind. Kolata, can I ask you a question?
Please go ahead.
What does fairness and equity look like? If you had to, because currently we don't clearly, I mean, people like me don't believe we have one, like Ola also believe. But
fairness and equity.
If you had your way to change the system, that okay, everybody now has, like, I know you are big on states having more autonomy and rights, right? That is your thing.
Babasi, do you know this adage? Ori Ojori. That is
we know fairness is, you can't see parity, of course, we know that. But what if you had the power to change the system in Nigeria, what would fairness and equity look like?
Well, fairness and equity, first of all, the direction Ola was going to is the first step to have every state kind of like every state control their resources, determine your fate. But then equity will now be, there's going to be some federal programs where federal government may take part of the tax revenue that some rich states give them, and the poorer states may have more people participating in a few social programs more than the other, but it will be largely driven by money each state contributes. So it's just going to be similar to what is done in America, where you have states like Mississippi not contributing enough, but they have the most recipients of Medicaid. So at least that will be the equity part of it. There's nothing really equal. There's nothing fair.
But let me clarify with you. But at the same time, you don't stifle the code of that.
No, I won't stifle Lagos, and I won't stifle Kano or Anambra or Port Harcourt.
To catch up, right? You just go.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no. If you can't catch up, voila, in here. But I'm not going to stop people that are fast. Let them be fast. Let them make their money. I won't stand in their way. But just know that whatever you give me as federal government, I may share some to disadvantaged area to try and accelerate them or to try and just get them going. Otherwise, the inequality will be too huge. That's the best that's the best I will do, Sha. I can speak for myself. That's the best I will do.
Okay.
Like minimum benchmark to meet. Like you must have this minimum benchmark to meet for those programs.
Yeah, now. So at least you don't have like wayward statistics. Like I will want Human Development Index to be somewhat at a minimum level. So whatever will maintain that minimum level, fine. But if the Osun State is going to be operating in HDI of Belgium, so be it. We're capable in Osun State.
Do you agree with the Kulata on that one? Like, forget the regional government, maybe states will just do. Do you agree?
No. Kulata is correct. We can't go back to regional government. That because restructuring, whatever we are going to restructure, is going to be based on what we have now. It's just regional government is just a blueprint. What happens? Because you can't reverse now. You want to merge Ekiti with Osun or Ondo State now. You are going to have that fight for the next century. It's not going to happen. So based on what we have now, we have like what you said they do in America, they do in Canada here, for example, Quebec. Now, since we started equalization funding, maybe like about 50 years ago or more than that, I don't know particular date. Every year they've been drawing from that equalization funding. And Abata, that is one of those people that contribute the highest, they've only assessed 0.02 of what they've ever contributed in their life. You understand? Even Toronto is just of a reason. If not because of that, they would never have even assessed that equalization funding. Because equalization funding is what they use to those people that are not industrialized, that they don't have enough money to bring
Okay,
them
so
up.
is it
You
level the
understand?
playing field? Is that what it is?
Exactly, because
Okay.
if you don't have those people, they will create problem for you. You understand? Now,
Okay.
assuming you allow, let me laugh this. If you allow with Southwest, Southeast to do whatever, and they contribute to the central government to help the North, and in quote, if not really need that money, because we know that Kano was a very big revenue back in the old distance. So assuming in quotes that those people they do not have, you now use that money to develop those areas so that people cannot indoctrinate them to even believe in all this the Boko Haram and all this banditry nonsense. Because you use whatever you are contributing to keep the country together, even for your own security. You understand? Even for your own security. So to me, those are the kind of restructuring we are talking about. But when the government is not even ready to listen, that's the problem. That is what Afenifere and Co. That is what they did.
Okay, let me chime in.
Do you because I like the way Kate put the response, that you have the benchmark, then if you want to go past the benchmark, that is for you and your state to enjoy, as opposed to forcing this parity among states where you force resources to everybody hoping that they can grow at the same pace. So do you subscribe to like having states grow at their own pace at the same time putting in benchmarks in for key like education and healthcare? Do you agree with the way Kate put it at the state level?
Totally, that's what we are
Yes.
saying.
Yeah, I like that model. I don't think every state or every region can grow at the same pace and have the same amenities and resources. That's unrealistic, let's keep it real. So yeah, that'd be a good model. I'll go for that. But I was going to ask you a question regarding to the regional, when we had regional government. Back then, were the governors powerful as they are today? Would be a good question. And if not, then I've always wanted that idea of regional government because of Awolowo, of course. But in thinking now, listen to Kolata, right? I would say that look, each state is powerful enough. These governors are so powerful. Now let's maybe defenestrate regional
Just a
government.
second interruption, Prince Daddy. The regional government, the premier, were more powerful than the current state governor, but they were more responsible. So it's not because the governors now are powerful, they are irresponsible. That's just the difference. The regional premiers were more powerful, but far more responsible. Why the current governors, they are very, very irresponsible.
Ola, do you mind? Hold on. Can you do me a favor? Can you clarify or explain briefly so that things can understand, so you can better make his position? Why that system cannot work in today's Nigeria? That regional system.
Regional government.
Yeah. So he knows why. So
But the thing is, regional government, you guys we romanticize that era. You guys forgot that it was already breaking apart. Midwest, that is Edo and Delta State, already requested to break away from the West, which is Awolowo and Co. They eventually broke away. The rivers side, the current rivers and the Calabar and area, they were already agitating. In fact, the first agitation.
So hold on. So they couldn't fix that problem. It was unfixable. They couldn't fix
it was inevitable. Regional government will have broken apart eventually.
Regardless, it will have.
Regardless, it will have broken apart eventually. Because Adakaboro wanted to even form his own country before Biafra, because he felt the current Southeasterners were dominating. They were dominating them. They were, murmurs too in the middle belt. So that system in itself will have self-destruct eventually, even though we thought we were enjoying and all that stuff.
So I'll now go back to your state government controlling everything. So based on what you just said, where we know we can't go back to that old system, and all we have right now is state government. With that perspective, how do you then implement that? Where yet we don't want them irresponsible, like Ola is saying, but yet we want them to be effective but accountable at the same time. So what will you put in place if you had the power to, at the state level, to make them effective, to carry out everything you want them to do?
Well, obviously, again, the governors, as we know them right now, they're very powerful, right? Extremely powerful. I mean, they call the shots, and I think that's one of the reasons why some governors don't want some people don't want the states policing because the governors would abuse power, right? Um, but back to the, I guess, the question of equity or fairness and equity. I don't think that there can be really equity all around or all across the country. Everyone is going to play according to their ability, human capacity, and resources, right? But sure, at the top, the federal level, they can set a benchmark for education and health and some other stuff. Of course, the same quality would not be the same across board. But the reason why I was asking about it, the regional government before is because, look, at the end of the day, regional government or not, governors with contiguous line of states like Ogun State and Lagos State, they pretty much joint, right? Two governors as such can work together. There's nothing stopping them from embarking on large projects, okay, that will benefit their region. They can extend it to, wherever, Osun State and other parts. And because it comes down to the ability of these people to work together. That's what it comes down to. And that's why overall, we Africans or Black people, we just lack. We can do great. See, the train, and I know that, I guess the train that they have right now goes all the way to Ogun State. These are part of the projects that people can be working on, governors can be working on.
Yeah, but that was because the federal government gave the states the right. That was just barely a year or two, and they made it work. So how much do we unbundle from the federal government is the question. They have about 64 right now, right? Right? Is it 64 on their exclusive list?
64 what? Minerals, eh?
Like laws where the control 64.
I don't know the number offhand though. That's for Benny. I don't know that number offhand.
Yeah, 64.
No, they are about 50, but they've unbundled some like that railway,
so
railway concurrent, and
the power, right?
Need power too. So,
okay. how more of it should they let go? How more?
And I'm glad we have, for people like me, I'm not overboard with Tinubu, but I support him because I think it's able to do what it says it would do, and he understands business, right? So my point here is that now we talk about restructuring. Those kind of things would be what Tinubu will be doing as restructuring. Give him more power to the states. Give him more power to the states, just like you guys talked about. And it's been there, done it, right? In working with Obasanjo working against him. So Tinubu truly understands the dynamic of this whole thing we're talking about here. And I think he knows better. And I guess it kind of sunk in now that nostalgic idea of that regional government that is so great. I think that might be in the back burner right now. Listen to Kolata. So let's just go give power to the states as much as they can improve their own welfare. That's what it comes down to. And when we were talking earlier, I had a concern.
Guys, I'm going because I don't know why you keep on talking about politics forever. Can't you just change the topic for a minute?
Yes. Once I land, Dupsy, we're gonna go to your.
Are you Prince Daddy? I'm here to come and attack you because of religion. I don't know why you keep on talking about politics. I don't know. Please let's divert after this one.
Okay. So yeah, resource control. Let's give power to the states. If we can find a way, if there's a way we can structure the states whereby these governors, they I don't know if we say we limit their power or give more power to the sub leadership in the states to hold the governors accountable. Like Fubara, for example, just got up, burned down the state assembly house and bulldozed it. I mean, and there's no attorney general, nobody's pushing back or calling him into account. That's what I'm talking about. So how do we curb the excesses of these governors at the end of the day? Okay, this would be the challenge. And also personally, I have a concern also about the flow of people across the country, population, not even necessarily growth, but concentration. Because I believe a lot of these governors are so lazy, and not just lazy, actually. It will any human being, when they're not checked, they will abuse power. Why would I want to build roads, hospitals, and good schools when my citizens can just pack their bag and go to Lagos or go to Ogun State? What do I care about? That means, I mean, I'm going to have more money in my pocket to do whatever I want to do. So I'm not sure how we're going to.
Prince Daddy Amos, I'm really happy what Fubara did in reverse for Wiki. Sincerely, because he taught him how to do that to people. So I think he's just learning from the best teacher ever. So I just love the way he did that, sincerely. I'm just happy about his actions.
Wọ́n like
Sincerely.
àdúrà tiẹ̀.
Kí ló ń ṣe bọ̀bọ̀ yìí o kì í respect ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ kí ló máa ń ṣe ọ́ ní?
Oh,
Kò respect ẹ̀ sí ẹ̀.
oh, yeah, that's okay.
Anyways, yeah. So I mean, I wrap up on that. You know, it's beautiful. I think yes, let's scrap that original thing. Give power to the states. Let them go to work. I don't know if you can set a benchmark, but that will help. That will do us good. And each governor should be responsible for their own citizens. They can't just collect the money, and they don't really take care of their own people. I believe, I said it earlier, people maybe thought I was joking. If somebody that's not indigenous to your place and they claim to be from Kebbi State or whatever state they come from, okay, if you come for medical care, fine, you can't pay, no problem. Let them send the bill to the governor of that state to pay.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's why it's a good thing because why? Because it allows them to improve the healthcare system, and it allows them to maybe build more facilities and institutions and take care of the people. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Let me counter your position a little bit. You know, we learn irresponsibility over time. So over time too, they are going to learn responsibility. So the thing is this: you say this state should control. Yes. You know, when you ask them to be in control now, no federal government to lie against. You know, as you speak today, everything is on Tinubu, as if the governors never exist, right? So now, when the structure change, the focus will be on them because number one, it's just all about making people aware that when it comes to education, healthcare, it's for your people, it's for your governors because they control the resources. So we are going to learn over time to know that our problems are the governors or where it's possible, the local government chairman. So, but we just have to start. We just have to start. So you'll be surprised that irresponsibility, when all these countries we referenced today when they started, some of them were even worse than Nigeria because they were, this thing got to a particular stage in Canada that they started deporting some people from Quebec. I think Dupsy can bear me witness because if he maybe I know that he must have passed through citizenship education and must have read a lot of things. I never knew that one until that time, that Canada, it got to a stage, they were deporting people from Quebec. They were deporting them back to France.
Well,
and those people were supposed to be, so
can you address how we're going to start? Because how we're going to start means government is going to drop the feeding bottle, right? Some states are going to survive and thrive, like the obvious ones, the ones that have oil.
Okay, Kulata. Let me start from this place. Ekiti State Governor, for example, gave back the missionary school to the owners. People think they are going to fail.
Oh, he did that. That's fantastic. Yeah.
So now those people now, our alumni now for every school, if you see what they are doing now to reposition the school, now look at that now. The education in the Ekiti State is starting to take another dimension. Go back, what we've done for my school, for example, is far more than what government did for that school in 40 years. What with the alumni that, we redevelop our chapel, we redevelop the library, the classroom, a lot of things that government will never do for us.
So they should
what am
return
I
the
saying
school
is
back
this.
to the missionary and the alumni. I mean.
You say?
So they should return the school back to the missionaries and the alumni. Because even my own school, Negbai, is
Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah. So now, what I'm saying is this: you start giving back what you got from the state from there, and the federal government we have little even for all those rogues that call themselves National Assembly members. So let the concentration of that development goes to the grassroots. Allow the state governors to do their job. You understand? So whether they embezzle little or not, I'm not saying they will embezzle, then that will not be on the people from that state. You know, we say, okay, look at this now. Every Nigerians, whether from the southeast, from the north, from this, everybody is Abuja, Abuja. But this time around, you will now share your efforts. Just imagine 36 states now. They now 36 states now aggregating at the same time, facing their own individual leaders instead of them concentrating on Tinubu that has nothing with them. So it may looks like the governors initially they may want to come with some kind of tyranny or whatever, deal with the people. Just imagine the like of Yaya Bello. You are fighting against the like of Yaya Bello. That can do and undo. See, over time, there will be problems, but over time, the culture will change. As we have some governors that want to perform, so when some governors start performing, others will have nowhere to hide. Because even under this dispensation, as responsible as they are copying Lagos State.
Ola, hold on. Let's just go there now. You know, you are handing things over. People will not complain. But there's only one thing when you get to Wahala will happen, and that's the toughest one: resource control. That is where the Wahala is of handing things over. So
the resource control is what we are talking now.
We know you can discuss handing things over, but when it comes to that mining sector, when it comes to like oil and gas and bitumen and all those things, how should the federal government properly manage that transition from federal to state, and what should the sharing formula be?
Let me make a suggestion. I think it's not a new suggestion or anything. If the thing exists in your land, the state owns it, right? If it's coastal, if it's offshore, then let it be federal revenue. So at least anything offshore, federal will be making direct money out of it. And anything on prime land in the states, then the state will take ownership of that resource, make money, and pay federal government. It's that simple.
How much are they paying back? If you have to...
Now, they will have to talk about the sharing formula. It's not that complicated now. They'll talk about the revenue sharing formula.
But you remember that from is it Jigawa government that said that the oil in Delta is from the Jigawa that it flows underneath. Did you remember that governor? He said he's
Babati. The federal will still have power because federal government will reserve that power for interstate affairs. I will give you an example now. You say you own your oil, right? And you want to lay pipe from, let's say, the South through Ondo State to Ijele. You know, Ijele people can say, oh, this thing we have environmental impact. In fact, they will find some politics to do this thing, and they will have to invite you on the table, right? You can't hold this thing alone. And from there is where you will be having some kind of your sharing formula. You can see if you give oil to Niger Delta today, you'll be surprised of what they will cough out because other states will not let their resources move. That is where collaboration will have to evolve. Good. You want to send your product overseas, the federal government controls the sea territory. So now the federal government will have their own conflict too. There will be conflict between the states and the federal. And that is where the mechanism of settlement or conflict resolution will exist.
Okay, so it will be different from each state. There will be no unitary like sharing formula for whatever you have in your state, depending on the impact.
No. They will agree with what they will be remitting. You know, I made an example of equalization funding. Now, what will be agreeing? Okay, like Canada now, for example, states, province control their resources, but Canada revenue collects taxes on their behalf. And we even have another, I've forgotten this name, that even help to even gather money on behalf of everyone to make sure that everybody complies. So we can have, because we were doing this thing before the military squad to leave, where it's okay, is it 50% derivation? that whatever is coming from, you take 50% and you allow 50% to go to the federal government. So those agreements can say, because it is federal government that will help you talk to those states before you can take your crude oil or your oil to
sorry
Kaduna.
to interrupt. Ola, can you let Ola or Thomas? Can you let Sir J in, please, if you have access?
Okay. No, it's Oga Thomas.
Thomas, if you're there, Sir J is in the background. So go ahead, Ola. Sorry.
So those are so there will be agreements. Instead of federal government say, I will take this thing. No, I will take this thing, because your product will not move without the federal government, because the federal government will still control the custom. They see all this power. Federal government will see all the military. Federal government will see all the central bank.
Federal government doesn't have to control the custom now. Local government can control the custom.
Yes, local, but you have to, because for territorial something now. Okay, I got your point. If it is just revenue, but then I'm only saying what is obtainable though. Federal government control customs there. So let me just say that based on my knowledge or my ignorance at least. So the thing is, all such agreement, what we want is this: federal government, everything that makes you take so much revenue from the state and soft. Leave school and health for state. Leave agriculture for state. Let them handle. You don't, or you'll be having federal ministry of agriculture. Leave all those things. Look at what, that's why when you take this thing from United States, look at what they are doing. What you don't want.
Down question, Kulatao. How do you ensure? You know, this is about it's about negotiation. When you put this in
I mentioned Canada revenue now and another.
How do you guarantee, or at least I want those states that don't have that resources to jump at their economy immediately, like Lagos will do, or like a Kano will do? How do you give them a 10-year funding or what? Those smaller states that we need time to
equalization funding. Equalization.
I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I made equalization funding because you contribute and they can use that money to help them. And meanwhile, those investors you are talking about too, you now have power. You see, state does not need.
Like quickly, so when you talk about this, I want to talk security votes. That money, what is that? What do they call that? Or what is that for?
That's the rubbish that
Ijele now. That was OBJ to the governor.
So no, not OBJ. It's IBB that brought that rubbish. You know, in attempt for him to sustain himself in power, he created DSS, if I remember. So, and DSS are at the level I say. So you now give some money for them to find some kind of security architecture that protect them, so that
the reason why I asked, because when you're talking about the equalization funding, I thought I would equate to that. Maybe not.
No, that's totally different. Federal government owes equalization funding to help states, to help provinces that are in need. You understand? So that's the federal government to hold that one to develop those states that have no money. But the difference is, instead of federal government now taking over your oil now, it gives you that chance to develop your oil yourself. If you like, give to people of Bayelsa to do modular refinery, to do things, that's their own. If they like, let them bring some people from Italy to develop for them, that's their own. But whatever you are making, you have to remit a certain amount, because you are still part of the federation.
Sorry, I was just cracking a little bit cracking up. It sounds like wishful thinking. So it's not the same. Don't we have like institutions in Nigeria where they, at the end of even though they are fully funded by the federal government, at the end of the day, the report is zero profit, even negative. So if you wanna give the resources of a state to the states, to the governors or the leadership, what kind of remittance are you expected to get from it? I mean, the
difference now is this. Babati, the difference is that federal government will no longer be hiding under the excuses that I want to fund education. It won't be hiding under I want to build the airport for you. It won't be hiding under those things that they use to get money, because you're already giving those things to states. Now the city, my city now build the airport for themselves. Atlanta, they build the airport. So all those small things. So why should the federal government be building airport up and down? You understand? That's what we're saying. All those things that the federal government use as excuses to hold on to the money, and they now find a way to share. You know, money is the main reason, because when they call it resources, it's overall. But the reason is how to share the money of the country is the problem. But we are now saying, okay, me, federal government, I'm not taking over your resources now. I just want to be collecting taxes. And from there, we want to get some money to help others. So maybe Kano can go back to his to this glorious day of Granite Pyramid and textile, hide and skin, all those stuff. Because they know this time around that no federal government is collecting money from them, it's dominating them. It's there, they are doing. So the thing is this, even that model can even, let's assume that even governor will steal money. That model even give governors that are creative enough reason to steal money, enough ways to steal money, because you develop before you can steal enough, right? If you don't develop before you can steal enough, then you are going to create problem for your people. And
Yeah,
people will
yeah.
reward.
I think you're underrating the greediness of these people, really. But okay, let's put all
I'm not on
technicalities.
that. That's why I say they will steal. You don't get me. They will.
Hold
Okay,
on.
now.
Let's. So we have a
No,
Nigerian problem.
just give me a few seconds. Let me round up and use. Now, look at this. Look at the situation. People are accusing Tinubu of sitting on Lagos money today. But the money was not there until Tinubu created system to gather revenue.
Yeah, you made that great point a couple
Alphabeta.
days ago. Yes, you did. Go ahead.
So Benga Daniel did not steal money from Ogun State until he developed the real estate sector there and put some structure there, just to make sure that he chased some all those small thief away, and the big thief now have access. So the same way, the governors are likely to chase all those small thief away for them to stay big, but they are not going to do that without putting something on ground, and that's something they put on ground is what people will benefit from. And people will keep fighting, because I don't expect, because we are going to restructure, Nigeria is not going to become Dubai in just suddenly. No, it might not even be our generation, but the thing is, we've already set a way forward. Different from the one they born us into, and that is getting worse every day. That's just the opinion. So we are not going to do restructuring and suddenly, oh, we become, no, it's not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen. But what I'm saying that if states are copying what Lagos State is doing within the current fraudulent arrangements, when you give them that power to, they are likely, when you give them the resource, they are likely to still do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. So, question: do you think Nigerians' problem is unique in any way?
Well, every problem is unique. It depends on what you mean by unique.
Well, unique as in
So
there's no other model out there or a country you can compare Nigeria to say, hey, this, if you can do it, this country had this problem and they did it this way and that way, and it became a success story. That's what I meant.
not absolutely. I can only tell you about multicultural environment like us that did things. That was why I used Quebec, for example, the other time, and the Aboriginal people too, if you want to look at that. So, the Quebec people till tomorrow, they will tell you they want to get out of Canada, but every time they try, they don't even have enough votes for them to get out because of the way. And even at a particular point, when they want to say they want to get out, there's what they call, what's this clause in there's a clause in the constitution that the parliament can invoke. You understand? Notwithstanding, that's what they call notwithstanding clause. That even if the judiciary pass some judgment and see that judgment is not in the interest of the country, the parliament will just gather and invoke that clause, notwithstanding, just to set aside whatever judiciary pronounce that it's not in favor of the country. So our problem is just because of our diversity. Now, in that diversity, we do not respect it. Our diversity is such that some ethnic group that believe they are stronger than others, they want to dominate. You know, that is why you will see someone from somewhere in the north be telling you that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to them. You can see that. That's crazy. That's madness.
It's not madness. It's not at all.
It's madness, brother. It's madness.
Well, no, well, it comes down to, I guess, somewhat to what we were talking about earlier in regards to Southeast. It comes down to indoctrination. If people have been told that Nigeria belongs to them, that just like even the illiterate Fulani people, their perception about Nigeria it's strong as having a strong foothold in the country. So it's crazy to you, maybe to you and I, but to them that believe in it, it's not crazy at all. Okay, it's not.
Exactly, because things like that will not promote unity. That is what I'm saying. We don't promote unity. It's just because.
Like, can we do? Sorry, can we do a mic check? Sorry, Simba, are you there? Kulata. It's not good. It's Ganil, Triumph, Thomas. All right, okay, go ahead. Just checking it.
So the thing is, for us not to have that, if South people are taking care of their oil and gas, and we're born into already to know the South region as the oil producing economy, just like what was this state? What was this state with Houston? What state is Houston in America, for example? Texas, for example, that Texas will control their oil. Can someone from New York be saying no, the oil in Texas belongs to them? Because already you grew up to know those people that own those stuff. But when federal government is holding that is controlling everything, and those people in the federal government happen to have people from a certain region that dominate that the power that deal with that region. So you hear this type of rubbish, right? So, but what we are saying is, once you start having your things locally, maybe the southern states, they brought investors to do the electricity, they brought investors to do the oil and gas, and you see the way they are doing that, that okay, the government is not interfering in their affairs. Over time, the orientation will change. It's not as if we won't still be having some kind of a disagreement, but I can tell you, someone will not be saying we want to do Ruga and be telling each state to give them land. If not because of the land use act, for example, which is a form of restructuring, Buhari will have just used some kind of a power. Okay, Ekiti, give this hectare, give those hectares, and before you know, it's going to cause problem. You can look at land as a type of resource too, as a type of resource. If you are coming to Ekiti today, it's without the governor of Ekiti say giving you land, no way. That's what I'm saying. If oil and gas belongs to these people, and it still belong to Kogi State people, you have to stay with their gold or Sapara with their gold, and not those stay with this thing they use to manufacture the battery. So everybody have their own, but the difference this time around is you allow them to use that to provide value to service the people, while you are still contributing to the union. Not that federal government will hijack everything. Okay, I take oil, I take let's say 100 billion from South. I say, okay, South, take 5 billion. Okay, take 20 billion.
Hold on. Are you there? I think what's going on also is that if you notice, I was listening earlier today when we were discussing the Southeast. By the way, good contribution by the way, Prince Daddy. I like that. That was a good interaction with Madam Zita.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thank
you. We noticed that anytime a place develops in Nigeria, everybody wants to lay claim to it, but they ignore their own part of the country. Like, not everybody. Like, I come on this platform, admire Lagos and what they've achieved, but I would decry the state of my state. Right, I want Ogun to grow as well. So why don't people? Why do they deflect? Like if you discuss, let me say I discuss Ekiti now, and say okay, let's focus on Ekiti. Why do people deflect away from that? They don't want to talk about their state, but they want to. Let me talk about your own state though, but forget my. But they don't want to talk about their own state in regards to the reason that I put that up is because when you eventually do this whole money thing that you divide this natural resource system, and the attention goes to all those states, right? I will not receive people leaving that at least for the first 10 or 15 years. I will not receive people migrating from those places into those big cities and big towns and ignoring their own state, which will further impoverish their own state. I hope that makes sense the way I'm trying to frame it, Prince Ali. Like if we keep ignoring that for so long, I say forget myself. Lagos now has more money, they have more resources, they have more people. I can't wait for the next 10 years for this place to grow. I'm leaving. Wouldn't you even make it worse for those smaller states?
The thing is, okay, Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the question. Well, naturally, people will gravitate towards a place that's more prosperous, has more resources or opportunity. That's why more Nigerians or Africans want to go to UK or America as opposed to Bangladesh, right? So it's just natural. It's just natural for people to move to places of opportunity. But then the question becomes, obviously, if people move to places for opportunity, they abandon their own place of origin, and that's no incentive for the leaders or the governors to be proactive and be more conscious about developing their own area or space. That's the challenge. That's what I would say. I like chime in.
Okay, see, Babati, okay, let me just give something even under this crooked arrangements. Now, I don't know the progress about that now. There was a time that the Stallion Group now got certificate of occupancy to build the 10 million rice a mill in Ekiti. Then when you go to all those Ikoli axis, there are some Nigerians that gather themselves together to build cassava processing and cassava value chain. Now, I can speak today. I know my former colleagues that as his farm, you go all from Lagos to Ekiti to be doing cassava farming. And not only that he's doing that cassava farming, he's processing it. It's not selling raw. So it has cassava value chain that's what gives him money after he left the banking job. So where am I saying this story is talking of the body stories? Even within this type of arrangements, Fayemi still managed to bring the Promasidor to revive the Kudere farm. Under this arrangement, they still managed to do something about Ikogosi Resource Center. So the thing is this: everybody, we don't have the same capacity. There's a capacity for job lookers and for job seekers. Job seekers will look at the environment. If I can't get job in Ekiti, I will go to Lagos, right? But if I'm an entrepreneur and I know that my capacity is nowhere in Lagos, I need something that is very cheap for me, probably I will go to Ekiti. So because these people are empowered to attract, because by the time you allow state to control, because they are empowered to attract investment, so they will go to where we favor them. It doesn't see. I won't say because I want to be looking at skyscrapers on the street of Lagos. Now, if Lagos will not give me more than 5 million in a year, while Ekiti can give me 30 million, I will go and sit down in Lagos. No, it won't happen. It will not. Truly, I will invest in estate property in Lagos, but then I will focus more on my factory, where my factory is. So, because we don't have this model, that we can't really appreciate it. Because now, if you give Ekiti power to do things, and Ekiti is okay, what I want to do, I'm not even going to concentrate on I'm not even going to concentrate on any natural resources. I just want to fix my power. Now, while fixing power, I talked to Unilever, I talked to Pramasido, I talked to all those things to come and build it in, and I guarantee that don't worry, let's be doing this thing. I will give you electricity in the next 5 years. Then the cargo, the cargo port I built, I will make sure that I get a private investor to be airlifting product from that place to Lagos. Before you know, you will think it's a joke, right? It may sound silly. If it is consistent and they have unique advantage, before you know, you just be seeing factory around the place. So those are the kind of things that can come when you do all those. You may even say, okay, it's education. That, oh, people are going to what do we call it, to Dubai to study, to India. Why can't I put education estate somewhere? Okay, you want to learn Microsoft, you want to do all those stuff. You still invite those people that be giving them training there. Oh, you go to Dubai, you spend $10,000. Oh, you school in Nigeria, you can get the same thing for like say $1,000. So why are you wasting your time? So when you start having different, because when you have such kind of arrangement that favors investment, people will start coming. You know, creativity will be unleashed. Over time, we've seen Nigerians as they unleash their creativity when you get the policy right, when you get the situation right. So that's my point there. So it is normal for people to go to Lagos, and it is normal when people see opportunity somewhere, just like Nigerians were coming back during the Obasanjo period. Nigeria were leaving their job in the United Kingdom. They were leaving from United States of America, Canada. They were coming to Nigeria. So if you develop that, people will leave Lagos and go to where they can get money.
Yeah, but if you don't have, but if you don't have a very creative mind in charge of your state, because I think also what is happening is that people want to copy what is happening in Lagos without focusing on the peculiarities of their own state. You know, sometimes what is obtainable in Lagos might not work. That template might not work for your state. So it's for you to look inward and look at what do you have to offer the country and the world coming from Ekiti. Now you can collaborate with other states. You can collaborate. Like I'm from Ogun. I've always said we should piggyback everything to Lagos. I don't transport whatever it is. Enjoy that proximity to Lagos. It should benefit you. You should exploit that. So I think once you focus on the peculiarity of their own state, as opposed to, you will learn from what Lagos is doing, obviously, in some areas. But for the most part, you must focus on your own state and what you have to offer. But that takes a special talent. That takes a special politician that knows the state now.
And that is not
no be like about it. Okay, that means that go ahead.
And that special politician would not be the governor Dayo Abiodun Dayo, the governor of
Ogun. That's not gonna work. But do you know what that does? That forces the debate. Like if that happens, Ola, you start seeing more creative mind come into politics, because now the debate will be about what you have to offer. Like if I know in Lagos they have this. If you become governor of Ogun, I'm going to start asking questions now. Ogbeni, can you do what they are doing in Lagos? Will be the question, as opposed to I can give you what I give you by that moves the debate into more productive arguments. So the primary debate would be more interesting to watch. You must come up with ideas now. It should be a battle of ideas, not the person that has the best agbada or as the That's where I think we're headed if what we're talking about happens.
You see one thing, creativity is not when you as a governor is the only creative. People take idea to them. But in some cases, the idea you take to these people, they don't have capacity to implement. But now, when they are the all in all, the capacity rests with it. Okay, look at it this way. Aaron worked with Tinubu, but federal government didn't allow it to move. If not because of federal government, maybe Lagos State will have probably be generating like 20 megawatts today. Not for their population alone, maybe they will be selling to Ogun State or the nearby state. I mean, the terrain will have changed. So with my experience within the Nigerian industries, is that people take creative idea. You know, I was saying something there like 3 days ago. Universities before and all tertiary institutions generally, they were collecting money by hand. Or it was the bank in the attempt to get more revenue, to get more deposit, that they started packaging for all those. Oh, don't worry, they work with GoDaddy, InterSwitch. We are going to develop some kind of a website for you. You use to call this thing, so you don't need to spend time to collect your money. You don't need to spend money on a bullion van that Amroba can relay and just take those money. You just deposit online. They built all those things for them, all those services. Okay, when some people know that, oh, transcript services that you will require for transcript in your school, and they will not respond to you, all of a sudden, okay, some people say, okay, we can do this thing. They propose to those institutions. Did you know that this transcript alone, you can use that thing to make money? People want to get a transcript, but they can't get. Okay, we'll be doing it on your behalf. We put instruction in place. They will be the one that they will be on school to do that. And before you know, school started running after those people that they employ to do all those things that are not doing all those things, because the school realized what they're going to get from it. Today, you apply for your transcript University of Ilorin. You don't even need to trouble yourself. Within 3 days, you can get your transcript to wherever it's going to. Before now, 3 months, you will be looking for A, B, C to. So the thing is, when people know that, when people know where the power belongs to, they will bring the idea to you. And who are those people that bring the idea? Organizations that want to make money. So it's not going to be, see, all those collections that they use to solve the problem of leakage in revenue in Ogun State, they didn't come from a green garden banks. They went to them. The like of e-transact, InterSwitch, they pushed the idea to them. So policy is what we just need to focus on. Okay, where do we go? You understand? If a federal government, for example, will not deregulate the communication sector, if you like, give proposal from now to tomorrow, nobody will come and build their telecom infrastructure. We will be discussing about how we don't have internet and telephone in Nigeria now. So that's the point.
Let's just leave because I think we are. But I don't know. Like before, I think everybody is kind of out now. But Prince Daddy, what do you think about the interview with Mazzi today? Because I heard you. Did you call him an apologist? Was that you calling him an apologist?
Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He is an apologist for Peter B, right? I mean, the question. I just like I told him, trying to follow up on that Ijele's question about, tell us about Peter B. He said, you should go to his Twitter or his X page. Not everybody goes to Peter B's X page. You're the one talking for Peter B. Tell us so we can learn. But his point was like, because my mind is already made up. No, that's not the.
I wanted to come up so back because I had a question. I wanted to, because there was something he put on his page on Facebook. I think he took it down. You remember when this Jagun movie came out? And and one of the actors in the movie, I said on Twitter that Yorubas are the one that created the Nollywood. So on his YouTube, he really went into that woman and abusing the woman and talking about how she's wrong and that it was us that you know what I mean. And I was like, so I went after him on his page, on his YouTube channel. And he knew he effed up, so he can't. I think he took the page. I wanted to ask him about that, just being petty, but I just didn't have time. But I listened to the conversation. But guys, I gotta head to bed. But Ola and Prince Daddy.
All right, yeah.
By the way, Prince Daddy, I to be honest with you, I just want to do like a conversational thing on the platform where we just talk about in-depth analysis of how culture, religion, and spirituality with politics are how they interwoven the relationship between both, and just listen to Nigeria. Just a conversation. Like I want to ask you questions, and you can just. I know you're a Zionist and all that stuff, so. But you know, like you have a unique perspective on fit of
yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
You see the Mazi or anybody, all of them, they are all IPOB. If you see people that is ruling Nigeria, people like Emeka, you will see them straight. You see the Madam Sita, all these So people supporting, they are all IPOP member. They won't come straight. I know that. I'm not saying all Igbos are.
I know you said now you woke up now. I thought you would sleep, but no, Joel is my good friend, by the way. Joel is my good friend. But do you know Joel is this is Joel. Let me make Joel for 1 second. You probably listen. This is Joel. We are leaving Nigeria. We are leaving next week. I'm not going anywhere. I am from Lagos. I'm not going. Which one is it now? One day you want that day you don't want to. So just anytime he gets angry, that's what they do sometimes. I think it's just it's a way of seeking for help or seeking for partnership with other regions, but not knowing how to effectively communicate your needs. I think for am I wrong? Like they want you to. They want this collaboration with other Nigerians, but they're having a hard time communicating their needs without seeming desperate or weak or vulnerable at the same time.
No. Hold up. But you said they're having a hard time communicating. Is that a problem? Communication?
Effectively making their needs known. Like
okay, but so now, what would make someone have a problem communicating effectively? What would be the challenge for that?
Now let's put it in the context and just with politics now. So let me give you an example. I want to become president of Nigeria. I feel like if we get the presidency, we feel like we're part of the country. Now, I would now say as a Yoruba person, okay, this is the way the game is played. A, B, C, D, do this. And he says, no, this is the right way. I'm like, no, this is the effective way. And I say, if you come to Aitoro, this is the way you play the political fight. So if you want to win, play the game in there. But it does not, maybe it's like this lack of cultural awareness of what is obtainable in another part of the country. So it does not understand how to effectively communicate that need or that want to where other cultures will understand enough to want to buy to what they're selling. Like if Obi goes into Sokoto and says, I want to become president, and he says, oh, we are suffering with Nigerians. No, tell me what it means to me in Sokoto, because it's different from the way somebody from Egba will see it. So communicating that to those people from their own perspective now is the problem, not from your perspective. So I think they have a hard time doing that, just the way I see it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Maybe I see what you mean by communication. So the inability to relate, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like this lack of cultural awareness of how people perceive things differently.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay,
what I believe is, from their forefathers, there's this thing they put in their brain.
The forefathers.
Like I know the language, because once you do that,
okay. Let's say from their leaders. From their leaders. Yeah, you see, they have this thing in their brain, like we have to dominate people. You understand? If you can imagine, like a place like Imo State have 27 local governments, while Lagos State has only 20 local governments. That's what they want. You understand? When they don't see that, they believe you are marginalizing them or you're doing something wrong to them. And that's what they are trying to, that's the narrative they are carrying. They are pushing everywhere they go. They want to they want leading like, this Lagos now no man's land. You understand all those things? They're full of Ogun State everywhere in Nigeria, which is fine. Nobody is fighting with them. You see, I grew up in Surulere. I'm a Surulere guy. I grew up among the Igbos. I have lots of them as friends. We are very close. That is the main reason I will not forgive people like Nnamdi Kanu or Peter Obi. They separated us. They separated me and my friends. They separated us. We are not as good as we were before. Some of them, we don't used to talk again.
Are you discussing the politics of the 60s where the power tussle, and where, if you look at the system at the time, military, civil government service was dominated by the Biafrans at the time? You think that that's really what they want to revert back to? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I want us to be like we used to be before. before this Obi narrative, I don't think a Yoruba man ever think of fighting with an Igbo man. I don't think so.
Daniel, I lost friends, so I lost childhood friends because of Peter Bill. I'm not kidding you.
And me too, the same thing.
They're close, like
Because of this little...
they grew up in Yoruba land, though, but we don't talk any because of Peter Bill.
That's a fact. I lost my friends.
Any friends you have that decided to forgo or put years of memory aside to pursue these mundane things that they themselves would not benefit directly from. That is not friendship. That is just about,
Yeah, it took me time to come.
Friendship with benefits.
These are primary school friends, oh. These are like 30.
It's pure stupidity. I have a Igbo friend. I have a very close friend that is Igbo. I don't even think he's invested in politics per se. He's more Yoruba than myself. But the thing is, it's not worth it. You have to jettison the years of memories and all that with somebody you grew up with because of politics. It's nonsensical.
I had I had a painful one too. I couldn't believe it. I mean, my childhood friend went to primary school, high school, everything together. Like, and you tell him,
now everybody get that. No, don't believe me.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was trying to question my. I guess essentially he was espousing moral superiority for me to have stooped low and supported Tinubu. And
exactly, you are right, Chris Daddy. You are right.
Yeah, but yeah, let's be fair. It sounds like everybody is Yoruba that's speaking right now. If the case were reversed and Obi had won and Tinubu lost, would you sever your relationship also, or that's too remote for you?
It's not worth it. I won't do that for a penny. I won't let it happen. That's just I like arguing, but when the arguments start becoming confrontation, I will be the first to chicken out. That's just it. I will just leave you with it. You know the funniest thing, Nala? Even on this show, when I hear people becoming more personal, I see they hear a daily living from the talk show itself. It baffles me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to brush my teeth, but I'm just trying to chip in on this topic. It's not worth it, to be honest. I mean, we discuss, we enlighten, and we know better. When people invest emotionally on something that they themselves do not benefit directly from, that tells you how emotionally immature they are.
Yeah, but what changed though? I remember the beginning of the obedience space was not that aggressive. It was more. You remember now? It was welcoming. Like, let's talk about it. But once the Pope thing moved in, and it just became that to the point.
They refuse to grow. They refuse to grow. You know, when you are fixated on something and something only, it's like somebody who put all his eggs in one basket and expect miracles to happen. What if it doesn't work? Just like somebody who went to American embassy and was denied and is crying as if his life has crashed. Politics takes emotional toll, and if you're not careful, the last election in this America, when Trump won the election, half of the country was in mourning, the following day of the election. But I realized that the heartbreak that you get from election result, it's not worth it, especially when you've not invested your own time and finances into it. It's just that you have a favorite person who doesn't win. It's a game of gambling. You don't know what other people prefer. So when the other person wins, you only hope that, they carried others along, those who didn't vote. And sometimes you gain more by listening to others. But unfortunately, when I hear people talking these days, as if they are benefiting directly from Tinubu or benefiting directly from Obi, which is not so. I mean, we're all adult, we're all mature. Why should an adult, a grown-ass man, talking as if his lives revolve around Obi? It's all about identity. I get it. You want to have your kinsman in the palace. But sometimes it doesn't work that way. And when we're trying to instill that into their senses, that sometimes the reality on ground does not show what we talk about. Because it's Nigeria. This is not America. This is not England.
This is Nigeria. This is something peculiar to African politics, Nigerian politics, you know, in that order. And it just doesn't give. We have to look, face the reality on ground. It's not worth it. I respect the guy that came on the show today, but I didn't watch it because I know where the discussion is going to go. But I respect him because it's not like some loud-mouthed obedience. You know, when you go to some of their spaces, they back as if they're suffering from.
But Diwali, somebody sent me a clip of P2B on Twitter Space, and I'm working now, so I'm like, let me just listen to this plan. Diwali, I don't get it. It's not making, but I don't get this. Okay, just forget the love that is on your place, is whatever. But in Goton Soko, there's no intellectual anything. It's just basic thing to make anything that much. It's just me.
That's the painful thing about it, though. That's the painful thing about P2B. Yeah, that's a painful thing to have lost friendship over P2B. I mean, I can understand some other intellectual, somebody in depth, but so it's, I don't know. It's, you see, Adewale, do not underrate people's emotional investment in anything. That's what it came down to. Some people were heavily invested in this past election, and in P2B specifically, people were. So you may not take it to that degree, but a lot of people did. A lot of people did. So the question would be, would they have done the same thing if it was Buhari and, let's say, Tinubu, and Buhari lost and Tinubu won? Would all this, issues about relationship would have come up? Do you think was obviously a lot of ethnic tension was at play during this past election? No doubt about it. So it's quite interesting. Yeah,
but it's long-lasting effect. It's long-lasting effect on the Nigerian psyche. Look at the way the Yorubas are now powdered now. Look at the way they're connected there. The House of Rep. Wednesday, someone who went there like a day ago. But then the for the House of Rep in the one they are so like, man, this is Yoruba could be like, they are so like paranoid. Like, so I'm like, the impact of that on Lagos, for instance, and the Southwest, I don't this long-term effect, like in the next, I can guarantee one thing, that the next 4 years when they have the cycle, it's not going to win Lagos again. I can guarantee you that it's not going to win the Lagos again. I don't care what they buy. So if you lost an election, how do you react to the elections? What do? You resort to all this cheap shot and emotional blackmailing. That's what bothers me. Like, I'm concerned about it. Like the long-term impact on friendship and families, and and the country at large.
Property.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody on this panel has gone to. Okay, I think Thomas was in Nigeria some times ago. And some other.
And I heard people too. I think people to Nigeria.
Is Mike back? I haven't seen him on the show.
He came back recently. Yeah.
Okay, but you see, when we in diaspora talk about these differences, the people living the reality in Nigeria, they don't really care. They just want life, they want food, they want money in their pocket. Apart from Lagos, the moment you step outside Lagos, you're moving down north or to the east or to the west. Everybody just live their life. They live among each other. Even in the southeast, as bad as it is, you still have some northerners and southwesterners and Yorubas that live there, another tribe. But it's we that we already overfeed, and with a little change in our pocket that we're drumming the war drums. Nobody cares. And I can bet you the next election is not going to have much noise as this year's election, came back, because that enthusiasm is going to wither down, and people are already going to lose interest because they know the equivalency, to wrestle power from equivalency is not going to be easy. But like you guys said, when I hear people, actually, Baba T, this is the only platform, and I'm saying that with all modesty, this is the only platform that accommodates
whether it's from Obedient or Batify or whatever it is, Agbado, whatever they call it. This is the only platform that accommodates everybody. And I've seen and I've been on other platforms. Some are participants, some are just observe from the shadow. They do not tolerate any dissent voice. They will come at you personally or any other way. And I wonder why. Why is it so? People live back home. I watched there's this show, not originally from Nigeria, I think from uh, other, uh, like Gambia, I'm not so sure, but it was sponsored by BBC. It's like a street debate when people gather together in a junction and, the debate on trending topics and all that. And it happens to be the politics was at the center of it all. And they were discussing about, and I watched those young men, even people from Yoruba disagreeing with Yoruba, people in the Southeast disagreeing with Southeast. They did that with candor, with respect, and they were discussing like a civil being. But when we come on online, because we're masked with this infotext, and then we can say all kind of rubbish, condescending on each other, and it's terrible. And I think it's one-sided. Most likely, obedience are the ones that will come across being attacking, or the others. But by and large,
Diwali, this is what I always ask the obedience. Ultimately, your principal is going to run again for office. And what we've learned from this election is that you need the opposition to vote for you, or someone to vote for you. So how do you think your utterances is it really helping to attract people like me? Because it's not because you cannot win solely based on obedient vote, obviously. That has been established. You must find a way to preach the gospel of Fitobi to them, right? To other people. So the way you are conducting yourself, do you think it's helping Obi or hurting Obi? And do you know what you get in response back? It's like, yeah, you should do better. Are you not suffering? The typical BS talk, but it's not effective to persuade people like me to vote for Peter Obi. So until they can fix that problem, by the way, they need to get rid of the VP, that's it, whatever. It needs to find somebody better. It's just a useless. It's a worthless with the political value now. The guy lost his own word, for God's sake. So you should find a better VP to run.
Yeah, but if you're a camper, you need a backing dog, your attack dog that will be, just like Shetima, who is a little bit potty mouthy a little bit. So you say things without question. So sometimes you need somebody to balance you out. Maybe that was the reason why he went for that. I'm just understanding. Not that he had any political capital to spend on that area.
Well, maybe this time around, Peter B will attract a more formidable VP to run.
With 6 million people voter, that should give him some kind of credibility, though. But do you know what would be better? If Atiku does not run and Peter B goes back to the PDP, now I'll be worried about him from the APC.
AP will still win. Have you heard about this word? There's about Obesuki Legba. You be Lele.
You know what? Do you know what is interesting? They say, let's say that APC PDP Atiku does not run. Peter B versus Pastor Tinubu. I didn't know that. I want to watch the vote in the Northwest and North Center. We didn't vote for Igbo person in those two. This guy. There are unresolved issues in those regions that Obi needs to break through. Forget the Southwest. There's this liberal Yoruba that are annoying me.
But if Obi comes out in 2027, without being more strategic, it's going to be a waste of time and energy.
But it's not showing any evidence.
Sorry, before you continue, let me quickly make an announcement. Thomas, someone want to come in, wherever you are, come and bring in. Thank you. We need to overthrow Thomas. It's abandoning his duty post.
Diwali. I'm saying that
he is still in management's time, right? He's still in time.
Yeah, I want to do a case. Do you think it's possible because in what you're asking Obi to do, is going to be seen as a form of betrayal to the obedient movement.
No, I didn't say that. If you abandon that, you.
No. I mean, like, he has to make inroads into the northwest and northeast. Now, instead of going to the churches like he was going to every 5 minutes, he has to not go into the mosque now.
But he has started, but see, is it not recently he went to do some charity work in the north? It was in Sokoto. I mean, and some people are saying that people are suffering in the southeast, and Peter B is doing charity work in the north. So he understands the game now. He's beginning to to prepare the ground for the next 4 years. So it is taking the lead.
So okay, what do you think he has to do if you are in a
4 years? 4 years not enough to cover ground.
Yeah,
of course it's not. Of course it's not enough. I mean, it took 30 years for Ashwaju to do that, but at least he's making the move to establish his presence in the north. So let's see.
But President, it's not just that. Look, in Nigerian politics, if you are termed as somebody who is stingy with money, you ain't going nowhere. If you mention politics, you mention money. Money pave way for you. You spend money on an errand when it comes to politics in Nigeria. So for somebody who has been,
you can't be discussing that I save money. That's bad politics in the north.
That is not the language that accompany politics in Nigeria. And for even those people that affected them, where they should have had more troop on the ground. I'm talking about the party agents in some places. They couldn't afford to pay those people. They were relying on people with good wills that they would help them.
Not that they couldn't afford Diwali, not that. They just didn't want to spend the money.
They couldn't afford it. They just chose to rely on loyalty, hoping that
exactly. Volunteer, yes, yeah.
So they have trust people, expect them to do when the money is actually, money is speaking. You hear what Prince Adewale said one time, that some of these folks, even his own party agents, were colluding with other parties, by collecting money and changing the result and all that. You remember he said it on this show?
Yeah, of course it did. I mean, not everybody believed that he was going to win. I mean, it's part of the politics.
He was just trying to, insert himself and let people get familiar with his name and him as a person, so that he will prepare the ground for the next, But look, whatever.
But hold on, see, they 5 years ago they were all on what do you call it? Action guy, Shores Grill, to give accounting of his election expenditure. But I never heard a word about telling LP or any other party to declare their expenses or expenditure for the election.
Didn't they raise about $50 million from that diaspora? Remember
how much? How much?
About $50 million from the diaspora.
50, that's it. I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that.
Where's that? Do you think it's possible for Obi to form alliance with PDP in 2027?
Why not? I mean, before the election, or after, I've said it before, we said it numerous times, Obi is shown his pattern, is unstable, is a man that wants, it does everything for himself. That's the most, that's a conundrum that a lot of his followers don't see. Obi will jump ship anytime, any day, if it suits its agenda. If he knows he's going to get the followers, the followership, if he goes to PDP, he's gone. Peter Obi is gone.
See, I want to ask you guys something. I wasn't at the point I wasn't following. The interview kind of took the chunk of the show. The agreement purportedly reported that between Fubara and his principal. What do you all think about it?
I think Wike maybe is taking a clue from Tinubu, because it's a bad reflection on the government. I think they're going to do it's like an Ambode approach, because remember the governor made a very big mistake. It's allowing those 8 guys that resigned from his cabinet come back. They're wicked guys, right? So they are coming back into his cabinet, which is a mistake.
And the lawmakers are back. Are they back to APC or PDP?
They will make him very comfortable, but when it comes to the primaries for the next cycle, they will then do what they have to do. So it's going to do whatever he has to do now. It's going to be the damn body play again. Have him comfortable, do whatever you want to do, but that ticket they will just wait for you.
I heard part of the agreement is that he will represent the budgets. Then the entire house will debate on it. I went on Twitter on the X and I saw a lot of comments about how the deal would not favor Fubara. It's a long time kind of a game that, you know, like you said, Babati, that the wiki kind of like playing the wait and see kind of game, because Tinubu is still going to need River State result in 2027. So if you borrow the ground now, it probably would not work for you. So you have to go somewhere to look for how to make up that number, you know.
Because regardless of what this Fubara guy is doing, I mean, I said it earlier before that it's really a reflection on Wike's judgments. You can't have somebody shadow you for all these years as whatever it was, the accountant in River State, and just in less than 6 months in power, the person turned out to be your
Prince Daddy, we're a human being. People change. See, power is intoxicating, you know.
No.
If Fashola that was brought in, a political novice, brought in to be the chief of staff, eventually becomes governor of Lagos State, could find his godfather at the point, but trying to deny it in the public, eventually it was advised otherwise. Everybody could, jump ship and change.
But so the fight is different from fight. I think Tinubu's on and Fashola or maybe Ambado was more ideological in a lot of ways. But with Wiki here, it's an issue of personality. An issue of personality. And by the way, I'm not the one to speak on River State politics, but I tell you one thing. One thing that Fubara has at his disposal is money, a lot of money. I know people say, "Oh, yeah, it does have, Abuja's money is bigger than River State money." Sure, but trust me, I think Fubara has enough money, a lot of money.
Yeah, but you can have money, but power past power. You know the federal might, right?
I know they have federal might, but that's if Tinubu steps in. But Tinubu will eventually step in when he's getting close to election and he sees that.
Hold on, they're already forced Tinubu in now because he needs the state for himself. So you're already forced him in.
But isn't that too early for him to jump in now? I mean,
I already preparing for next year. What do you mean to it? You know this guy.
Have you heard that the enemy of my friend is my enemy as well?
Mm-hmm.
So if Fubara doesn't play ball, and Tinubu is not the type that will go behind you to bite you, probably let you see the reason why he's doing you, just like what happens to Ambode. But if Fubara decided to favor Tinubu in 2027, and where would that place Wiki? So I think that is the reason why they are trying to soften everything now, so that it won't escalate to the point that
unlike Atiku, the unifier, Tinubu is truly a unifier. If anybody can merge Wiki and Fubara at this point in time or later in the future, I think Tinubu can do it. Actually, he has the capacity to do it.
Do you see Fubara join the APC?
Well, somebody said it before. Why not?
That was I said that was the only way. That's the only way we can guarantee second time.
Yeah, why not?
That is true.
That's the only way we can guarantee second time. That's the only way.
That is true.
Why not?
But whoever
I'm APC now. Don't do it now. No.
Whoever advised him to face Wiki, advised him wrongly. To be honest.
No, I heard it's Amici that was pushing his button.
That was a wrong move.
It's too early now. At least
I heard this Fubara guy knows where all the bodies are buried. So I don't think it's a wrong move. He might actually have a lot of things on his sleeves.
No. So when you expose the body, what did that implicate yourself to?
Yeah.
So Exactly. He can't see. He knows where the body is, but he can't see. He can't see it in public. Now. He can't comment.
Or the other faction of the
But
PDP in Israel that supported Obid is the one trying to divide the house. Maybe. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. By the way,
it's not over yet, though. It's far from over.
Alakubala guys, he actually wanted to go to bed, rush and go to bed. Then I jumped in. But Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
I just have to tell you before I leave tonight. I will know I will join the show. Your uncle made a speech today, and he said, I quote, that the blood of immigrants actually poisoning the society here, the American. So, are you part of the poison?
Hold on. Hold on. Who said that?
His uncle.
Oh, Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's talking about illegal immigrants that are breaching the law of this country.
No, hold on.
He actually mentioned Africa. He mentioned Africans.
We both know that when the fringe of the Republican Party, when they discuss immigrants, even though they say illegal, we both know they also mean legal. They might not say it openly, but they despise legal immigrants.
That is civil spinning. What he meant was we are polluting the immigrants are polluting the society by marrying their people, getting themselves in a culture, and they don't want the children of color. They want it to be white, preserve it. And
no, that's your own extremist view. That's not it. His wife is an immigrant also. His wife is an immigrant.
Wait a minute. He actually mentioned Africa. He mentioned other tribes.
What is the actual quote? What is the actual kilo?
He said the immigrants are poisoning their people in the United States. That means the life of African.
Babati is a liberal propagandist. No.
Because they are populating, they are changing the demographic. Look,
did he say that? Did he say that?
That was look. The spinning machines, they're everywhere. They're scrambling. They're trying to change the narrative. That's in trying to interpret what he said. But he actually mentioned people of color, different people as they were coming in.
Did you hear that yourself?
And I'm asking you. Are you part of the poison? Is his wife?
Wait, Adewale, you Prince Daddy is asking you whether you heard of it. It's online. Look, Trump says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country.
Yes, with fentanyl. Yes, with fentanyl. A lot of Americans are dying.
Trump now went on to say his criticism is of immigrants from all over the world, including Asia and Africa.
Africa, Asia,
and Africa.
It's all over the world, and he specifically now mentioned Asia and Africa.
Africa.
He's doing what? He's screening them for what?
He's telling you that they are poisoning the blood of America.
Exactly, because we are changing the demographic.
Okay. Put the link in there. I want to listen to the video. I don't believe what you guys are saying.
I just did actually. Let me put the link. It's like a 10-second stuff though. So look at the link, Prince Daddy. Just listen to it for like 30 seconds and come back. It's a CNN report actually. Okay?
God bless you. So I wanted to ask you.
When you say poisoning the blood means it's anti-mixed, like see.
Exactly. It's been their fear for a very long time.
They don't mind Europeans migrating in. So
no, they don't. He actually said it in his first time. Daddy, what about people from Sweden?
They don't want mixed baby. That's what they do because they are not having babies. Remember on Fox News years ago, they were like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
When Obama was running for office, when we had the terrorist face bomb guy, lady, and they said, "White people, please have more babies. Please have more babies." That's their fear. They don't want to have more kids, but they don't want people coming in at the same time.
That's why they said they prefer life. They support life. They don't support abortion because
nothing to do with the actual principle itself about life itself. It's about preservation of.
No. Oh, you see, this is not conspiracy. They want something. They want to preserve that heritage, and they have to go collective. They can't be selective in that. That is why they support life. Ooh, what those kids got to do with that?
I know that they want to say. See, I'm with you. Like I always tell you, on social issues, I'm liberal. The reason I vote I'm conservative is more of physical policy. Okay, you know my position on that.
Yeah, big conservatives and all that.
You said I can't fuck with you guys.
Babati, this thing that Adewale brought this evening, see the way he just demobilized Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy can't even.
Oh no! It's not It's not new now. As a person that
he just reiterated what he said in his first time.
College, in college, if you don't know, I used to work like all those voting count and mobilization for the Republican Party in my college days. So, and it was in the countryside. So I know the way they feel about immigrants. I know these things. The issue with the Wali side is that they go too crazy with the social issues that kind of turn me off. If you can just moderate that social issue side, I will still be Democrat. That is the issue I have. They go too crazy with all this welfareism and this that's
Babati, are you a Republican?
Look, I'm a conservative. It's not the same.
Oh, hold on, Babati. See, this is part of the fraud I'm talking about. Oh, no, sorry. This is part of the fraud I'm talking about. You sent me a link. I click on the link. Watch the video. Trump spoke for like 5 or 10 seconds talking about, immigrants coming from all over the world, Africa, Asia, and the Chinese. Hold on. And, and that was it. And the next thing went into the commentary from CNN. So they can put their own spin and narrative on it. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is all propaganda.
I'm with you. No. This is what I'm saying. I'm with you. I'm saying that when you know that the opposition is going to spin your words, you must be careful with your utterances.
No. That is nothing new. Trump has said that before. He's talked about the poisoning of American children. And let me tell you, if you want to talk about one single race that Trump attacks the most are the Asians, specifically Chinese. We all know that.
No. We know the premise where Trump attacked the Chinese.
I don't know. It's you that know. I don't know. It's you that know. I don't know.
On the balance of trade, he attacked them. On the currency manipulation. That is how. But Prince Daddy, hold on. Trump attacked China or Chinese based on the economic relationship that America has with them. He attacked them for currency manipulation. He condemned Chinese for balance of trade and all that. Now, when it comes to Africa, he doesn't see anything of Africa is contributing to the growth or to American economy. He doesn't see the reason why America should be go all out for Africa. Not that the crime rate of direct African, in America is very, very, very low compared to others in America. You can tell. I mean, when it comes to narcotic trading, that is only with the very low percentage of actually an African. But
I agree with you. But see, but you guys, this is propaganda I'm talking about.
Hold on. I'm coming. I'm trying to pieces what he said and trying to correlate the reality on ground to what he is spewing on that stage. He attacked Latinos, Mexican in particular. He attacked Mexican as for gang-related and drug-related. Now, if it was addressing just Mexican only for polluting the blood of Americans, I would have understood. But when he now brought in Chinese are not known to be a drug peddler per se in America. And Africa, I don't remember the last time.
I'm sorry, I need to jump in. You're just talking from your own limited knowledge. Now, if you want to talk about the number one drug pusher in America today are the Chinese. Over 90% of the fentanyl that Babati knows all about fentanyl. I used to work in the healthcare somewhat too. Fentanyl, 2cc, small quantity of fentanyl can kill you if administered without
So which
without
drug that
supervision.
African brings to America?
No,
Which
no,
drug?
no. The Chinese, you said the Chinese are not
No,
known
no.
for drug
I'm
dealing, but the
coming.
Chinese are the number one drug dealer right now
So
in America.
what about Africa? Which drug are they bringing to America?
But why are we talking about Africans? So, I mean,
You
why are we
mentioned
talking about
African.
Africans?
You mentioned
Yeah.
African. So
Well,
what kind of drugs are African bringing to America?
no, he didn't. He didn't talk about drugs, but he's talking about when it comes to the illegal immigration at the border. That's what Trump is talking about.
So
And
how is immigration poisoning the people?
How is Africans? Because even I am like, how are Africans poisoning the blood of Americans?
he didn't single out African. He lumped them all together.
But why did he lump them up? Is the question. Because they have nothing to do with poisoning their blood.
But he called every race. Why you guys single out the black or African? He called every race, the Chinese, the Mexican.
Because you're
I have to take my leave. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah,
Good night.
because you're referencing drugs and trafficking drugs. So if that's in that context of drug trafficking, how is Africans? What has that got to do with Africans?
Well, Africans may not be for drugs; they may be for other things. But all we're talking about here is the amount or the level of illegal immigration at the border. That's what we're talking about here. It's not about trying to single out one race for polluting or. By the way, just to let you newsflash. By the way, now Trump has the highest support amongst Black people, African Americans, among Hispanic Americans, among Asian Americans. In fact, amongst the white working women class, working women and men. So overall, the man has support from all these different constituents, and you guys are still trying to demonize him based on what? Because you don't like him? That's unfair. That's unfair.
That is, you see, this is where I'm with you. Maybe that was a mistake, but this is what I always tell my Democrat friends. Okay, you say it's racist. Okay, now tell me what the plans you have for me. You cannot just tell me it's racist. I get that. Stop deflecting from you having no plans for Black people that you have ignored in the Black community. Like, you know what I mean by the Democrats. When they discuss Black people, it's almost like they only discuss Black women. They've ignored the Black men in that community. So, like, those kind of things that I pay attention to. Just don't come to me and tell me that Trump is racist. With that, I don't care about his own politics that much. Tell me yours. Tell me what Democrats would do for the immigrant. Tell me specific policies that would.
Sorry, when you say they talk about American Black women, so what does that mean?
No, when people talk about Trump is surging amongst the Blacks. If you look at those polls, it's the Black men that Democrats have ignored that is giving them right. If you look at that poll within the Black community, it's the Black men that are getting Trump those numbers, because
that is true. Yeah,
the Democrats, their policy does not favor Black. Once it's Black people in Democratic Party in America, it's mostly for Black women. They ignore the Black men with their own policies. So if you look at those numbers, you will see it's mostly Black men that they have ignored. The working class, those non-skilled, whatever, they are the ones that they have ignored. So tell me about those people. Don't just say. So you will see them. They've ignored those parties. So if you go online, just type Black Republicans or Black conservatives, you will see what I'm talking about. It's mostly those people that they've ignored largely in their party because they've embraced the LGBTQ and the illegal immigrants, and they've ignored their primary base from the 70s, 80s, the working class men, because they're with the family court system. And so there's also this undertone of social family issues with this court system, with Black people, prison incarceration system. Kamala Harris being responsible for, that time it was in California. Joe Biden having a history of that, passing those laws in the 90s as well. So Black men are like pro-Trump for that reason. So, but just don't. So you can't tell me, oh, yeah, the Trump is racist. Yeah, vote for me. But anyway, tell me about myself. For me.
Nothing. They have no plan for the black people or but like I don't. You just send me another link, and even the title of the link says Trump says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our whatever. So what is? It's always said that. What is so strange about what you're hearing today? I mean, it's quite clear. Even the CNN, they said it was talking about immigrants. It was talking about immigrants and drugs poisoning the blood of Americans. And Americans include black people, by the way. Black people are Americans too in this country. So are Asians and Jews and Irish and Italians. Everybody is talking about Americans.
Do you know what's funny with President Biden has actually passed more anti-black legislation than even Trump ever did.
Of course.
And people don't pay attention to that. Kamala Harris was locking them up in California and nobody
left and right. Left and right, she was locking them up.
Sometimes
they really would not talk about that. They really would never talk about that.
Well, what's really racist? Like, it's like the difference between the Republicans, like if they don't like you, you would know. Democrats are like we hate you, but claim to love you and hurt you and kill you slowly. Like without you know it. They're the worst kind of friend that you can have. The worst kind of enemy. You don't see them coming. Like just I love you, but fuck you. Like it's the same. It's the same thing. Like so my thing was like, what has Joe Biden done for black people? I think black people in this country, they are learning very fast. That just because somebody is black or Democrat is not enough for you to vote for them. They must have substance. They must have something to offer.
It is now. Do you know? It is now the black people. I'm not even sure they fully. Obviously, they're not fully woken up. Yeah, they're coming along gradually and slowly. But I tell you, when Barack Obama came to power, I heard black people, specifically African Americans, say, "Look, we don't care if he does anything for us as long as he's in power or is elected." That's what they said. That's what they. I mean. Yes. It was amazing. And every other constituent were going to this man called Barack Obama, anti-black of a man, getting their own agenda fulfilled left and right.
Everybody got something from Obama. Remember, they got that thing for the kids. Where if you come as a child, you get that your citizenship. The
DACA thing.
Yes. The LGBT got something. Everybody got something except for black people.
Everybody got a share of the cake. Every damn constituent got a share of the cake, except the Negroes, except the black people. Against black people. It's amazing. And going around today championing Joe Biden of all people, the racist Joe Biden, anti-black, I'm gonna put them in chain.
If you don't vote for me, you're not black enough.
Exactly. Imagine that. And these people don't find it offensive at all, and they voted for him. If you don't, how can you say that? I guarantee you, if Trump had said that, I would be against Trump. If you freaking said that, but all he said is that what do you have to lose? You have to always try this side. Always, you get nothing from it. Try me.
Look at what they did to Ice Cube. Ice Cube went to see Trump. Even when Kanye went to see Trump, they were supposed to work on a plan to get black men loans for, because some of them, they have criminal records, right? So they have barbing centers, all this small stuff, to get them loans at low interest to open businesses. Do you know who came against that? The Democrats.
It was. I hope though, if Trump, I pray he wins again, and that deal is still on the table. If Trump has gotten a second term, black men would have enjoyed. He had a lot of. He did. He acquiesced to Ice Cube, and it was. People don't talk about it, and this is fact. There's nothing to worry about it. Trump was the only president that guaranteed HSBU funding in the billions over 10 years. Every year prior to Trump, the Democrat, all these black colleges, they have to go to the White House and beg for money. But one time they went to Trump, he gave them like over $100 billion. Could you imagine that? He just gave it to them. It's federal money. Just like Harvard, they get money too. Believe it or not, Harvard get money from the feds, from the government, and it's all this Ivy League school. But and that money is guaranteed. Don't have to break your bone about it. It is guaranteed. They get a bunch of billions of dollars. But these black colleges, they're always begging. But they went to Trump, that racist Trump. They went to him one time and he gave them like $100 billion for their funding. But nobody talks about that. All they care about is to call them a racist.
Do you know why they went against Ice Cube and that plan? Because the bully, they say, why do you have to go to the rappers? You must come to us intellectuals who are mostly
the black bourgeois. Yeah.
Democrats. And like, why didn't you give no women in that program, only men? The next year when Trump was out of office, remember that bank, is it Citibank or whatever, that gave like $20 billion for black women's program? Was it 2 years ago? I think it's a year ago. There's this, is it Citibank or I think it was Merrill Lynch or whatever. One of those Wall Street huge. They are put aside. The one Ijele was saying that, why didn't you put in more Latinas? Why only black women? There's a program by the government and that bank for I think about $10 or $15 billion for black women only. Guess who was for it? The Democratic Party and the bourgeois boule. So pretty much, if it's a black man involved, we don't want. There's this anti-black man attitude with the Democratic Party that I despise. So I don't know what it is. If you're black and you're straight, you're not welcome to the Democratic Party. You have to be kind of weird and support all this girly shit. Then they want you in there. So I can never vote for them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, well, at least you realize. I mean, it's a shame. I can't believe people like Diwali do not realize that, hey, these people are actually against you, and quit going around and picking on every word that Trump says. Look at the actions of the Democrat. Look at the action of Joe Biden and what the Democrats are doing to your people. Don't worry about what Trump is saying. You know, it's the action speaks louder than words. But these people, they don't.
Do you know what's funny? Even in Diwali's county 2 weeks ago, they voted against Democrats in Houston of all places. They didn't want in Houston of all places. They voted against Democrats because they know. Because I spoke to a few of my friends down there. They're like, guy, we moved down here from Chicago to Houston. We don't want to turn Chicago. We don't want to turn Houston to the Chicago. We know why we left those places to come down here. And even they know not to vote Democrats in their city. So look at counties run by Democrats now. It's always some crime shit. I saw some video in California. By the way, what the hell is going on in California? People literally walk into stores and rob and nobody touches them. And it's a law. Don't touch them. You just steal and nobody can touch you because
I think about if it's still less than $1,000.
You Prince Daddy they talk. I see Trump as someone that no one may enter America. So I the thing we concern individual. So don't touch me all this.
No. But no. I see. Let me tell you quickly.
No joke. Please, just if you have time, just YouTube cities governed by Democrats in America. Watch the video of how they literally rob stores and nobody can touch them legally because they did not rob it. Not like they have this one that all these high schoolers do. They just mob a store, like maybe an Apple store. They will just mob it in their hundreds. They rob everything blind, and you cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, flash. They call it flash. What they call it?
Flash mobbing, whatever it's called.
Moment. Yeah, but actually, you actually have a wrong perception, because when Trump gets into power, the immigration in America becomes inversed. Meaning that people like yourself, with professionals, IT, software, whatever, you are the people that Trump desire. In fact, in a couple of months ago or so, in an attempt for Kolata to prove his point, he actually went to do a digging, a research, and he came back with the data that under Trump, more immigrants came into America. But but the immigrant that actually came to America were more like legal professional immigrants, not illegal immigrants.
Daddy. It depends on what you saw during that Trump time. One of my program coordinator then sent the resume of two of our guys that finished from our school, that if we can help them to Canada because they were unable to make the state to get the status in America. So it depends on what you're exposed to. It was a school, in a school program. I'm even talking of a STEM program. They were even sending to us Canadians that, okay, how can we help these guys? So look, it depends on how you see it. I'm talking of first-hand experience now, first-hand experience of what was happening. So this is not a joke. I'm serious. I'm not even joking, to be honest. So
what do you mean? Are you saying what's the point of that the Trump administration was against people like yourself, or what are you saying?
No. Even for okay, these two Nigerians I'm talking about, I actually studied in America, so they were unable to.
Well, see, every case is different. When people are telling you that narrative or that story, you got to be careful. People know they mumble things up.
And I tell even a school coordinator that even forwarded their resume to me. It's like, so there's a difference between when an individual is telling you story and when the program coordinator was asking us to help.
Well,
different things. I'm talking of institution asking
no. See, you're talking about students, people where the immigration status is not clear or known or stable. Okay, that's different. That is different.
It was clear for the government. Okay, when I went to Alabama now, Huntsville in Alabama, you know, one of those things that scared me then was when we're like 20, I will be hearing about 12 people, 30 people, doctor. I said, after this thing, they started telling stories. Say, look, when some of these guys finished and they could not get a status in America, they have to put in for PhD to keep running until they're able to get it. And it was not like that before. So the thing is, it depends on whose side, whose perspective,
okay, I get you a lot. See, I think you are in Canada and you're established in Canada. So you coming to America is much easier because you're coming on a different status. If you coming based on the skilled worker provision,
NAFTA agreement or something else, man.
Huh?
We used to have NAFTA, right? And
yes.
NAFTA. So the question you asked yourself, why did he replace NAFTA?
Because NAFTA was a horrible deal. Was a horrible deal that took American jobs away from America, especially the blue collar workers.
The trade deficit for that thing was terrible.
Yes, it was terrible. So I know, and I don't blame you that you're looking at things from your own perspective. We all do. But if you look at it in totality, it's not a bad thing.
That was how to do it tweeting, right? That was how to do it tweeting time. That was a bad, terrible for America, man. So,
yes, was horrible, and they came with the TTP deal. But anyway, but the MC, what is it called? The Trump's deal was a much better deal, That was more trade focused. But forget about the trade and just go based on skilled workers under Trump administration.
Let me throw a joke. Prince Daddy, do you know you are sounding like obedient now?
Okay, if you're saying obedience make a lot of sense, then I guess I am.
No. Because when you change the NAFTA to USCMA, it's just no. I think it was just purposely because of the Mexican or whatever. Because to me, if as a Canadian, I don't see sense in it. I don't see any sense in it. No matter how you try to
Mr. Ola,
because I'm at deficit, I'm not going to
accept. Listen. Trump is the president of America. His first priority is America.
It's America. Just like Tinubu is not going to be going to make policy for Ghana. Okay.
I don't know why
you are now talking now. I agree with you. So his own protectionism now. So he was behaving like Adolf Hitler.
No. Typical democratic talking point. You just go to that.
That's how it started. That's how it started.
But see, this guy's an extremist. Even me myself. Listen, let me tell you this. Even myself, I would never ever call Biden Hitler. I would never do that. I would never do that.
Biden is
young talk.
No. Yes, now. Okay, look at what this man is saying now. He said people immigrant from Africa, Asia, they are poisoning. See, look at that kind of hatred.
No, it did not say that. It didn't say that. He was talking about drugs poisoning Americans. That's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about.
Oh my goodness! I've posted another video. Maybe the one Baba T sent to you, or maybe that one. See, this guy from day one, his position on immigrant is so clear. It's so clear. What it did to Mexican immigrants, the one that the children separated from their parents. So when we have evidences, and
no, see, Ola, you're full of propaganda. Again, let's try again. See, the separation of children, from the mothers or family was a law, or was rather a practice that was done by Barack Obama. It was not Trump. It was not Trump.
Can you please explain to hold on? Can you please explain to Ola so he understands that the actual goal of the Democrats is in let me Ola. This is their end game. If you don't know, they don't want any border between America and Mexico. That's the actual. They don't. That's if you that they don't want any. But is it borderless America between Mexico, Canada, and America? That's what they really want.
What's wrong about that?
What the hell?
What's wrong about that?
I can come in freely and do something.
So how can they not have a border? Why would
they want kind of European? No, they want a kind of European movement within countries where you can go up and down. Once you have one, you can move around the three. So if you look at just go study AOC's principles on that, you will know why the Republicans are against it. That is their end game. They want that borderless.
If American investor could take their investments, their industry to China. Now, if you think Mexicans are your problem because they are your neighbors, take all those industry because you can get cheap labor too for them to be crossing to your country.
They already have them in Mexico. Volkswagen is in Mexico already. They already have it.
Take more to them. Take more to them for them.
What they are saying is that if you're going to move from Mexico to America, you should have some documentation. I lived in El Paso. Hold on. I lived in El Paso for 2.5 years working with the military. The people that work in El Paso live in Mexico. You should see the border in the morning. People, so you get a pass, you live in Mexico. I was working with a doctor. He teaches microbiology in UT El Paso, but he's a medical doctor in Mexico. So forget what you see on TV. When you come down there, they don't care if they move up and down. Just be legal. Let's know who you are. Register. That's what they do down there. But what the Democrats want is open border. They don't want anything to just
entitlement. My entitlement about this America, you understand? My personal entitlement will never change my mind.
Selfish reasons, Daddy.
Selfish interest. It's because of selfish interest. What concerns me with this is somehow I'm fighting from all selfish interest. See, when we have one when Steve Apple here, because it was still too much, he just brought some kind of anti-immigrant policy, for the same.
Ola, by the way, sorry to interrupt you. I don't know what's going on with Canada, but that UK man, almost. So you can't come there with your spouse as a healthcare worker. You must come by yourself. Who does that?
I don't know if the right thing to say. Those guys now.
No, I have a friend of mine that's a doctor down there. She's trying to come over here. I think she's making about close to $50,000, but they said that if you now make around $30,000 or below, you can come and work as a healthcare worker, but you cannot bring your family member unless you make more than that. So it's a way of discouraging people from coming now.
No, they've achieved their aim. You understand? They needed to rejig the economy, and they brought you in the little you are bringing. You've already brought it into the economy. So,
but even your own country, it's not easy to come there anymore. Canada, I don't know what's going on.
No. See, one thing about Canada is this: Canada is not difficult to come into. The thing is, we need population, but we don't just want population that will not bring money. That's the difference now. If you are coming as a skilled immigrant, you have your minimum that you call, within a year you buy a house, so you buy a house, you buy something, you are contributing to the economy, right? They want the population, but they don't just want population that, okay, you go and pay population that the public will be spending upon. So
but listen to all that selfish talk. So he wants to control immigration for Canada, but he wants to open the borders for the United States. You listen to that.
Prince Daddy, I've told you that I'm selfish, right? Until I get my green card, don't bring Trump in. I want my green card in America. I'm entitled. So no joke apart. I don't think the way Trump speaks and the way it's represented America is good for America, because his way of presentation is full of hate. And if you want to follow the scientists and psychologists, they even said 85% of what we are talking.
Promise you one thing: if Trump becomes president today, that war in Ukraine will be over in a month. I can guarantee you that. Okay. I can guarantee you that we're going to be fighting you.
I can agree with you on that. I won't disagree on that. Of course, I agree with you
on that.
Patoski, fix your mic. We will not be wasting money in some Gaza all over the place.
Oh, is it my voice that's coming from Patoski?
No. Pato is using that 1972 Fuji garbage. Fuji garbage. I do
but it's looking good for Trump anyway. So
you see what Trump was doing that time.
I want him to actually win.
No, Trump, see, that guy was doing protectionism, all those protectionism. See, it can only work for. No, the guy was doing protectionism now, and
what is wrong with that?
A lot, because it created a problem in the past now. It created a problem in the past when you don't you are Canadian, you are Canadian,
protectionism here?
No, not what I'm saying.
Babati, do you know that as big as this country is supposed to be in terms of the economy and everything, do you know we have just like 2 major airlines here?
Two major airlines.
Yeah.
In Canada.
Yeah. We have and mobile line. Because there seems to be like more GSM companies in Nigeria than Canada.
Patoski, if you bring more GSM companies to Canada, you see they will start packing their this thing. Because we need to learn from all those investments.
Look at McDonald's is just McDonald's as big as McDonald's is supposed to be. McDonald's is failing here. McDonald's is failing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because you have supply.
No, because they are supporting their own. Walmart is trailing, McDonald's is trailing. CS packed their things and went away. Target packed up. Target packed up. So they are just in their own too. They are trying to. It's Canadian companies that you see doing very well.
No, Patoski, we don't have a population for the overflow of all those businesses. That's it. See,
no. See,
the thing is, we don't have economy for the level of consumption they are pushing at us. It's not as if those companies now. Okay, why are those companies surviving in America and they are not surviving here? Nationally, if you take the
American companies, they would rather do Tim Hortons than McDonald's. They would rather do Canadian superstore than Walmart.
Okay, Patoski, look at this.
Virgin Mobile, Virgin Airline couldn't survive here too. Virgin Mobile struggling. Yeah.
No, because you are not looking at our own peculiarity. We are just about 1/10 population of America. No? So an
No,
American
why are
is
those guys
now
not competing very well? These American companies that have resources, they came here, they should be able to compete well. If not to consume these other sellers and show. But because those sellers and
no.
show and Rogers, they are their own thing,
See,
they protect them.
America is not the biggest economy for just the letter of it, because we are underrating the might of America. America is overshadowing Canada. So, because there
No,
are
I'm
many
saying that
factors.
Canada is a deep protectionist too. They are deep protectionism too. So forget it.
No, what protectionists are
Let's,
they doing?
let's be objective. You understand?
No, they are okay. Now you said Walmart. You said Walmart is not performing. Walmart is not performing because of Amazon. Amazon
Walmart is
changed because
failing,
Walmart.
failing.
See,
It's
Patoski,
failing
Walmart key other businesses in Canada because of their price.
Almost failing.
No. It's not about Amazon. Okay, Amazon is not failing, and Amazon is not a Canadian company.
They don't have treasury now. They don't have treasury now. With Amazon, they are no alternative. Canadian does not have alternative to Amazon.
So, Patoski, are you planning to move to America too?
If I have my way, I'll move to America. If I want to, if I want to come to America.
What question is Babati asking himself?
Yeah, I want to take to the US. So,
the UK. Pato, you said the UK.
Babati, look at it.
I said I have what it takes to come to the US. So.
Babati. But all that UK, I don't know what's going on. No. It's just like
no. UK. Why will anybody even go to UK? To be honest, let me ask. Why will you even go to UK?
I have a friend of mine that just moved there. She's a veterinarian in Nigeria. She moved there like a few months ago.
She will do better in Canada. She will come to Canada.
Patoski. Yeah? A doctor will go to UK and start practicing immediately if he passes his exam. If a doctor comes to Canada, you don't know waiting you go through. If he did there 3 years, he struggled to get license. So, but when it is forget you, they have one of the craziest, the craziest acceptance of foreign credentials. Maybe American is coming to Canada.
If you are a doctor, if you are not a specialist, if you have not done your residency, you are likely to.
A barrister cannot come directly. A lawyer cannot come directly from Nigeria and just practice here. You see, have to spend some time, maybe 3 4 years before you can even enter. So they are crazy when it comes to all those professional things, like all this professional engineer, all those things. You will even get tired. You will prefer to go and work in as a laborer in Walmart than to be doing that. So the thing is this. BT, you wonder why we like America. Now, I can be doing like 3 4 jobs with the American company. I'll be making 400K in America, 400 500K in Canada. Once you get 70 80 self, you have to throw party. You understand? So the opportunities in America, you can't. In fact, I don't know if it's possible. I would say maybe Canada is just like a state in America. So they are not. The strength is too much. It's just that when you are comparing elephant and elephant and goats, that they are not on the same line at all. So no, I just have to.
So if it's ever like, so what is Nigeria in that equation?
Oh. Nigeria compared to Canada. This thing depends, BT. Babati, this thing it depends.
Pato, fish your mic now. You're muffled. I can barely hear what Pato says.
It depends. Okay, let me tell you one funny story. Although you don't look it at dollar value like that. You don't leave that because if you want to use dollar, people will say, you are lying. I was doing better in Nigeria than Canada. That's a fact. Because I was making serious sales in my IT products. You understand? In Canada, it's another story entirely. Even the language barriers, even we even not let you even make all those things. So you have to depend on the smart thing.
If you, well, I don't mean to be personal, but I've heard stories where people are doing well, extremely well in Nigeria, and they go out there and they're struggling, and they doubt their decision of. So, if you had a chance to go back to Nigeria now, would you take the offer? If you could return back to your old life back there.
You see, if I was still a single, there's tendency that after collecting my citizenship, that I will stay in Nigeria. Because of what? Because I'm not a traditional employee. You understand? Because I'm not a traditional person that want to wait for salary at the end of the month because I know that the job is not secured. Anything I see that will give me money in Nigeria, whether agriculture, selling products, any opportunity, jack of all trade, you will see me there. I've tried those jack of all trade in Canada. Yeah, it keeps you going, but then tough because of the environment it is. It's a saturated environment, and you know, marketing products. What product do you? Okay, look at it this way. If you want to market print products, already the big companies there, they have companies that they use to list all those products to other companies. So where you want to compete, these people they've occupied. But in Nigeria, you don't have that kind of structure. You can see enter all those. You can see enter those territory.
Okay, so what if those ideas are emerging that Nigeria needs? One goes back to set those up. So you command the lion's share of those things before it develops. Because Nigeria's a developing economy, obviously. Let me give an instance, Ola. I was in I shared with Kulata, we had a conversation about it on a one-man show. The other side of the platform was few. So I shared one of the info. You know that the top 50 exported agricultural produce in Nigeria, that the top 50 companies in Nigeria manufacturing, they use about 50 to 100 items from agri, right? But they are forced to export because either that item is not available enough for supply or not available at all. So the goal is go to Nigeria, grow those like sorghum, for instance, and their substitutes, then they will buy from you because it's locally made and it's cheaper for them to buy from you, and you know, so it's guaranteed sale. So and I'm sure in tech there's demand for some things as well. So if you had the opportunity to go back to fill up those gaps, those opportunities, will you take it?
No, you see, like even though I call myself a jack of all trades, I will only stay within my area of competence. Now, why did I say so? Some guys here now, because the air that hibiscus is old cake.
Oh, like K was doing now.
So Kulata.
Yeah, he exploited from Nigeria.
Now, because these people they don't really understand how it is, they went to Nigeria.
Bàbá ọlọ́jọ́ òní o bàbá gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ tí a kọ́ látẹnulẹ́wé wá má ṣe jẹ́ kí ẹyẹ ìlú kó ṣàjẹ lọ́kàn wa.
We that we attended early, we are here, local authority, we plenty here. So
on my bullying Thomas, what the hell was that? I wrote it wasn't really right.
So Babati, let me quickly say that. So
I want to round it up 10 hours. We don't supposed to
just give me 10 hours. Just give me
1 minute, yeah.
So they went to plan that and discuss without understanding that. So the thing was gruesome. They were happy. So they just went home, and the second day they will go to that place. Pest. They've consumed everything before they came back. Not Fulani cattle, pest. You understand? Even though they use pesticides for where the thing just consume everything. So that's why I say what you don't know sometimes, what I don't know, I don't. Like agriculture, for example, now may be a very high risk for me. But some other things like my normal IT products, it's never a high risk. You understand? So
Yeah, thank you everyone.
okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Patoski, Kolata, Prince Daddy, Simba, and Ola. Thank you guys. It's been a long day today, very hectic. We have so many today. It's been educative and informative. Thank you guys. Comment section, you are the backbone. Yeah. Thank you guys. May God bless you. See ya later. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Let me tell you, I've never been to Deti December, but I do have mainly Nigerian friends or African friends. I've only really dated African guys. And let me tell you something, like when I started hanging out with like my American friends in law school, it was just such a culture shock. Like, let me just give you a preview of how it goes. When we would go out with our Nigerian guy friends, first of all, if we were going to a club or we were going to a party or out or whatever, we would get there. He would first of all buy us drinks. And what are you drinking? Hey, you, what are you drinking? Okay. He'd go buy the drinks, bring them over. We're sipping drinks at the bar. Next thing you know, and this is the section. Oh yeah, you people guys sit there. The drinks are here. Paid for, taken care of. There's no Venmo charge. There's no Cash App. We come, we look nice, we drink, we chill, we laugh, we dance. And listen, there was no innuendo. There was no expectation of like someone was going to have to give it up in exchange. They just knew what their role was. And when we're ready to go home, a lot of times they'd be like, "Ah, you going? Okay, let me drop you." Or, "Are you going? Oh, let me get your Uber." Listen, ladies, I'm not putting down any group of people. I'm just speaking for the group that I know. If that's the kind of treatment you want, get you some African friends. Or if they're not African, get you some friends from the South. I've also seen that with them too.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections,
you can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
Do you come with two teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of two teachers? What of two teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the first lady is calling you. Come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. The bloods we are sharing, there is God, oh. 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 There is God.
First Lady Patience Jonathan heartbroken at the latest